Chapter 49. Kai. I see you two found each other. That is the first thing Kit says when we walk into his study. The second is a side apology. I'm sorry for what I put you through. Truly. Peyton draws a deep breath beside me. I want answers. Kit stands from his seat. Oh, I know. You looked ready to rip my throat out in the bowl. It was chilling, that look you gave me. Stepping in front of the cluttered desk, he leans against the stained wood. I think the kingdom finally saw you for what you are. Fearsome. Glad to see something good came out of my pain, then. Pei bites out. A lot of good, Kit corrects. Came from very short lived pain. That is why I did it. I step forward, crossing my arms. And what exactly did you do, brother? Kit coughs into a handkerchief. This worries me, but his gaze looks clearer than it had that night before the trial. I'm sorry about the drugging, but Kai, it was the only way to keep you locked away and out of sight, which didn't seem to work as it was. And Peyton, he gestures to her weakly, the only way Ilya will accept you as queen was if you proved to be stronger than the strongest among us. And a wielder is that. Fine, but it wasn't Kai I fought. She glances over at me, clearly. No, Kit sighs. It wasn't. But I wanted you and the kingdom to think it was the enforcer. Conquering him would be a huge feat, not just because he is a wielder, but because he is as dangerous without his ability. He says it plainly, despite how startling I find his words. Kit has never spoken much of my power, always conscious of the differences between us. But I've known how much he despises not being able to prove himself physically like I have my whole life. As the heir, power is controlled, not wielded. And maybe, Kit continues, I wanted to test your loyalty to me. See if you would actually. Peyton stiffens, and before she can say anything damning, I hurry to ask, how did you do it? What elite could pose as me? Kit's eyes climb slowly to mine. We found a wielder that needed to be taken care of. A growing numbness spreads through me at his words. It's true, Peyton breathes, whispering. Peyton breathes, whipping her head towards me. There are other wielders in Ilya that are being killed because of it? There are very few, Kit answers on my behalf, his worried gaze on me growingly distant one. My father discovered 3 during his reign, but he would, a clearing of his throat, take care of them to ensure that Kai was the strongest elite in Ilya's history. My voice is icy. I never wanted that. I thought we agreed to stop. We did, Kit cuts in sternly. But this wielder came to us. He knew the risks and decided to fight anyway. Peyton is shaking her head, muttering, why would he do that? And how did he look exactly like Kai? Her eyes light up, indicating a realization that, like they always do, illusionist. There was an illusionist disguised as a sight, wasn't there? Kit nods solemnly. He was casting Kai's image over the wielder. She could have died, I shout, throwing out a hand toward Peyton. At least if it were me in that pit, I would have ensured my own death instead of hers. Do you think I know that? Kit counters. Don't you think I know that? Kit counters. That is precisely why I couldn't let you into that arena. You would have sacrificed your life for her, and I refused to lose you. I stare at him, at that sliver of a brother I've never seen. This trial was perfectly calculated, devised to ensure the outcome he wished. I see now that this is precisely what father trained him to be, one step ahead. But you were willing to risk losing her, I say evenly. Kit's gaze flicks to Peyton. She had to prove herself. It seems I had more faith in her than you did, brother. I knew she could do it, and she did. Neither of you had to die. He's right. Peyton crosses her arms, agreeing begrudgingly. Begrudgingly, it had to look real. And I know the kingdom is one more step closer to bending the knee. I shake my head, hurt seeping across my features. You drugged me, Kit. Locked me in a room. My throat tightens. That is the type of shit our father, my king, would put me through. Peyton's head dips to the floor, but the anger on her face is not so easily concealed. I watch Kit step before me, blocking my view of her. His face crumples with regret. I never wanted to hurt you, Kai. I'm I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. The expression he wears grows stern. I never wanted to remind you of father. I'm better than that. I nod slowly. I've always known you were better than father. Kit seems partially pleased by this first step towards forgiveness, allowing me to move on with the bland, so I'm just dead then. Kit doesn't know so much as bat an eye before stating, actually, I was going to make you even more powerful. Tell the kingdom you survived. I blink. You really think they would believe that? They don't need to believe you. They need to only to fear you. You will be the deliverer of death who has met him and lived, and you, Kit's gaze slides to Peyton, have now earned the respect of your kingdom and will be their queen. I tilt my head at the powerful lie he spun. So much for never reminding me of father. The study grows stiffly quiet as we all stare at one another. Several seconds pass before Peyton is clearing her throat and directing our attention to the look of resolve she wears. I want to see this wielder. Kit hardly looks surprised by this request. Peyton, I'm not sure you'll want to see that. His body is in the dungeons, and I want, she says slowly, to see. And don't think I've forgiven you yet for what you put me through, what you made me do, whether or not that was truly Kai. The king shoves away from his desk, eyes clouded with something close to remorse, or perhaps that inkling of hysteria I've witnessed. Do you think that was easy for me? Do you think I wanted to watch my brother die even though it wasn't truly him? Kit's gaze slides to mine, timid as it takes me in. I hated it. I didn't want to do it, any of it. And again, I'm sorry, brother. I watched his kingly facade crumble beneath the weight of my stare. For the first time, I see just how incredibly lost he is. Where a kind and charming brother once stood, now resides the corpse of duty and power. A lump forms in my throat as I nod. And then I'm pulling him into a crushing hug. Kit clings to me, his hold weaker than I remember. For a moment, we're boys again, seeking comfort during Ava's death, or congratulations after a brawl. His breath quivers, as if he's trying to compose himself before murmuring, I need you with me, Kai. I pull away, clapping my hand on his shoulder, and I hope to never find out what it'd be like without you. Simultaneously, our gaze shift towards where Peyton stands beside us. She's fighting a smile at the sight of such a heartfelt moment before straightening her features. Swiftly, she steps aside with a gesture to the door. Lead the way, Majesty. So, with a sigh, the king obeys. We head out into the hall, setting a quick pace toward the dungeons. Imperials line the occasional wall, looking unsurprised by a very much alive presence. Even the passing servants hardly glance in our direction, and the utterly unperturbed response has me stating, the castle already knows it wasn't me in the arena, yes? They were informed a few hours ago, Kit replies, rounding a corner. And they won't speak a word of the other wielder. You know how good the staff is at keeping secrets. They've been doing it for decades. I nod absent-mindedly, knowing this to be true. I'm beginning to think Ilya itself was built on secrets, and I doubt I know the half of them. The dungeon's thick door looms before us suddenly, its frame decorated on either side by two Imperials. They nod stoically to their king before swinging open the heavy metal entrance they guard. Stone steps await us beyond, descending into darkness in the dungeons below. The thick air and accompanied coldness greets us at the bottom of the stairs. It's as though I've been welcomed back to my forgotten den of torture. I haven't been down here since the Resistance silencer, Micah, occupied one of those cells. I haven't been down here since I killed him. Smothering the memory, I stay behind Kit and Peyton. The cells are empty of the few Resistance members who once filled them after the battle in the bowl. They now occupy the several training rings beyond the castle, sprinkled among the numerous Imperial rotations. You know, Kit reminisces, his voice echoing off the grimy stones. The last time I was down here was when I led you straight into the tunnels you were looking for, Peyton. She takes a breath, looking pained. Not a particularly fond memory, I assume. I understand, truly. There is always a reason for the hurt we cause. Peyton opens her mouth before abruptly shutting it at the sight of an unoccupied cell. Her feet slow, mine do the same. A body lies on the stone floor with a familiar silver dagger buried in his chest. It's odd, seeing a man with the same power reduced to such a simple death. I've never met another wielder, never got the chance before Father's hunger, power. Ensured I was the only one of my kind. But looking at this elite, a part of me wishes I had someone to bear the burden of this ability with. Still, Peyton stands there, rooted to the spot outside that cell. Her voice is alarmingly small. It's him. Kit steps forward. What? It's Adina's boy from Loot. She chokes on his name. Mac. My head whips back towards the body, eyes tracing the identical pattern of his vest, every pocket and every seam exactly the same. This is the friend she met at the fort. Peyton staggers into the cell, her gaze sliding over the man. I follow her, taking in his shaggy hair long enough to tickle the sides of his neck. A silver streak peeks out among the black strands, while a scar slices through the corner of his mouth. Brown eyes stare blankly at the ceiling above, though a vague sort of relief seems to fill them. Slowly, Pei drops to her knees beside him. His skin is bleached of all color, contrasting starkly with the dark vest hugging him tightly. Blood stains his clothing, surrounding that silver dagger in a pool of crimson. With shaking fingers, Peyton traces the solid seam on his vest. She sucks in a breath before following the rise and fall of every pocket stitched into it. Her fingers stumble over a string of stitched words. The blue thread is blotched with blood, doled beneath one of the many pockets. I hear Peyton's breath catch before the murmured words that follow. See you in the sky. Eyes wide and rimmed with tears, she lifts her gaze to mine. He was trying to say that in the arena. He was dying, and that was the last thing he wanted to say. Peyton. I crouch beside her and place a gentle hand on her back. At the same moment, Kit rests on one on her shoulder. Our eyes meet for a single, unforgettable, uncomfortable moment in which we glimpse the rest of our lives. Peyton will always be between us. Soon, she will no longer be mine to comfort, mine to have. And pathetically, I still love her. She is forever lodged within me, the only pure spot on my stained soul. But for now, I do not pull away. Not until vows are wedged between us and that ring on her finger holds a greater weight. Until then, I will have her in whatever way she lets me. Even after our time on Loot together, he still blamed me for Adina's death. Peyton breathes. Her fingers curl around the vest's perfect hem. The way he was fighting, he really did want to hurt me. My stomach twists, hating that she ever believed it to be me in that ring with her. But tensions are high, and this wielder was there to play a part. Me. He wanted to avenge her. She shakes her head. I can't blame him for that. I only blame myself. My eyes meet Kit's over the worried girl between us. She leans back slowly on her heels, a silent stream of tears decorating her skin. But he decided not to kill me. He could have killed me. If we hadn't met, I wonder if things would have been different. Peyton's head falls onto my shoulder, and for a moment I forget my brother's presence. Kit looks away, his throat bobbing with emotion. Perhaps it's envy, irritation even, and I hate it. It's all wrong, seeing him like this, being like this with him. Peyton slaps an arm through Kit's, tugging him close. I stiffen slightly, Kit doing the same at the sudden inclusion, but Peyton doesn't so much as flinch. She simply stares at the body before us, her own pressed between two brothers. The sheer vastness of Pei's grief pulls my attention back to her. She clings to Kit's arm with her head tipped against my shoulder. I also know this girl better than she lets most. I can read each tremble and unspoken word. She wants silence. She wants to sit in this grief. And when she is ready to be pulled out, her betrothed and his brother are right here to do so. We never got to say goodbye to her. Peyton whispered words are not meant for our ears, but at least we can share how much we both loved her. It's a long while before she breaks away from the press of our bodies and lifts a hesitant hand toward the wielder's glassy gaze. She shuts his eyes gently, offering him the peaceful end she couldn't give in the arena. Numbly, Peyton straightens his vest before brushing strands of hair from his cool forehead. Take care of her for me, she whispers atop his pale skin. Take care of her, Mac. I almost don't hear her final broken whisper. See you in the sky. Chapter 50. Peyton. I hardly remember leaving the dungeons. Even less is recalled after returning to my room. It's harder knowing him. The corpse had a name. Mac. Mac. Mac! Dead bodies have no use for names. The last piece of Adina died in my arms just as she had. He wore her vest, and now it keeps his dead body warm. Mac. Ellie says she only learned this morning that it wasn't Kai in the arena. I tell her that I know. I think I'm selfish for the relief I feel at Kai's resurrection. Why does my love deserve to live and Adina's does not? But they are together now, decorating the sky. That is what he wanted. I'm beginning to realize. He only wished to see her in the sky. A waterfall of white cascades down my body. Are you almost done back there? I ask with a shade of concern. Popping her head over my shoulder, Ellie sighs at me in the mirror before us. There has to be 100 buttons. I shake my head before she ducks and turns to the meticulous task. My gaze wanders over the dress, tracing the delicate curve of its cut against my body. Soft white fabric hugs me closely while a layer of delicate lace falls over it. Clusters of small flowers decorate the dress, climbing up the thick straps around my shoulders to hang down the back in long ribbons. It's a perfect picture of purity, and I'm not sure I should be the one wearing it. There, Ellie declares before straightening. Oh, you're going to make such a beautiful bride. I swallow, force a tight smile. Now, she continues gently, unaware of my discomfort. It's not finished yet, and I can ask the seamstress to widen those straps a bit further if you'd like. A sliver of my scar still peeks out from beneath the fabric. I brush my fingers over the mangled skin, staring at the odd contrast between such delicacy and animosity. Maybe, I say distantly. I'm not sure if. A light knock at the door interrupts my hesitant answer. I whip toward the sound before smiling at the source of it. Callum stands in the doorway, smiling slightly. Is this a bad time to offer well wishes to the future queen? I wave him over as Ellie steps away, giving us some privacy. No, not at all. I'm happy you're here, actually. Oh? He steps beside me, blonde hair bright in the setting sun streaming through the window. All good reasons, I hope. My smile is small. Well, see, I'm fidgeting with the ring on my thumb. You're the closest thing I have to a father now, and I was wondering if I would be honored to walk you down the aisle, Peyton, Callum says with a solemn nod. Really? I breathe. For the first time in a very long time, I feel like a little girl again. I feel like someone's little girl again. Of course. His scrutinizing gaze drifts over the elegant dress before returning to my face. I catch the slight bob of his throat. You really do look like your mother. I'm flattered until reminded of the truth. That's right, I sigh. I never got the chance to tell you about my father's journals. Callum's eyes bore into mine, uncovering the buried thoughts behind them. He blinks in, voice soft. Adam wasn't your father. Apparently not. I shake my head, gaze falling to the ring on my thumb. His wife died in childbirth, and weeks later I showed up on his doorstep. Just another unwanted ordinary. So, who knows if I look like my real mother? Adam never told me. There was a long pause before Callum adds, Did he write anything else about this in the journal? I shake my head. He mostly documented his patience and the resistance growth, but if anything else was mentioned, it would have been on the pages I used to feed a fire in the Sanctuary of Souls. I glance up at him, slightly skeptical. Why? Callum manages a slight smile. Just curiosity for an old friend. I fiddle with the ring on my thumb. But you think I look like my father's wife, Alice? From the few pictures I saw of her, yes, he answers softly. Now, I must rush off to a meeting with Kit, but I'll be sure to tell him how beautiful you look in this wedding dress. The roses from my garden will look lovely with it. This makes me pause. Your garden? How did you manage to grow anything in a short amount of time you've been here? He backs away. Well, the blooms have been very helpful. They are to thank for persuading my flowers to grow. Right. The mutter is followed by a hurried, Thank you for everything. He dips his head, offering me one final glance. I hope you're not covering up that scar. You should be flaunting it. The mind reader is gone before the smile has returned to my lips. Ellie hurries back to my side, staring at my figure in the mirror while straightening the dress's several seams. What do you think? I run a hand down the fabric. I'm just thinking about what Adina would say. Probably a lot of things, Ellie says earnestly. The truth of that prediction makes me laugh, and then my fingers are straying to the thick straps slipping over my shoulders. Callum's words ring in my mind, but it's a sweeter voice that echoes in my heart. That is where Adina lives, and she is telling me to display my survival, showcase the power I have forced to find within myself. This fabric has never felt Adina's soft touch, and I never will again. If I'm to be married, I want to be wearing a piece of her. So, the least I can do is display my strength in her honor. Actually, I've decided against the straps. I fight to subdue my triumphant grin. I'd like them gone. Ellie nods. I'll go fetch the seamstress then. I watch her slip from the room before returning my gaze to the mirror. The face that stares back is foreign in a freeing way. There's a certain boldness within it that I look forward to familiarizing myself with. It's not quite the image of a queen, but perhaps something just as powerful. There's strength in sacrifice, and that is what this marriage is. So I smile at my reflection, unable to recall the last time I have. Faint footsteps echo from the hallway beyond, to which I absentmindedly call, Ellie, am I wearing a veil? I would happily beg you not to. My heart stutters at the sudden sound of his voice. I turn toward it slow, fabric swishing around my ankles. Kai stands in the doorway, his eyes roaming over the length of me with a look that distantly resembles devastation. Oh? I challenged breathlessly. Don't deprive me of seeing your face one last time. I falter. It wouldn't be the last time. It wouldn't be the same, he answers quickly. The ache in his voice makes me flinch. Kai. I step closely toward him, once again walking that dangerous line between duty and desire. I may be wearing a wedding dress meant for the king, but it's his brother I continually run back to. Don't, he practically chokes. Don't walk toward me wearing that dress. I've never heard the enforcer sound so shaken. It only reminds me that I won't be the one waiting for you at the end of the aisle. My feet stutter to a stop. I nod slowly, hating the hurt on his face. My throat burns. I don't want this either. He stares at me for a long moment before closing the distance between us. I only came to slide a note beneath your door. My breath catches when he presses a folded piece of parchment into my palm. But now that I'm here, he takes a step back to thoroughly look me over. I can tell that your outfit is missing something. This blatant statement makes me blink. Oh? Kai's mouth twitches. You have nothing sharp to threaten me with. That is a problem, isn't it? I agree. With a growing grin that showcases those dimples I love to hate, he reaches into his boot to retrieve my dagger, I breathe. Its swirling, silver hilt winks at me in the dying light. I take it gently from his hand, smiling as I'm reunited with this piece of my father, until I'm reminded why I didn't have it in the first place. I stare down at the clean blade. You pulled it from his chest. He had no need for it. My gaze falls to the calloused palms at his sides. His nails are rimmed with dirt, though his hands are scrubbed clean of the mud that once coated them. That sight alone sends me back to the Whispers, where a cocky prince once buried a girl for the sake of another. And again, in the slums of Ilia, another littered body of mine was put to rest by the man meant to drag me to my doom. You buried him. It's not a question. But it's not a surprise either. Not anymore. Nothing gets past you, little psychic. Kai sighs out the words before adding, out in the poppy field. I figured that was a good place for him to rest. Thank you. I choke on the words. I only wish Adina was there with him. His fingers find my chin. I know, Pei. I wish I knew what happened to her after that trial. I nod quickly, not wanting to dwell on that thought more than I already do. Thank you, I say again. You really are becoming quite the gentleman. Only for you, darling. He flicks my nose gently before backing away with a wry smile. I blink at his retreating form. Where are you going? His palms rise as if accepting defeat. Somewhere you cannot torture me, Gray. An exasperated sound tumbles out of my mouth. Torture? I haven't even raised my dagger to you yet. Are you completely unaware of how devastating you are? Kai chuckles darkly. You don't need a blade. I would bleed if only you asked. Then I wouldn't ask, I retort sternly. No, you wouldn't. He steps out into the hall, tossing his next damning sentence over her shoulder. As my queen, you would command it. Chapter 51. Kai. The sound of muffled voices slip beneath the throne room's looming doors. Kit stands beside me, straightening the golden crown that bleeds into the hair beneath. She should be here by now. I get the strangest sense he isn't speaking to me. My gaze sweeps down the hallway, searching for any flash of silver hair. She'll be here soon. Probably. The king runs a hand over his face, eyes blurry. Well, the court is growing restless. We should head in there. Sighing, I turn toward the door. What? Kit asks skeptically. Spit it out. I've just never been dead before. I shrug a shoulder. It was kind of nice. Kit's laugh bounces all around us. His stare seems to clear suddenly. Peaceful, I'm sure. I should die more often. His smile is so equally familiar and earnest. No chance, Kai Pai. I need you with me. The door begins to slowly uncurl, revealing a sliver of the court within. We face them, the kingdom, the life we have been thrown into, just as with everything else, together. Kit glances sidelong at me. He smiles wider. I grin back. Ready for your resurrection? He murmurs. I take a breath. So long as you're here to help me survive this time. The doors fly open, and gasps echo through the room. Every gaze is pinned to the walking corpse among them. I learned many years ago not to grow flustered beneath scrutiny, so I slip a mask over my features, smothering any emotion that isn't indifference. Shocked whispers follow my every step, disbelief nipping at my heels. Reaching the dais, Kit turns to greet the stunned court. Good afternoon. I trust you are all thoroughly surprised at the sight of your enforcer after witnessing Peyton's final trial in the bowl. The king rests a firm hand on my shoulder. It seems you all needed to be reminded that Kai Azure is the strongest elite among us. His death will not come so easily. The crowd erupts, cheers rippling throughout the throne room. It's likely out of fear that they celebrate, concerned by what I might do to them. They don't need to believe you. They need only to fear you. Kit's words ring true, but it's father's voice I hear saying them. I stand there, pretending as though I'm a man whom death himself fears, and all it cost me was the torture of watching myself nearly kill Peyton, witnessing my deepest fear come to life while I tried uselessly to claw my way to her. The court claps for me, shouting praises deserving of a hero, and they know better than most that I am anything but. Even so, I offer a slight nod of my head, and the doors swing open. Every head turns towards the rumbling sound. Gazes widen when they land on her face, gawk when they glance below it. I can hardly help but do the same, though, for different, very different reasons. She stands there, draped in emerald green. It spills down her body in dozens of layers before billowing around her feet and draping behind her heels. The gown hugs her waist tightly, climbing up her body in a strapless corset, and there, on display above her beating heart, is the king's carving. Peyton's spine is straight beneath the crushing weight of eyes against her chest. The mangled O sits crudely atop her smooth skin, the scar flowing grimly into the slice down her neck. Boldly, she casts her own scrutiny over the crowd. Vulnerably, she shows those who hate her the one thing she hates most about herself, and unashamedly, they stare. Hushed whispers drift through the room, forcing the king to cut through the gossip loudly. Your future queen, Peyton Gray. Kit has always worn his emotions blatantly, a quality I equally admire and envy. So when I look over at him, finding an unsurprised expression on his face, I realize that this isn't the first time he's witnessed the cruelty our father engraved on Peyton. A prick of jealousy, hurt even, slips beneath my unbothered mask. I'm not entirely sure why, perhaps because I know that scar to be incredibly intimate to her. That she fought to keep me from finding, only to willingly bare herself to my brother. But of course she should. They're betrothed. This is only the beginning. Peyton strides across the marble floor, splitting the now silent court. Emerald fabric flows behind her, and with every step towards the dais, she holds her head high, silver hair brushing tanned shoulders, while the scar tugs at the skin below. Her foot reaches the first step, and those blue eyes crash into mine. The look she gives me is sharp, same as it always has been, and likely always will be. Because no matter how much our feelings grow, or confessions spew, we will always remain precisely as we are. I will tease her until my dying breath, spar until I'm buried 6 feet beneath her feet. I am forever her rival, and I revel in it. She turns to face the court, every bit the queen they made her become. Her gaze falls to Kit, just as it will for the rest of our lives. He offers her a slight dip of his head, encouraging her mouth to open, and so the ordinary couldn't kill him. My eyes snap to the crowd, landing on a man who must long to meet death. That means, he raises a hand towards the dais, she didn't even complete the trial. It was to the death, was it not? Peyton is speaking before I have the chance to choose a more violent method. Would you like me to complete the trial here? If you wish to be satisfied, it is your blood I can spill instead. Her voice is lethal in a way I yet to be graced with. The man's face slackens at the words, growing paler with each one spoken after. It wouldn't be difficult, she says smoothly. You recently lost your dominant hand, and as a crawler that would severely put you in a disadvantage. Any punch you try to throw would be weak, and your defense even more so. She says all of this as if stating the weather. I reach out with my power, twining it around the stunned man. Crawler. My lips twitch into a smile I can't help. Not quite a psychic, not quite an ordinary either. And your wife? Peyton's cold gaze flicks to the woman beside him, now inching closer to her husband. Even being a healer, she couldn't save your hand, and deep down you despise her for it. The court stares up at the future queen, their eyes wide with disbelief, while her own remain on that man's face. Am I wrong? His mouth opens and closes. She doesn't hesitate. Am I wrong? He dips his head, shaking it solemnly as the crowd explodes into a flurry of whispers. Psychic indeed. Something else entirely. Peyton's voice cuts through them all, a soft sort of demanding. I am no elite, and that is all you see when you look at me. Everything I am not. So let me tell you what I am. She takes a deep breath, the scar above her heart rising and falling. I am power earned, not gifted. I became one of you. observant enough to pose as a psychic, strong enough to survive your trials. Over and over, I have proved myself worthy of your loyalty. But I have faced far worse things than my own powerlessness. She lifts an arm, running fingers over the scar beneath her collarbone. I once wore this carving with shame, but now it is proof of my survival. No ability could have withstood what I alone have. A smile touches her lips. A king left his mark upon my heart, and now I will leave mine across his kingdom. I've never seen something so beautiful, so bold, so blatantly right before me, for this kingdom, this hope of a united Ilia, and I fear I may forever be in awe of her. Looking at Peyton Gray, I see a reckless sort of fearlessness, a power that swells from her vibrant soul. The plague runs through my blood, same as yours. Peyton's voice is clear, carrying over the silent throne room. But it did not bless me with strength. I took it. Stepping to the edge of the dais, she lets her gaze wander over the crowd. I am ordinary, elite, a power of my choosing, and I will be your queen. All that I am, and fiercely what I am not. Silence. The court stares at her in shock and a confusing concoction of fear and respect, and Peyton Gray stares right back. Silver Savior. The hushed whisper meets my ears, spurring me to step forward. Bend the knee to the future Queen of Ilia. Pei's eyes snap to mine, and for a moment it's as though we are the only two souls occupying this room. There's that electrifying tether between us, tugging at my heart with every second I'm beheld by her. But the sound of shifting feet has my gaze tearing away, and every knee has met marble, every head bowed toward it. Peyton swallows at the sight of the court kneeling before her. I smile. Kit grabs Queen's hand. To the Silver Savior, he calls over the crowd. In 3 days' time, she will be your Queen of Ilia. Chapter 52. Peyton. The rough wall is cool against my bare back. My dress spills onto the floor, layers of emerald coating the cellar stones beneath. The bottle's neck is strangled between my fingers while sweet wine stains my lips. To the Silver Savior, the liquor has loosened Kit's lips, allowing a rare moment of praise directed at me. My head is dizzy, and yet I still shake it at him. The king resembles nothing of the sort as he sloppily raises his own bottle into the air. His enforcer grins beside him, happily following his brother's lead, while I simply laugh at them. Frowning, Kit slides a hand beneath my elbow, pushing it upward. My bottle rises in turn, earning a satisfied look from the king. Now, he tries again. To the Silver Savior, the most fearsome, ordinary, and, stopping suddenly, he offers a contemplative glance at Kai. Is there anything you'd like to add, brother? In response, the enforcer clinks his bottle against ours, and to many more terrifying speeches like that one. Kit hums his approval before fixing his gaze on mine. I clear my throat, feeling the wine cloud my thoughts. To a united Ilia. I take a swig from my bottle, spurring the brothers to do the same. The cellar is damp, illuminated only by dull, flickering lights. Long shadows fall over the king and his enforcer, but huddled this close together, I can see them clearly, and can't help but to smile. How did you know those things? Kit inquires. About who it was? Commander Orson? Kai nods. He's a pain in my ass, so I quite enjoyed the show. But yes, he continues slyly, I would also love to hear how the little psychic pulled that off. My look is smug. And to think you ever doubted my elite ability. Rightfully so. Less bickering, Kit demands with a cough. More explaining. Fine, I sigh, thinking back to the moment I saw the commander a handful of hours ago. When he raised his hand toward me, I immediately noticed how red and raw his palm was. There were scrapes and bruises where calluses would form, telling me that he had been using his left hand far more strenuously than normal. And what elite uses their hands more than any other? Obviously a crawler. Yes, obviously, Kit muses. He seems like his old self with me tonight. Perhaps that is thanks to the alcohol. I then realized that his hand was so wounded because he no longer had use of the other. I continue evenly. So when I glimpsed the stiff glove on his right hand, everything started to click. He was concealing a wooden limb in place of the one he'd lost. And his wife? It's Kai's skeptical voice that asks this. How did you know about her? I blow out a breath. Honestly, that was even more of a gamble. I glimpsed a tan line on the crawler's wedding finger, and yet he wore the ring on the one beside it. The wife wore her own ring proudly, while glowing with that sort of health that most healers do. I twist the steel ring on my thumb. Father taught me how to point out a healer from nothing but the glow on their skin. He would tell me how most use their abilities on themselves to stay looking as young as possible. Clearing my throat, I glanced up at the stunned brothers. Anyway, I could see how she reached for him only to be ignored. I figured then that she must have tried to save his hand and was unable to, and he despised her for it. Kai finishes softly. I'm sorry, Kit cuts in, but how the hell do you know that was all true? I shrug, swallowing another mouthful of wine. I didn't? It's all a gamble. Kai shakes his head at me. That is a dangerous game, Gray. Oh, I'm well aware, I admit. But so much of observing is taking risks, coming to a logical conclusion, and I've been wrong before, sure, but I've spent a lifetime mastering this psychic ability. Frowning, I add, though it hasn't had much need for it over the past few weeks. You could always practice on us if you like, the king offers. Kai laughs, and the sound has my gaze snapping to his as goosebumps tickle my bare arms. Yes, why don't you read us, Gray? I laugh. You think I didn't do that the moment I met you both? Well, Kit urges, what did you learn? That you, I gesture to Kai, were a cocky bastard, and you, I nod at Kit, were a charming prince. The enforcer smirks wryly. And now? You're even more so, I answer sweetly. What about me? I force my gaze toward Kit. I'm not sure anymore. You're far more difficult to read. The king watches me for a moment. Well, you'll have plenty of time to figure me out. Right, I swallow. The wedding's in 3 days. This was as much a surprise to the kingdom as it was to me. I froze on that dais, hand in the king's and heart in my throat. 3 days. So soon I would lose my freedom, my heart, my love. Kai's eyes flick to mine, and the hurt in his gaze only amplifies the grief in my own. I will be tethered to him for the rest of our lives, but not in the way either of us had hoped. Essel insists that we perform a second ceremony en route, Kit says curtly. He thinks it will help unite the people further if the slums are included in their celebrations. It's unusual, for sure, but I think that's a great idea, I add quickly. Kai's nod is distant, but I don't miss the bite in his voice. 2 weddings, even better. And then he's on his feet. Kai, he cuts through my plea with curt words of his own. There's much for me to do before the ceremony. Those stormy eyes meet mine. I'll give you two some time to figure one another out. Before I can argue, he's disappeared behind the shadowy stairs. I loose a sigh into the damp air. He has a lot on his mind, I'm sure. You mostly. I whip toward him. I'm sorry? There's no need to feign surprise, Peyton. Kit's words are clipped, his face dull without his brother to brighten it, gaunt cheeks stark in the flickering light. Ruling's already taken its toll on him. We both know that Kai's heart belongs to you. And you, I add sternly, he loves you enough to not interfere with your plans. Kit stares down at his bottle, swirling what remains within. Time will tell. I clear my throat, unsure what should come out of it. Kai's typically the topic we avoid poking at, so I let us sit here in silence for several tense moments before finally scrounging up enough words to fill the gaping space between us. I picked roses, I should clarify, for the wedding. I hope that's okay. He almost smiles, though I can't decipher what emotion lies beneath it. Yes, I would have chosen those myself. Really? My mother seemed to like them, he says distantly. I straighten against the stone wall. You don't talk about her much. I don't know enough about her, he counters. Only the little that father deigned to tell me, and now that I'm king, what I found out on my own. Disgust coats my tongue. He should never have kept you from knowing her. I'm the one that killed her, after all. The king sounds as though a shrug is stuck in his throat. Perhaps that's why I'm never good enough for him. I fight to keep my voice even. That wasn't your fault, Kit. Didn't she die in childbirth? He nods. It's a distracted movement. She died. I lived. Father hid her memory from me. His gaze grows distant after the devastating words, fixed intently on the wall behind me. Kit, you... It's getting late. He runs a hand down his face, thoroughly wiping it of the sadness that once settled there. A cough rattles his chest. We should get some rest. The king stands. I follow his lead. I won't be my father. He walks stiffly towards the steps while I hang on every word. We are changing Ilya, and long live the queen who has helped make that happen. Chapter 53. Kai. I take a seat in the rigid chair, forcing an equally uncomfortable smile. Hello, Mother. Her tired eyes give me that knowing look. Kit told me. In fact, you just missed him. Oh? I take in the cot she hasn't left in nearly 2 months. He still comes to see you? A sharp cough rings through the empty wing before she manages. We've bonded since the passing of your father. Her hand reaches weakly for mine. But don't go changing the subject, Kai. I know. Sighing, I run fingers through my disheveled hair. 2 days. How does the throne room look? I almost laugh. Like a garden. Blooms have woven dozens of those pink roses along the aisles and around the pillars. It's a royal wedding, she says, voice hoarse. The These typically are extravagant. Hurriedly she adds, well, not mine and the king's, of course. Because father had to remarry quickly after the death of Kit's mother, I nearly recite. It, it's like looking into a mirror, her eyes. They study me for a long moment, seemingly in search of something within them. I forget that you were so young. Still so much for you to learn. The words sound vaguely like a warning I'm meant to heed. But when the queen succumbs to a fit of coughs, all thoughts are overshadowed with concern for her. I raise a glass of water to her lips, tipping her reddened face back until the cool liquid has cleared her throat. I'm. She swallows before trying again. I'm sorry you have to see me like this. Shh. It's a stern hushing for a queen. I won't be seeing you like this for long, because you'll be healthy before we know it. Her smile, once so vibrant, has dulled. You can lie to yourself all you like, but don't go doing so to your dying mother. I shake my head, refusing to believe her words and wishing to speak of different ones. You're okay with Kit marrying Peyton? Kit has his reasons. You're okay with Kit marrying Peyton? Kit has his reasons, she says simply. I'm not entirely convinced by this answer. She coughs. I wince. Rest, mother. So, a ragged heave of her chest interrupts the words. So much to learn. Heat envelops the kitchen, wafting the scent of freshly seasoned potatoes into the air. Jax is practically salivating beside me, Andy points out with a snort. Gail, how much longer? He's scaring me. The cook turns, her round face wearing a bright grin. Almost there, hun. The turkey needs a little bit longer yet. Perched on my usual counter, Kit sits beside me as though we were boys again. Andy and Jax occupy the far ledge, while Peyton leans against an open wall observing the lot of us. Hang in there, Jay, Kit comforts, albeit teasingly. He seems better with our company, his mind clear of whatever haunts it. Jax puffs out his chest, long legs dangling over the counter. I'm a hungry growing boy. I laugh. Oh, you better be done growing. Yeah, Kit gives him a sympathetic look. We can't have our little brother looking down on us. Andy's burgundy eyebrows fly up to her forehead. If he has to look down on me, he has to be looking down on you too. I simply won't allow it, Kit states. Great idea. Andy dips a finger into the bowl of mashed potatoes beside her, sneaking a taste. Let's make that your next decree, yes? Gail doesn't bother turning around. I saw that, Andrea. With wide, honey eyes, Andy hisses in our direction. How the hell does she do that? Peyton laughs, drawing my attention to the opposite side of the stove. Every eye rests on her, and the stunning smile she wears. The pot. Gail can see your reflection in the pot, Andrea. The cook whirls on Peyton, though her grin never falters. Don't go giving away my secrets. Why, thank you, Miss Gray, Andy says sweetly. Next, I'll need you to figure out how Jasmine keeps cheating on cards. Peyton nods. Anytime. Oh, Jax nearly jumps from the counter. Can you figure out where all my left socks are going? Yes, quite the conundrum. My cousin throws an arm around Jax's shoulders. But the future queen owes me a favor or two after fixing her door. Twice. Her gaze then slides accusingly towards me. I lean casually back on my palms, meeting her stare with a slight smirk. I was dead for a day, and it's the door you care about? Oh, please, she mutters. We knew you weren't dead, but don't worry, I still mourn the presence of my dear cousin. What decree did you have in mind? Kit cuts in, addressing Andy. Jax must stop growing, was it? It clearly it's clear his wishes for a change of subject, and thankfully our cousin is more than happy to oblige. I think that is a very kingly declaration. It is not, Jax protests. I let them bicker among themselves, if only to relieve a piece of our past. Everything is so much simpler in this kitchen, as though the world beyond steps stops when we step behind these stone walls. A relief of sorts resides on Peyton's face. Perhaps even she has found a semblance of solace here. With us, this family she never had. All right, Gale bellows. Grab a plate now and set the table. We do as we're told, filling the rickety table on the far side of the kitchen. Bowls of food promptly descend upon the wood, covering every scratch and stain. After shooing us all into a seat, Gale sits at the head, scooping her feast onto our plates. As children, this was our sanctuary, sitting round this table, hiding from the pressures of a court we didn't understand. Now, it's even more so. Jax and Andy argue over every piece of turkey, while Kit laughs, doing little to mediate between them and their appetites. I rarely see him this happy outside the kitchen or company of family. Peyton sits across from me, piling beans onto her plate. She lifts her eyes, giving me a knowing glance that has me grinning. So do you like green beans? I say slyly. So you do like green beans? I say slyly. Well, since you forced me to eat them when I arrived at this castle, she reminds. They've grown on me. Among many other things since you've gotten here. Don't push it, Azure. She smiles, and I wish for nothing more than to kiss it from her lips. I have plenty of knives at my disposal to press to your pretty neck. See? I point my fork at her. If you call me pretty, I hear only the compliment, not the threat. She rolls her eyes, but I'm robbed of whatever lovely response she is ready to give me when a familiar voice cuts through the chaos. The king informed me that dinner would be served in the kitchen tonight. Callum stands in the doorway, his daughter occupying the shadow he casts. I hope we're not interrupting. Not at all, Kit waves at them to join. There's plenty of food. Please, help us eat. My gaze flicks to Peyton, now patting the empty seat beside her. Mira, come sit. She does, despite this disinterested look she wears. Callum then takes a seat at the table's end before lifting his glass into the air. Let us thank the plague for this royal union to come. Kit's eyes are fixed on the mind reader as he raises his own drink. Thank the plague. The mumbled phrase carries its way around the table until every glass is raised. But it is Peyton alone who does not thank the plague. Instead, she tips her head, turning back to Callum expectantly. A smile touches my lips. She will not thank what has stolen everything from her. I still, staring at my queen when Callum declares, to saving Ilya. Chapter 54. Peyton. It is my last day of freedom. Though I haven't had much of that as of late. I wake, dress, Ellie helps me, because of course I'm incapable of doing that alone. Eat, but I must not fill my own plate. Walk the halls, Linny is at my side. Seek counsel from Callum about helping rule a kingdom. Eat again, but do not touch the serving spoons. Walk the garden, silently dread my wedding. Search for Kai wherever I go, but force myself to turn away when I find him. Soak in a bath, eat in bed. I am to be queen, after all. I'm to be queen. Ellie cleans up the dishes. I tell her not to. I am to be queen. Further dread my wedding. I am to be queen. Would you like to wear a dress tonight? I blink, startling from my thoughts. Ellie stands at the edge of my bed, staring expectantly. To meet the king. Her smile is only slightly concerned. Do you want to wear a dress? Oh, right. I slip out from beneath the covers to plant my feet on the cushioned floor. Yes, that's fine. With a nod, Ellie hurries over to the armoire in search of a gown. Sorry, I direct distantly at her back. Today has been such a blur. I feel like I'm sleepwalking. It's likely just all the excitement, she reassures me. Tomorrow is a very big day. It certainly is, I murmur. The castle is buzzing. Ellie pulls a navy dress from the depths of my armoire. We rarely get to plan such fun events. They want everything to be perfect for the royal wedding. At least the castle's happy about it, I sigh, stretching my stiff limbs. I doubt the rest of the kingdom is. As she ushers me behind the dressing screen, Ellie's soft voice spews comforting words. You don't know that. After the third trial and the speech of the court, the people may be thinking differently. Time will tell, I suppose. I step into the flowing blue dress before pulling the thick straps over my shoulders. It's not quite formal attire with its linen fabric, but the striking cut of it ensures I won't be overlooked. I duck my head, offering a sad smile to the floor. Perhaps I did learn a thing or two about fabrics over the years. I only know what it is I'm wearing because Adina trained me to steal exactly what cloth she needed. She would make me sit behind our fort, memorizing the feel of each fabric until I could differentiate them by touch alone. My breath catches when Ellie pulls at the laces above my waist. Panting, I manage to mutter between my teeth, "You didn't tell me I'd be wearing a corset." Another yank of laces. "I'm afraid you'll have to get used to it, my queen." I gasp before Ellie finally ties off the torture device and guides me toward the mirror. Navy fabric spills in the middle of my shins, flaring out beneath the cinching corset. Matching tulle peeks out along my square neckline to tickle my lifted breasts. My hair shines above my shoulders, contrasting the dark blue like a full moon against the night sky. The scar is there, ever on display. So I stand a little straighter, showcasting it in a way I hope would make the king roll over in his grave. "You like it, don't you?" Ellie smiles, and it's a sweet sort of savagery. Corset and all. "Fine," I drawl. "I like it." Tilting my head toward the ceiling, I proclaim, "You hear that, eh? I like the corset. You win." Ellie giggles, and I allow myself to do the same. Heading for the door, I'm presented with a pair of flat dark shoes that I happily slip on. "I'll meet Lenny in the hall," I say over my shoulder. "Thank you for your help, Elle. You can have the rest of the night to yourself. But it's your wedding night, and you will have so much more to do tomorrow." I swing open the door. "Rest." I insist. I catch her begrudging nod before striding into the hallway. It only takes a few steps before Lenny has found his way to my side. "Evening, princess," he winces. "Queen, or whatever it is I'm supposed to call you." "You could try my name," I offer. He considers this mockingly. "I don't think our relationship is quite there yet." After elbowing him in the stomach, I allow myself a smile. We turn down another hall, and right as I think I've escaped the question, he asks, "You ready for tomorrow?" That pinch of panic I've been feeling all day grabs hold of my heart once again. Not even a little bit. "Everything will be fine." This is slightly reassuring until he adds, "Hopefully." "You really are such a comfort to me." "Hey," he practically laughs. "You'll be fine, all right. You always are." "Right." I glance over at him, like the cockroach I am. Those red curls fall over his brow with a shake of his head. That does sound less and less like a compliment. Compliment, I'm beginning to realize. I surprise myself with a weak laugh. "You don't say." As we turn a corner, the throne room's large doors come into sight. I take a deep breath, worrying once again what it is I might see behind them. My determined avoidance of wedding decorations will now come to an end. We're nearly at the doors when Lenny grabs my arm, pulling me aside. "Hey, I wanted to ask you something." He fidgets with the mask on his face, running fingers along the freckles peeking out beneath. "What is it?" I ask, slightly concerned. "Well, when you're queen," he gestures to the looming doors, "which will be very soon, I was, wondering if you could do something for me." "Of course," the answer is quick. "Anything." He takes a deep breath. "Release me from my post. I'd like to be free of my imperial duties. See what Dora or Tondo has to offer me." I blink, stunned. "What? Is that what you want?" He scratches the back of his neck. "I think. Maybe." My hand finds his arm, and forced to swallow before saying, "Well, if that is what you wish, but..." I point a finger in his face. "We are going to talk about this later, okay?" His relief is palpable. "Of course." I smile at him before turning open towards the doors. They're open a handful of heartbeats later as I step into the throne room. Lenny's voice follows. "Thank you, P." Nodding over my shoulder at him, I nearly stumble into my own wedding. A plethora of light pink roses twine together to create a path down the center of the room. They climb up the dais, bursting into a bed of petals to pad our feet. Awe parts my lips at the twisted arch of foliage hanging above it all, a lacing of vines, roses, and drooping white flowers. The pillars are covered in more of the same, their marble lost in the beauty choking them. Thick white ribbons string between the windows and dance alongside the intricate molding. The room itself glows in the setting sunlight, kissing every flower with a drop of warmth. It's beautiful, isn't it? Thoroughly entranced by the ethereal expanse before me, I startle at Kit's words. "Yes, it's unlike anything I've ever seen." His smile is faint. "You happy with it?" I had nearly forgotten what it all was meant for, at the reminder of he, the king, will forever be tethered to my soul at the end of this flowery path. I feel a bit faint. "Mm-hmm." The sound's uncertain. The uncertain sound is all I can manage at the moment. Good. He steps closer. I fight to keep my feet from running out the doors. Is he paler than usual? His lips are chapped, gaze bleary above them. I know this is a lot, but it'll be over soon. His words grow distant, and just like that, the walls are closing in. I swallow, corset suddenly suffocating. "I'm okay, just have a lot on my mind." "I know the feeling," he agrees. "This is not an easy..." I don't hear the rest of his words. No, my focus is wholly on those doors and the freedom beyond. I'm sorry, I suddenly rasped, cutting off his muffled voice. I think I just need some time alone. The twinge of confusion on his face has me attempting to soften my demand with a quick, I'll see you tomorrow, though, and everything looks gorgeous. Running sweaty hands down the front of my dress, I set an impressive pace towards the doors. Thank you, I call over my shoulder, truly. And when the king has disappeared from sight, I run towards the yawning open door behind the castle. I trip down the stairs after bursting through the doors. Wind claws at my hair as I step into the courtyard, dress rippling all around me. Legs pumping, I run for the gardens, feeling freer than I likely ever will again. A rolling of dark clouds begins to smother the setting sun, covering it with the promise of rain. Still, I run. From my fear, from my future, from my now. The slippers on my feet beat steadily across the garden's spiraling path. Petals brush playfully at my legs while thorns bite at the fabric encasing them. Thunder rumbles in the distance. Still, I run. Past every crumbling statue, every soft flower bed, every drop of water the fountain spits at me. My feet meet the plush field of grass beyond, and still I run right into that willow tree. Rain splatters my face as I pass the curtain of drooping leaves and duck beneath its refuge. My heart stops at the same moment my feet do. There he is, stunningly sprawled atop a large blanket. I'm panting, heart pounding at the sight of its other half. Kai looks up at me, hands resting behind the hat, a head of black waves. I nearly fall to my knees before him. He's always been a prince, always a puppet for a power or instrument of death, but just as constant and formidably fierce, he has been my home. In my search for comfort, it is him I crawl back to. Peace is the place he resides, and passion is a word I only understand when I look into his eyes. He is the freedom I cannot grasp. We are inevitable. We are tragedy. Pay. I follow the plea in his voice and stride slowly toward the alluring sound. Rain pelts the canopy of leaves, slipping between the occasional branch to sprinkle my skin. It grows steadily darker beneath the willow's solace, but the shadows refuse to hide his face from me as I lower myself down on the blanket. Kai sits up, reaches for my face, thinks better of it. It's the eve of your wedding. I've hardly seen you in days, so I certainly wasn't expecting your company tonight. It's a blatant statement, one he's wrung all emotion from. I swallow, letting my eyes trace up the strong column of his neck. I know. There's a pause. It is filled with a flurry of thoughts, a fluttering of my heart, with the intensity of conviction and impulsiveness of longing. But I made my choice the day I stole coins from his, so long ago. Passion, thrill, something all-consuming. Tomorrow's my wedding day, I finally murmur. I think that's why I'm here. Peyton, I won't watch you marry him. His voice is a little more than a growl. I can't bear to lose you. So have me. The tips of my fingers trace his knuckles. One last time. He stills beneath my touch, eyes flicking up to meet mine. Searching, surprised by the boldness of those words. I don't want a last time, he breathes. I want a first and forever. My hand is steady as it reaches up for his face. Kai leans into the touch, pressing his cheek against my palm with an eagerness that makes my heart pound. Just pretend with me tonight. I touch my forehead to his, nose brushing against his own. Pretend we have forever after this. The deep breath he draws in is the very sound of restraint. But Kit is not my husband yet. I finish instead of his protest, and starting tomorrow, I will give him the rest of my life, but to you, I give my heart, myself. A deep sound hums in the back of his throat. It makes me shiver. Rain splatters his hair, sticking dark waves to his forehead as he greedily wraps an arm around my waist, tugging me closer. I can't help but gasp when his head dips, lips grazing the side of my neck. My head falls back as he kisses a dizzyingly slow path down the sensitive column of my throat. His lips drag across my flushed skin, mouth mingling with the cool rain that drips from my jaw. My hands wrap around his neck and claw at his hair in a futile attempt to tug him closer. I need him closer. Kai's breath is warm against my throat, his voice quivering with restraint. It's the murmur of his lips against my skin, a plea, a demand. Tell me what it is you want, Pei. My whole body ignites beneath his touch, something unleashing within me at the sound of his desperation. I lean back to cup his face in my hands and whisper a promise onto his lips. You, I breathe, you always. His mouth crashes into mine. I melt against him, letting this wave of wanting consume me. He kisses me deeply, and I've never tasted something so alluring. I'm quickly pulled onto his lap, one hand in my hair and the other gripping my hip like it's a dream he's terrified to wake from. His lips claim me, more than they ever have before and ever will again. My mouth parts for him, our tongues meeting greedily. Thunder rattles the sky, rain pelts the canopy of leaves, but I'm lost beneath this willow, knowing nothing but him and this moment. My lips move against his, even as I grab the hand he has wrapped around my waist and guide it toward the laces at my back. He pulls away, chest heaving against mine. The corset is gripped tightly in his fist, as though to hold himself back from tearing it off me. I promised that if I had you, his thumb traces the curve of my lips, it would only be because you let me. So have me. It's a desperate demand from lips that already miss his. You don't want me to beg for you first? He drawls. My fingers catch his chin. Is that not what you've done since the moment we met? He chuckles, and the sound snakes its way down my spine. The tie at my back grows loose as Kai toys with the knot, and is that what I and it is what I will do until the moment I meet my end. A response is ready to roll off my tongue when air suddenly floods into my lungs. With one precise tug, Kai has freed me from the corset's confines. I gasp, staring at him in shock while a breathy laugh surprises me. He tilts his head, wearing a dimple-framed grin. I'm quite good with corsets. I laugh again, the sound cut off by the press of my lips against his. My teeth nip at his lip playfully, so unlike that night atop the roof and door. He breathes me in, kissing me like I've commanded him to do it. I sigh into his mouth, and the sound has something snapping within him. Swiftly, he flips me on from his lap to the blanket beneath us. I lie there, panting up at him. My back is bare beneath the arm he has wrapped around it, the blanket cold and wet, and nothing has ever felt so perfect. His hold grows suddenly gentle, and I catch a slight trembling of his fingers when he tucks a strand of hair behind my ear. I'm delicate in his arms, devoted in his gaze. Are you sure, Pei? I smile up at him, having never been so sure of anything in my life. Yes, I answer softly. Tonight will be our forever. The loosened corset has a strap falling off my shoulder. Holding his gaze, I slip the other off my arm, an invitation. His chest heaves as I reach for his tunic and the trail of buttons down its center. One by one, I pull them free, revealing a sliver of skin beneath. Kai's gaze slides over my collarbones, the lifting of my chest, the falling of my fingers from his shirt. He holds my stare and shrugs the fabric from his shoulders before casting it aside. Beads of water roll down his bare chest and the swirling tattoo there. Raindrops trail the length of his stomach, following the path of rigid muzzle. I've never found breathing to be such a chore. My fingers skim over the rough leather belt hanging low on his hips. Slowly, I trace the hilt of a thin dagger clinging to the side of his pants. My eyes never stray from his as I pull the weapon free and toss it aside. His smile is dangerous. I've never seen you pass up an opportunity to threaten me. Don't sound disappointed, I whisper slyly. That grin grows greedy, but when he lowers himself over me, the movement is gentle. I run my hands across his bare back, feeling every muscle that ripples down the length of it. Then his mouth is on my skin again, kissing the length of my collarbone, the hollow of my throat, above the heart that aches for him and the scar his father gave me. Kai's eyes flick up to meet mine then, after he skinned his mouth over the mangled skin. His lips form a murmured promise. No part of you will go unloved. I nod, rain splattering my face and rolling down my cheeks like the tears I refuse to shed. I nod because I believe him. I nod because there's not an inch of myself that I will not give him. My confession is breathy, nearly lost on the wind. I love you. Then I shiver because I want him so recklessly that it shakes me to my very core. And tonight, he is mine. Lightning strikes, illuminating the fierce cut of his body above me, muscles tense and gray eyes molten with heat. I love you, I say again, and pull his face up toward mine. He kisses me, and the world falls quiet. I love you. And when the dress slips from my skin, leaving only the rain to clothe me, he seems to whisper into my very soul, You are my forever. Shadow and flame, formidably inevitable, forever my undoing. Chapter 55. Kai. Dawn streams through the willow's branches, slipping between the gaps in her embrace. I roll groggily onto my side, skin slick with morning dew. My hand reaches for her warmth, but finds only cold air. Blinking awake, I sit up rigidly atop the damp blanket, my bare chest exposed to the morning chill. My frantic gaze lands on her. Then it calms, evolves into something akin to awe. Pei sits at the end of the blanket, light dappling her smooth skin. Shadows of willow leaves paint her body, ever shifting in the slight breeze. She is a vision, something so ethereal in this moment that I may just believe there is a god. She's the closest thing to a deity. Her smile is soft, lingering at the corners, with a slight shyness she rarely lets me see. Good morning, Prince. My pants are damp with dew, but I bend my knees, propping elbows on them loosely. Good morning, darling. I watch her pull each strap of that damp and dirty dress over her shoulders. She can feel the gaze I drag over her, and kindly lets me continue. Inching closer, Pei turns her bare back to me. I know you're better at unlacing corsets, but I can't walk through the castle with my dress falling off. I smile, letting my fingers glide down her spine. This makes her shiver, skin pebbling in a way that has me swallowing. I memorize the feel of her, slow and deliberate, before tying a loose knot at the base of the corset. Thank you, she murmurs, turning to face me. I shrug. I could use the practice when it comes to lacing corsets. Peyton rolls her eyes, even as I pull her against me. If it is more practice you need, then how would you like to be the queen's maid? My fingers find the tip of her nose and flick it lightly. I'm afraid I would be a terrible distraction. Your clothes would rarely make it on. Is that so? Only one way to find out. She shakes her head at me before growing suddenly solemn. Thank you for last night. I love you, Pay. I say this sternly, unforgivingly, and I'm honored to get the chance to. She presses her forehead to mine, lips quivering as she whispers, There's nothing I regret more than not having the time with you. Her hands are cupping my face, mine are buried in that tousled silver hair I cut for her, and when she kisses me, it's as though she's taking a final breath. Her mouth clings to mine, memorizing a moment we pretend will be our forever. I taste her lament on my lips, a lingering goodbye I'll relive long after she's gone. Pulling apart before I can feel her trembling hands, she gets to her feet and steps away. I need to go. Another step backward. Ellie will want to get me ready soon. Now I'm standing, chest tight. I can't watch you marry him, Pay. Kai, don't make this harder than it already is. Please. She swipes angrily at the tears slicking her face. You know I have to do this. I shake my head. You don't. You have your duties, she breathes, and I have mine. We don't choose our fate, remember? I stare at her, and the feeling of my heart wrenching in two nearly brings me to my knees. Her feet fumble backwards until the willow's branches are tangled around her shoulders. But I would choose you every time if I could, she whispers. You know that. The sun streams through her hair, crowning it in a halo of light. I swallow, throat burning. I'll see you after the wedding, my queen. A tear rolls down her cheek at my words. As your enforcer, I finish weakly. With one regretful look, she parts the curtain of leaves and steps into her future. Without me. Chapter 56. Peyton. A queen stares back at me in the mirror. Her gaze is sharp, bright like the shallows she survived, and lined with kohl as dark as the cave she crawled out of. A slight shimmer coats her eyelids, right above the darkened lashes that fan atop powdered cheeks. Her lips are stained a deep red, masking the flush of a stolen kiss. Gone are the tear streaks, buried instead by makeup and facades. She looks lethal, formidable, and oddly, she doesn't look like a stranger. Ellie fusses with my hair, tying two braided strands at the back of my head. It's elegant, yet simple, allowing for most of the silver waves to tickle my shoulders. Maids I've never met rush around the room, prepping my dress in every detail. I sit stiffly before the vanity mirror, forcing my thoughts from my imminent future. Ellie takes a step back to examine her handiwork. I think I'm all done. Her dark eyes shine with pride. You look so beautiful. I force a smile. Thanks to you. She presses her lips together in a soft smile before shooing me behind the dressing screen. Time to get you in your dress. Stripping among several strangers is the least of my concerns at the moment, so I don't hesitate, like a different version of myself would have. The cluster of maids crowd around me, helping each leg into the skirt and every inch of fabric to lie precisely as it should. Stepping out before the mirror, I assess this altered dress. Its sleeveless body hugs me closely, draped in flowery lace, both delicate and bold. It sprawls over my skin with icy, while long lacy ties fall down the low back. Only a few buttons remain at the base of my spine, not so unlike the laces of my corset last night. Laces that he loosened, replaced with lingering fingers. His skin was on mine, hot and cold and dripping with rain, dress forgotten, fears abandoned, sins laid bare. I shake my head, trying to shove the thoughts of him away. Ellie's concerned gaze stares back at me in the mirror. Are you unhappy with the dress? No, I say quickly. Then again, to ease her mind, no, it's beautiful, I love it. One moment, she's sighing in relief, and within the next, she's dismissing each maid. They file out the door, allowing me to take my first deep breath all morning. I turn toward Ellie, pulling her hand into mine. Thank you for everything. You've made me look like a queen. I did nothing of the sort. She tilts her head at me. You've always been more powerful than you believe. I swallow, nod slowly. Callum will be here soon. He'll walk me to the throne room when it's time. I toss my head toward the door. Now go enjoy the wedding celebrations. Her brows furrow. Are you sure? Yes, I sigh wearily. I think I'd like a moment to myself. She offers me a dip of her head. My queen, As soon as she slips out the door, I eagerly shut it behind her. My forehead falls against the cool wood, eyelids fluttering shut. I stand there for a long while and try to enjoy every last moment before meeting my fate. It's quiet now. This room, my thoughts, even the inside of my head sounds like acceptance. I'm getting married today. No denial, no frantic urge to flee. Blowing out a deep breath, I push away from the door. At the same time, a knock sounds from the other side. My fingers are wrapped around the handle within the next second, turning it until a hand shoots out, halting the door before it can swing open. Wait, it's me. The king's voice is slightly muffled, separated by a slab of wood. I lean forward, voicing my confusion into the thin crack between us. Kit? What are you doing here? Look, he mutters quickly. I know we're not supposed to see each other, but I wanted to bring you something. There's a soft thud when he places said something onto the floor. My mother left her jewelry, so I've been told, and it's all been collecting dust in this box for years. He pauses long enough to have me pressing an ear to the door, waiting for whatever words he's struggling to say. So, I was hoping you would wear something of hers. Rushing on, he adds, I obviously don't know what your dress looks like, so I brought the whole jewelry box for you to look through. I'm not even sure what is in here, really. I smile sadly, nod even though he can't see it. I would be honored, Kit. The relief in his voice is endearing. Thank you. I just want a piece of her with me today, you know? My gaze falls to the steel ring on my thumb. Oh, I know. A comfortable silence lingers between us. I'll leave this out here then, Kit finally says. Just give me about 10 minutes to sprint out of sight. I laugh. Brilliant plan. He stands to his feet, the sound of rustling clothes reaching my ears. I'll see you soon, Peyton. And then the king is gone. I stare at the door, my gaze tracing the grooved wood impatiently. 2, 3, 4. My fingers fiddle with the lacy flowers cascading down my body. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I swing the door open. Kit is gone, leaving the hall empty with the exception of several stationed Imperials. At my slippered feet sits a wooden box, embellished with intricate carvings. Its lid is covered in deep swirls that vaguely resemble Ilia's crest, while small drawers line the long length. Picking it up swiftly, I slip back into the room. Decades of dust fall dulls the beautiful box, seemingly frozen in time with the exception of several fingerprints. I set it carefully on the bed, and am about to follow when I notice that forgotten piece of parchment on my bedside table. The note has sat there since Kai's unexpected visit and was quietly forgotten at the sight of my dagger in his hands. Now, I abandon every thought for what is etched onto that paper. My heart races as I reach for it, unfurling each edge beneath my fingertips. His handwriting is neat with consideration. There are words he has ached to say, and time slows painfully as I wallow within them. I know how you refuse to thank the plague. It is understandable, admirable even, how valiantly you despise the thing that made your survival so difficult. But I do thank the plague. I whisper my gratitude for it when you are sound asleep in my arms, when your fingers flick the tip of my nose. In the quiet moments, I thank the plague for you. If it weren't for the dividing of ordinaries and elites so many years ago, I would have never found my way to you. My coins are always at risk in your presence, but no saving of my life would have been necessary that day. No silencer, no purging trials, no stolen moments under the willow. When I thank the plague, it is not for the power it has gifted me, but for the privilege of you. Nothing makes me stronger than the weakness that is you, Peyton Gray. And if, in the next lifetime, you choose to steal from me again, I would happily give you my soul if it meant a place beside yours. But until then, I will watch you become another reason to thank the plague. You pay, or am I inevitable? I love you. I'm paralyzed by every bittersweet sentence. Grief and acceptance mingle between each syllable to leave me staring numbly at the blur of ink. The words flow from a place he rarely lets another into, his heart. He is a poet, a fool, a man writing his final goodbye. I shake my head at the note, unable to let him go so easily. A knock at the door shatters my silent mourning for a boy I cannot have. Come in. The books atop my bedside table tremble as I shove the note into the drawer beneath with the others. Callum slips into the room, blonde hair combed back and suit pressed neatly. I manage a weak smile. Is it time? It is. He approaches me slowly. Just get through this first ceremony. I can't seem to decide if I want to laugh or cry. Yes, and then I'll have to endure the second one and loot. Callum's smile is solemn, and it is a familiar sight on his face. One thing at a time, Peyton. Right. I nod, gather my courage, and stride towards the door. With one last sweeping gaze over my chamber, I say goodbye to the girl who inhabited it, because today she becomes a queen, a wife. My eyes land on that bedside table where my heart remains, shoved aside for the future of this kingdom. Then they stutter over that jewelry box atop my bed. I waver in the doorway, reminded how I hadn't picked out a piece of jewelry like Kit asked. Peyton, we have to go. I turn myself toward Callum, and the slight urgency in his voice. With a distant nod, I stride from the room. There's always the next ceremony. We walk in silence down the halls. Callum must sense my unease and graciously gives me a moment to myself, or maybe it's just my panicked thoughts that tell him I'm in no mood for conversation. I hide shaking fingers in the many folds of my dress, curling my nails into the lace. My heart pounds as we near the throne room. Sunlight streams through the many windows surrounding us to decorate this dark day with light. I blow out a breath as we round a corner, as if that alone could calm the swelling terror within me. Surely we'll not go through with this wedding. Something has to happen to stop this insanity. Kai will steal me away, or perhaps his brother will simply come to his senses. But there cannot possibly be a union at the end of that aisle. I realize, as we halt before the throne room doors, that I never intended to make it to this day. Even when I let Kit slip that ring on my finger, I hadn't imagined we would ever get the chance to solidify that symbol with vows. I did not even expect to survive the trials, let alone live to see my wedding day. And after everything I have faced, this may be the most terrifying of them all. I don't get the chance to run for my future before the doors are swinging open. Horrified, I stand there, watching my wedding slowly sprawl before me. My view of the throne room grows wider, displaying dozens of flower with every inch. The mass of people only grows, all standing to either side of that rose-framed aisle, and when the doors groan to a halt, every eye turns to me. Feet shuffle, heads turn. My body trembles, heart thrashes against my chest. The look I'm wearing is alarming enough to have hushed whispers wafting over the crowd. I don't hear them. I don't hear anything past the blood pounding in my ears. My gaze lifts from the flowered aisle, dragging up slowly to meet the king's. He stands atop the dais, a scholar behind him. A crown is perched atop a pedestal, its silver points elegantly lethal. Long emerald gems are fastened around it, only emphasizing the delicacy that deadly things often have. I blink at it vaguely before recognition dawns on me. This is Queen Marina's crown, the trophy of my first trial. It has been restored impressively to the ethereal state it likely once was. A lump forms in my throat at the thought of placing it on my head after robbing the first queen's body of it. The king's own golden crown sits among his hair, paired with the deep green suit he wears beneath. Kit's eyes gleam, bright beneath the canopy of drooping flowers. Though the dark smudges surrounding them have been expertly concealed, the ashen color of his skin is stark within the swarm of color. He looks as lost as I feel. His hands fidget with the cuffs of his sleeves, twisting the buttons there incessantly. He doesn't want this either. In another life, I might have offered him a comforting smile, might have walked down this aisle on his father's arm, but this life is harsh and cruel and has barely allowed me to live it. And worst of all, I do not love him. The thought is jolting, not because it shocks me, but because I have finally allowed myself not to want this. So many weeks have been spent justifying this union, for this kingdom, the ordinaries, the hope of a better future. But what of my own? I do not love this man. No, it is his brother I have given my heart to. Callum urges me forward with his arm twined around mine. I take my first step. Lips move around me. I don't hear what they say. Kit is staring at me with a distant look that smothers the handsome features on his face. I walk stiffly to that altar, every step more damning than the last. Callum is an anchor at my side, helping to guide me to this fate. This is duty, I remind myself. This is hope for the future and forgiveness of the past. This is sacrifice. One foot in front of the other. My chest heaves. I do not want this. Kit reaches for my hand. I do not love him. I hesitate. My heart stutters, begging me to damn sacrifice and choose selfishness. Choose Kai. Choose love. But I'm not sure I know how to choose myself anymore. Or perhaps I never have. So I take the king's arm, letting him guide me onto the dais. His skin is worryingly warm. Roses surround us, a large crown of them above our heads and petals beneath our feet. I turn to face the king before allowing him to pull my slick palms into his own. We stare at each other, unsurety shrouding each of our faces. My heart pounds beneath the displayed scar etched into flushed skin, the sound echoing in my ears. I feel suddenly hollow, as though I have no control over my limbs, my life. The scholar begins speaking between us. I don't want to hear his damning words, but they pelt me all the same. Gather here today to join Kit Azure, king and savior of Ilia, and the Lady Peyton Grey in holy matrimony. Bear witness to their union, and my ears begin to ring, blotting out the bellowed decree. I stare pointedly at Kit for any sign of regret or change of heart, but terrifyingly, he looks rather content to stitch his soul to mine. That only has my gaze flicking frantically over the crowd in the hopes of finding some way out of this. We can't possibly go through with this. The scholar slips a ring onto Kit's left hand. Right? Do you, Kit Azure, take Peyton Grey to be your wife and queen? My eyes catch and crash into the green ones before me. I think I've stopped breathing. Kit stares at me long enough to have hope sparking in my tightened chest, but the words that fall from his lips do not mirror the hesitance. I do. I feel dizzy. The scholar turns his attention to me. Do you, Peyton Grey, take Kit Azure to be your husband and king? My stomach flips, heart hanging on the thread of freedom I have left. I am single. I'm a single, I do, away from signing my soul with another's name. One that is not Kai Azure, enforcer, my cocky bastard. The throne room is smothered in silence as I scan the expectant crowd. I look for him in every face, every gap between finely dressed bodies. Jax, Andy, Callum, Mira, Gale, strangers. Kai's nowhere to be found, just as he promised. Peyton? The scholar raises his bushy brows at me. Still, I wait for something to save me from this moment. I teeter before the rest of my life and beg for someone to catch me before I fall. My dress grows too tight as hope flees from my chest, stealing all the air within it. It takes me a long moment to realize that nothing and no one will ever save me. Those who have in the past are dead. The one who should be in this present is likely under a willow tree already mourning me. So I face my fate alone and look it in the eyes. Kit shifts slightly, his gaze urging me to speak what I must. Stronger than I feel and more damning than I let on, I utter, I do. Then I pronounce you husband and wife. The king nods slightly. I nod back as his queen. You may kiss the bride and seal this union. My mouth dries. I'd forgotten about that bit. Kit, ever kingly and calm, leans in to press his lips to mine. It is soft, a baring of his soul, despite never doing so with words. This kiss tastes like the sweet end of an apology, or the lingering of a farewell. And when he pulls away, I'm left staring into the face of my husband. I expel the panic of my being and swallow the realization of what I've done. We turn toward the court, hand in hand. The scholar lifts that lethal crown from its pedestal and lifts it high above my head. Bending my knees, I force the constant tremble from my limbs. People of Ilia, I present unto you Peyton Azure, your undoubted queen consort. The scholar's decree rings through the throne room. And your king, Kit Azure, savior of Ilia. May their union bring prosperity to our kingdom and greatness to our histories. The court claps, forcing smiles onto begrudging faces. We step from the dais, a married couple, and walk down the aisle as royals. I focus only on making it beyond those open doors as we parade through the center of this court. My gaze is fixed distantly on the sliver of freedom ahead when I see him. Time slows. My heart splinters. Kai stands in the doorway, his chest heaving as though he sprinted past his better judgment and found himself here. A broken sort of acknowledgement of my fate fills his face. I see the exact moment he realizes he is too late. His gray eyes flick between the two of us in disbelief. Even the enforcer did not believe I would go through with it, and his hurt cuts me deep. I failed him. I failed us. Still, he musters a small smile. It is the look of letting someone go, and it tears me to pieces. He was going to save me. Chapter 57. Kai. Shadows skitter over my skin as if summoned by the darkness brewing within me. Rough bark digs into my spine, netting my back with gnarled fingers. I lean my head against the willow's sturdy trunk, watching warmth filter through the veil of branches. The long, droopy leaves cast shifting shadows across my skin as they sway in the breeze, dappling me in both light and dark. I haven't left the willow's comforting embrace since Peyton left mine. My gaze lifts to the sun above, winking at me through the shifting umbrella of leaves. The wedding has likely started already, but I'm rooted to the spot like this tree beside me. Tears sting my tired eyes. I can't remember the last time I truly cried. Aside from my reunion with Peyton after the third trial, there was the day Ava died. I looked down at the patch of soft grass beside me. Father carried out our training as if nothing had happened, continuing to carve open my skin and push perfected power from my body. I could do nothing but numb every inch of myself, force a mask atop my grief. Every tear was hidden until I returned to my room bloody and shaking. Then there was the night I took my first life. At the time, I hadn't even known the extent of what the king made me do, but I wept for Faden's father all the same. I wept for the piece of me that died alongside him. That was the first night I drove a sword into the post of my bed. Over and over again, wood splintered beneath my blade, chunks of it flying in every direction. Grief drove me to find something more potent within myself, something to smother the hurt. Fear? I would become a monster, a puppet of death, if it meant I felt nothing else. Then I met her. Peyton rivaled me to the stars, the very sea with her gaze. She had me in the palm of her hand the moment she grabbed mine in that alley. And for the first time since I was a boy, fear gripped my heart. Right then and there, I knew she would be in my undoing. We are inevitable, the Silver Savior and me. Our paths are as irrevocably intertwined as our futures now will be. But it is not love that has tied our souls together. It is duty. My vision grows blurry behind the foreign feel of tears. I lay a hand on the soft grass, shutting my eyes against this wave of emotion. I don't know what to do, I whisper. She says nothing. She never does. A tear rolls down my cheek. I'm tired. Tired of the loyalty that has taken everything I care about. Tired of standing by whilst happiness finds its home elsewhere. But most of all, I'm tired of losing her. Then there is now. When I cry for the future I so badly wish to live with her. It's a silent stream of tears that I try my best not to acknowledge. I take a shuddering breath before swiping at them roughly. Don't let her be your weakness. Mother's warning came far too late. She's not only my weakness, she is my everything. My voice is weak. I can't lose her too, I comb a hand through my unruly hair, raking fallen leaves from the strands. The shadows wave their goodbyes as I stand to my feet and stretch my stiff limbs. I have to do something. My gaze falls to the rumpled blanket beneath me, a mere remnant of last night, the cool breeze in her hair, gasp in her throat, warmth in her touch. Now it is a memory that will haunt me. I stride from beneath the drooping branches, evading the willow's reaching fingers. My skin smells of her, my heart aches for her, the enforcer bows to her. I'm off to find my queen. Chapter 58, Peyton. The crown is just as heavy as I remember it being. Only now, it carries far more weight with the queen underneath it. Kit walks beside me, the sound of a dismissing court echoing in the distance. My, we head for my room in a rather dull silence, soaking in this sliver of peace before our second ceremony. The feasts and dancing and celebration of our union won't begin till tomorrow, and I wish for nothing more than to sleep this day away. The thought makes my ears burn. I doubt I'm intended to sleep alone tonight. You did well, Kit finally offers into the silence. My heels continue hitting the ground with a rhythmic click. Thank you. Now, as soon as you're changed and ready, we'll head out to the coaches. The elephant in the room stomps beside us as we continue to pretend as though we're not bound together for life. I whirl on him suddenly. Did you want this? Despite our marriage being for Ilya, did you want this? My question makes him pause. I know how Kai feels about you, so no, I didn't want to do this. But you married me anyway, and I would do so much worse for him, he says quickly. I swallow. Despite everything I understand, our marriage is for Kai as much as it is for Ilya. The enforcer will never have to take the life of another ordinary. He will no longer be controlled by guilt or shame, and above all, this kingdom will remain standing. I can manage little more than a nod. Reaching my door, I place a hand on the knob. I lost track of time earlier, but I'll pick something out from your mother's jewelry box now. Thank you. A raspy cough cuts off the sentiment short. Are you a spot? I spot something that looks suspiciously like blood splattering his handkerchief. All right. He wipes his mouth. I'm fine. Kit, I think you're sick. I said I'm fine, Peyton, he snaps, eyes suddenly wild. I take a bewildered step back and watch the king compose himself. He clears his raw throat, shifting into something deceivingly docile. Thank you for your concern. I nod. My voice is weak. I'll meet you in the courtyard. The king is striding down the hall before I slip into my room. I lean against the door and shut my eyes, shoving aside the tears I desperately wish to cry. My heart aches at the vivid memory of Kai standing behind those doors with a look of betrayal seeping onto his features. Then he slipped into the crowd before my trembling lips could form an apology. I pull the crown from my head, hardly noticing when the jagged points bite into my palm. The sharp emeralds reflect my weary face back at me like a glimpse into my future. I see a life of torture beside the man I love. My husband sits on the throne, but he is not who holds my heart. No, that man stands to my left, never looking in my direction. The mask he wears has choked all emotion from his face, and without me to pull it free, he has become a shell of the man he once was. A gnawing numbness has begun to slowly trickle over me. Ellie helps pull the extravagant wedding dress from my body, each word a congratulations, each turn of her lips a smile. I'm quickly swaddled in more white fabric, this dress lighter and softer than the last. The swishing skirt billows out from my waist and flows to just above my bare ankles. Its bodice is relatively simple, though embroidered with a tangle of beaded vines. Thin straps hug my shoulders, and white heels clutch my feet. You don't want to look too dressed up in loot, Ellie assures me while toying with my hair. She says this like I don't already know. Showing up to the poverty-stricken slums in a gown expensive enough to feed several of them for weeks would hardly make me the best impression. She steps away to examine me. But you still look very elegant, bride. Thank you, Ellie. I clear my tightening throat. That'll be all. I'd like a moment alone. Nodding her understanding, Ellie slips from the room. I sigh into the silence and wish I could hide behind these four walls indefinitely. More out of comfort than necessity. I strap my dagger to my thigh beneath my dress. This makes me feel better, having a piece of my father with me on my wedding day. The jewelry box taunts me until I finally pad over to it. Sitting carefully atop the bed, I adjust the dress around me and tip open the lid. I stare into its velvet-encased depths, swallowing my gasp at the sight of so many glimmering jewels. They sit against the green fabric, so perfectly intact. Diamonds, sapphires, and an impressive number of emeralds wink up at me. I reach for a particularly blinding necklace before thinking better of it. Queen Iris certainly had a taste for finery. I have never seen such wealth. I'm not even sure how to hold it. These jewels alone could feed all of Loot. I'm suddenly snapping the lid shut, nauseated by the mere sight of everything so fine. There was once a time when I would have done unspeakable things to steal every single gem. Now I get to wear them around my neck like a trophy. Or a pretty noose. I shove the thought away and pull one of the small drawers. It is stuffed with shiny rings, all bands of shimmering gold and silver. Beside it is a drawer littered with bracelets. But it is the one beneath that has me pausing. No jewelry, no gems, only the brittle head of a rose. I rub a gentle finger over the dried petals, watching them crumble beneath my touch. My breath catches in surprise. This flower is older than I am. A folded piece of parchment lies beneath its severed stem. Carefully, I slip it into the drawer's clutches. From the drawer's clutches, though the wood clings fiercely to it. Time has aged the note, creasing the edges and yellowing the paper. I unfold it slowly to reveal a hastily written message in looping handwriting. Meet me in the garden at midnight. Wear a cloak. You're too beautiful to be seen with one. Seen with me. My heart is yours. Always. I stare blankly at the note. This is not meant for my eyes. I feel as though I've intruded on an intimate moment that was supposed to remain forever preserved within this box, and yet I can't seem to tear my gaze from it. This is not the king she was meeting. No, the queen would not sneak about the castle with her husband. She had a lover. I set the paper down with a sigh. It feels odd to pluck a piece of one's life from belongings of the dead. To accuse the late queen of being unfaithful feels stranger still, and yet staring down at the note, something nags at me distantly. I dismiss the feeling, deciding instead to explore the other drawers. Hair clips in one, more rings in the other. My finger tugs at the last compartment, fighting to free the shallow drawer. With a groan, it gives up, sliding out to unveil a stack of crumpled notes. It's the same smudged handwriting that stains each piece of parchment. I skim through the short letters, each one more cryptic than the last. Time, place. I love you, always. My fingers fumble blindly around the drawer, searching for any forgotten pieces of the past. A creased sheet of parchment lives in the corner of the compartment, contorted against the wood for what has likely been years. I pry it out before forcing deep ridges from the yellowing paper, flattening against my dress-draped knee. Inspecting further, I flip it over and I've never looked into the face of a ghost, but I imagine this is what it would feel like. My whole body goes numb as the photograph slips from between my fingers. Something grips my very soul, certain and crushing. It's familiarity, I realize. It's recognition of yourself within another. I stare at the woman. She stares up at me. Her bright blue eyes are nearly as vibrant as the smile she wears. There's a certain warmth in her gaze, in the rosiness of her cheeks. Light blonde hair cascades over her shoulders, falling in loose waves. And her nose. I take a shuddering breath before lifting the photograph in front of my face. Her nose is dusted with freckles. I stare at the queen. She stares up at one. Blood claims blood. And when I look at Iris Moira, the late and beloved queen of Ilia, I see a shade of her coursing through my veins, and blood never forgets. The parchment flutters to the bed as I press a steadying hand to my thumping heart. This is absurdity. That is what I tell myself over and over again. This is a coincidence, a picture that shares a slight resemblance. I'm no royal, I'm no daughter of a queen. The door creaks open, and I hardly hear the footsteps that follow. I'm still studying the photo when a figure strides into view, stopping before my bed. My gaze lifts begrudgingly from Iris's face to land on Callum. He stands there, stoic as always, but I watch the color drain from his face. Time seems to stall. Callum's gaze on the pile of notes, mine on the bouquet of flowers he holds. Pink roses. It's my bouquet. I realize now that I'd forgotten after rushing to the throne room. Been forgotten after rushing to the throne room. He must have been bringing it to me. Blinking, I lower my gaze to the crumbling flower beside me, plucked years before this moment. There's that something tugging incessantly at the corner of my subconscious again, like the intuition that senses a fight before the first punch is thrown, or the moment before I fit every observation together, molding the story into place with my mind, or how a memory resurfaces at the exact moment I need to pick it apart, because nothing goes unnoticed. I must rush off to a meeting with Kit, but I'll be sure to tell him how beautiful you look in this wedding dress. Callum was standing mere steps away from where he is now when the compliment slid from his tongue. But it's the following string of words that I focus on, the damning ones that echo through my mind. The roses from my garden will look lovely with it. I had felt that distant nagging then, that prick of intuition, and chose to ignore it. My trust in Callum had built a wall around my heart, yet all it took was a rose to have it crumbling. Everything's happening so fast. Like the inevitable trip before a fall, my thoughts blur, all bleeding into one another. The past comes racing towards my current present, overlapping to create one clear conclusion. I glance down at the decaying flower. Ellie's words suddenly surfaced from the depths of my mind. There's a private rose garden here on the grounds. Pretty pink ones, I believe. My head swims. That rose garden has been here for decades. Each breath goes shallower. A fatal, a resistance leader, a man who is always at the right place at the right time. A flood of unanswered questions pours into my reeling mind, making me dizzy. Confusion creeps into every thought, every moment spent with Callum. From this resistant speech at the bowl to the very ring on my finger, I claw at my mind, praying apart strands of my past. A wave of realization crashes over me in a series of disconnected thoughts. The notes, the handwriting, the purging trials. My mind is a muddled melody of rhymes, all scrolled in that loopy penmanship. One from a scroll in the whispers, one at the base of the plummet, and one at its peak. My heart pounds as pieces of the puzzle begin falling into place. When I fought the king, his words meant nothing. Until now. A friend told me of his intentions and this resistance he was part of. A friend. Someone close to my father and the king. Someone loyal to the latter. Blooms did not spring flowers from the earth for Callum overnight. No, he has been tending to them for years because he's the king's mind reader. It is as though the world is tilted beneath me. But that is not all. That is only the beginning. I don't look up at him. It's the queen who holds my gaze now. That is when everything clicks. Father, my real father, taught me to trust my instincts, never falter, never leave anything unnoticed. It's as though I'm back on loop, facing an imperial who has ordered me to demonstrate my psychic ability. So when I speak, the words are true, unshadowed by doubt. Even a mind reader can be read. You know, I stand slowly, the dress swishing around my ankles. I meant to thank you again for giving me those books. They kept me occupied on the boat. I pick up one of the faded spines on my bedside table, flipping open the front cover. For Peyton, I read aloud. The rose sketched above the words make me smile faintly. Callum's gaze has yet to meet mine. I set the book among the littered notes, lining up the identical handwriting. I would add the scroll for my purging trials, but I didn't get the chance to keep one as a souvenir. I pick up the photograph next, flipping it between my fingers. Do you still think I look like my mother? Silence. I thought it was odd when you mentioned that I looked like her from the pictures you'd seen, I say slowly. See, we didn't have any photos of my father's wife, Alice. My feet tread a path across the carpet. The dress is him, lapping at my ankles. I mean, a transfer is needed to impress a sight's memory onto the page, and it all becomes far more expensive than it's worth. I wave my hands, dismissing the explanation. Then my feet falter, changing course, until I'm standing right before him. I lift the photograph between us, forcing those blue eyes onto Iris's. That is not the only royal you have killed. Callum's words ring in my mind, another piece of the puzzle that is my past. But Alice was not the mother you were talking about, I breathe. It was the queen you loved, the one who died giving birth to me. I'm shaking, every inch of my body, the adrenaline coursing through my veins as my heart hammering against a tightening chest, blood pounding in my ears. The gravity of this truth I have uncovered threatens to bring me to my knees. You were Iris's lover. I pant, my eyes wild, and the king's mind reader, feeding him information about the resistance the entire time. That is why he is always one step ahead. Knees trembling, I stand my ground as Callum's gaze lifts to mine. It's agonizingly slow, this moment in which I stand between the past and the present. So I'll ask you again, I say deceptively calm. Do I look like my mother? When his blue eyes finally meet mine, the queen's, I watch him pluck every thought from my head. He reads the mistrust, mulling it over carefully. I stare up at the fatal, unsurprised when he finally says, "And who else do you resemble?" This is not the first game I have been forced to play, and it will not be the first I lose. So when I send words to the forefront of my mind, I mirror the shadow of a smile that lifts his lips. Hello, Father. Chapter 59. Peyton. Father. The title tastes bitter from any man other than the one who raised me. I stare up at Callum, letting him read every bit of mistrust in my mind. This man was once like a father to me, and now that I've discovered he has been precisely that all along, hurt rams into me. This is more upsetting to you than I thought it would be, he observes simply. So I'm right, I breathe. Then a wave of anger rolls over me, smothering the fleeting triumph that accompanies unraveling a lifetime of lies. You left me on a doorstep. I throw my hands into the air. I was a baby, and all so the king couldn't find out I wasn't his child? Callum's eyes grow wild. It's as though something is snapped within him, like every solemn expression and kind word was an act he despised. And now that I know who he truly is, there is no use for the deceit. The king did think you were his child, and he didn't want you. I stumble back a step, my lips parting slightly. After you killed Queen Iris, he bites. The king handed you off to a silencer. That is when he discovered that an ordinary killed one of the rarest elites known to Ilya. The room spins around me as I comb through my memory, recalling every book of history Father set before me. I finally find her power hiding in the corner of my mind. She was a soul. Callum utters the words he's read from my mind. That's right. The ability to sense another's emotions and alter them, take them upon herself. And her power paired with mine, a fatal's? He laughs, and it's a crazed sound. You were supposed to be formidable, but you were nothing. He spits out the words, each one coated with years of rage. You were an embarrassment to the king, one he told me to take care of, and he spent his life covering up the ordinary he thought was his. But you were mine, and Iris died. He runs a hand over his hair. All for you to be nothing, a worthless ordinary. The scar burns above my heart. Oh, the king thought I was his daughter. Two elites have never made an ordinary, yet here I stand, powerless. The product of strength which with none to show for it, and maybe for the first time, that makes me extraordinary. Tears blur my vision, anger stings my eyes. I flex my fingers in the soft skirt of my dress, feeling the comforting outline of my dagger beneath the layers of fabric. So that is why you hate me? I choke out. Because the woman you love died giving birth to me? Because it should have been you, he growls. It should have been you that had died that day, not the queen who bled out for an ordinary. His head shakes, and the wild look in his eyes has me stepping back. Before you showed up at the castle and sat beside Edric during that first dinner, I thought you were dead. I may not have been able to kill you like the king had wished 18 years ago, but I hoped you'd meet your end in the slums. But I can't, I breathe. And he still keeps me. But I didn't, I breathe, and he still kept me alive. After that third trial, standing in the pouring rain outside the bowl, I asked the king why he hadn't killed me sooner. That was right before his sword sliced open my forearm, because I needed you alive. He did, Callum says in response to my memory. I convinced him that the resistance needed you to find the tunnel into the bowl, and if the trials didn't kill you, then he could after. He lifts a shaking finger at me. But you have her eyes. He recognized you the moment you sat down at that table. I fight to keep my voice steady. How did you know I would find the tunnel? His smile is cruelly sympathetic. I bare my teeth right back. He's not going to tell me. Every unanswered question begins to resurface until they're practically bubbling out of me. I spit one out, hoping he will deign to answer it. I thought the queen died giving birth to Kit. The whole kingdom thought so. His eyes gleam, boring into mine. The king kept Iris locked away, safe from any threats. So much so that she would become pregnant with you. The kingdom knew nothing of the queen or her child. And after the shame you brought him upon your birth, he sealed the true records away and told the kingdom she was past when Kit was born. There's a long pause in which I try to swallow the sudden realization. And my father, I choke on the words. You told the king about him, and the reason that he's dead, and you are the reason he is dead, because you found out about the resistance. He was helping the castle during fever season, he says simply. We passed in the hall, and I read his mind, learned of his plans for a resistance, but that was not what killed Adam in the end. I blink at him. What are you talking about? That moment in the basement of my childhood home, surrounded by resistance members, comes racing back. Callum had shown a shred of confusion when I assumed my father's death was due to his association with the resistance. No, Edric kept him alive to grow his resistance, Callum is saying. He was content to use him until Adam discovered something he shouldn't have, something for the kings alone. What are you talking about? I urge again through gritted teeth. Callum's responding silence has a frustrated sound crawling up my throat. That is why you were asking about my father's journal, I pant. You wanted to know if he wrote that secret something down. My head spins. I shove this new piece of confusing information beside the dozens still sprawled across my mind. But the truth of my father's death didn't seem to interfere with Edric Asher's obsession with the resistance. I'm suddenly flung into another memory, one where I'm bloody and broken and barely surviving against the king. His boot is crushing my chest as I stare up at him, rain pelting my stinging face. Mud squelches beneath my back. He watches me struggle to wriggle free. I've planned this day for a long time, waiting until I could rid myself of this resistance. He had, Callum murmurs, seeing the vivid picture I've painted in my mind. My gaze is distant, clouded with realization. The king didn't want to wipe out the resistance when he first found out, I mutter. He wanted it to grow, wanted to gather all the ordinaries in one place. My gaze flicks to Callum's while my mind wanders to that battle at the bowl. And you were his spy. Callum confirms with a pitiless nod of his head. But your father needed to be taken care of before we had collected enough ordinaries for the slaughter. So I took his place as the resistance leader. Slaughter. My stomach heaves. The pit was littered with bodies, and the memory of that bloody stretch of sand has my mouth drying. It was all a ploy. My chest heaves, anger swelling within it. Everything. You don't care about the ordinaries. You never have. Not after one killed your lover. I take another step back, bumping into the bedside table behind. From that first night in my home, you were playing with me. Your father would be proud. That is what Callum had told me after I pledged myself to the Resistance's cause, and proud he was, having finally caught me, a ghost of the woman he loved in the body of a worthless ordinary he hated. And I am, Callum laces those fingers behind his back, very proud of the puppet you became for me. Get out of my head. Disgust coats my voice. What game are you playing now? I let him hold my gaze for a long moment. We need to get you to your next wedding ceremony. Why? I retort. Why would you want an ordinary on the throne? I have great plans for you, Peyton, he says, he's suddenly striding towards me. I will ensure the scholars write your name into every history book. That intuition begins to slowly tug within me once again, and this time I do not ignore it. These past several weeks play out in my mind like a constant stream of memory. I think of the moments spent with Callum, yes, but more importantly, the ones without. He was always in the background, always whispering into someone's ear. I blink at the floor before beginning to spew my thoughts. You told King Edric not to kill me when I showed up at the castle, and he didn't. You told Kit to marry me, and he did. The veiled accusations fall from my lips in a rushed murmur. He trusted you so easily. You convinced him to let me compete in these trials, advised him to start training his troops, and he does it all. Callum's eyes narrow, but he's not saying anything. I almost laughed. You say the blooms grew your rose garden, and in that moment I believed you. What you demand, others do. You had the entire resistance eating out of your palm, my father included. You're not just a mind reader, are you? I take a slow step towards him. You're a duel. That's why you hate me so much. I still manage to be ordinary, even when you aren't just one fatal, you're two. Still, Callum says nothing. Having figured it all out, I smile. You're a mind reader and a controller. When he lunges for me, I send an elbow arcing toward his temple. I'm surprised when he jumps back, swiftly avoiding the hit. My dress ripples around me as I dart forward to throw a right hook for his jaw. Again, he evades me. I sink into the balls of my feet, blood pounding in my ears. Jab, right hook, cross, nothing. Nothing is hitting him. I let out a frustrated cry that he finds humorous. Don't hurt yourself, Peyton. I know your every move. Of course he does. Get out of my head! Callum chuckles again while dodging the next fist I send flying towards his face. My blood boils, staining my cheeks with heat, but my mind is clear, and I know he reads the thought that pounds through it. There's no way in hell I'm leaving this room with him. He reads my only plan, blue eyes locked on mine and lips twitching into a smile. I pause. Maybe inside my head is exactly where he should be. I take a slow step toward him. You're the failure, not me. Callum feigns boredom. Not only were you unable to kill an ordinary baby, but you left me on Adam Gray's doorstep so you could keep an eye on your daughter. His eyes narrow as I advance slowly. I'm right, aren't I? A part of you wanted to watch me grow up. Every meeting, every conversation with my father, you were learning about me. I jab a finger towards a pile of books beside the bed. You brought those to the house when I was a child, didn't you? Even wrote my name in the covers because you cared for me. Enough, Callum drawls. All your power, and you couldn't even make an elite. Pathetic. I spit the word aloud, watching it hit him like a blow. You blame me for Iris's death because you couldn't do anything to save her. One foot in front of the other. I bet you couldn't even hold her hand, couldn't even say goodbye with the king there. My thoughts are sharp, cutting through the cool facade he wears with ease. Stop it, he mumbles. She was never yours, Callum. Rage has his body trembling. Stop. But I am. I will forever be your greatest failure. I'm close enough now to see tears glossing his eyes. Do I look like her, father? Do I haunt you? Callum's hands clamp atop his ears. Enough! Look at me! His eyes squeeze shut, and that is when I strike. My palms meet plush carpet as I drop to the floor, sweeping my leg out. I hear the sound of tearing fabric before Callum topples to the floor, having lost his balance. Fumbling with the dress's draping layers, I find my dagger beneath and pull it from the sheath. My chest heaves, hovering over him. I bring the tip of my blade to his neck. He stares up at me. Betrayer, liar, killer of ordinaries. Father. That is the most damning title of them all. And I don't even know the half of what he's done. A thin line of blood stains dagger's point. Do it. Kill him. That's right, he whispers beneath me. Do it. I bare my teeth. He has used every person I care about. Are you going to kill me or not, daughter? A low growl spills from my throat, driven by hurt and hate. My body trembles, and then I yank the blade away. His smile is cold. You're so weak. The swirling handle of my dagger, my father's real dagger, connects with Callum's temple, cutting off his words. He lies there, unconscious, beside a kneeling bride. Sweat sticks to my brow, and I swipe at it numbly. The weapon slips from my hands to thump softly against the carpet. My legs shake as I pull them beneath me and force myself off the floor. Fabric flows down my legs, unfurling to my feet in a waterfall of white. I look down to find a large tear slithering up the side of my leg, splitting the lace and exposing a sliver of skin. Dazed, I stumble toward the door, head spinning. I need to tell Kit. Throwing the door open, I glance one last time at the scene I'm fleeing. Notes litter the bed, an open book beside them. The smell of roses grows bitter, life and death, past and present, all mingling in the air. A decaying flower atop a jewelry box, a fresh bouquet decorating the floor, a photograph of a stranger who is suddenly so much more. Callum is sprawled beside the evidence of his treachery, a man who was once my friend turned father, who is now dead to me. I step out into the hallway and don't look back again. Edric. 18 years after Iris's death, Edric sees her again, not in body or soul, but rather a reuniting of something long stolen. Kit, obsessively loyal as he is, told the king in passing of his meeting with the slummer who had saved his enforcer from a resistant silencer. The air spoke vaguely of her alluring appearance, the dripping silver hair she greeted him at the door with, but more intriguing, her burning blue eyes. The king, upon hearing each unnecessary detail, thought nothing of the girl who would likely die in his first trial. Having no clear memory of his mother, Kit saw little more than a pretty face before him. Any portraits of the late queen were locked away or in possession of the king, who rarely displayed his lost love. But for the few times Edric allowed his son to admire them, he remembered nothing of note to connect the queen and this contestant. But Kit had never memorized the eyes of Iris Moira quite like his father had. The first time Edric sees his daughter since she was an embarrassment in his arms is when she confidently takes a seat at his table. Each contestant has filed into the throne room before his and her majesty make their grand entrance. Each contestant has filed into the throne room before his or her majesty makes their grand entrance. The sight of Peyton's eyes, Iris's eyes, nearly brings the king to his knees. Chapter 60. Kai. I'm swallowed by a wave of bodies. People pour from the throne room, all pushing their way down the hall. I shove against a human current, my movements sluggish beneath the weight of so many powers. The court parades towards the gardens to enjoy refreshments and swap gossip while the second ceremony on Lute commences. Most elites here despise the idea of royals setting foot on the slums, let alone conducting another wedding here. Another wedding, because I couldn't stop the first. I lean against a wall in the emptying throne room. Petals float from the canopy of flowers above to fall gracefully toward the dais beneath. That is where they stood, exchanging vows, while I was foolish enough to think I could stop it. I was too late. She is a wife. She is a queen. I sink to the floor, letting my back slide down the smooth wall. What would I have done? Stolen my brother's bride away? I was so plagued by the decision between duty and desire that I became stuck somewhere in the middle as a begrudging bystander. And now I've lost her. I was too late. Her life will pass by mine, and yet we will never stop to live within each other's. She is a tragedy I will be forced to relive every waking moment. I am her enforcer, and she is my queen. Anything more now is in our past, and anything less is likely to come. I mourn her on the floor of the throne room. I am lost without the purpose she has planted in me. For her, I was better. I was a mere shadow of the beast my father made me. Now, I fear what I will become when bowing at her feet. I would have kneeled for her 100 times over, not for duty, but for devotion. She has become my mission once again, this time a queen I'm meant to protect. But it is my brother who will have her, in his life, in his heart, in his bed. My fist meets the wall beside me. A shock of pain shoots up my arm as the smooth surface crumples beneath my knuckles. I curse under my breath, then again, loud enough to offer some relief to my sudden rage. White dust drifts to the marble floor when I pull my aching hand from the wall. Chunks of debris fall from the fist-sized hole I've made. It seems that my anger may have latched onto a nearby brawny without my permission. I'm dangerous this way, lethal when stripped so bare. Devastation lives just beneath my skin, and I'm aching to unleash it. She's gone. I have lost her. I am lost without her. My head hangs in my hands that will soon forget the shape of her. Beasts don't get the beauty. Chapter 62. Kai. Their knees are touching again, except this time there are wedding vows wedged between them. The gold band on Kit's fingers catches the light with every jostle of the coach. Just like our last parade on Toulouse, we ride over the uneven cobblestones with the sun weighing heavy on our shoulders. No roof resides above our heads, allowing us full view of the awaiting crowd gathered on the long market street. Collectively, all 4 words have passed between us, consisting of, "Are we there yet?" An impatient Jax sits beside me, clearly tired of our bumpy crawl through the slums and likely regretting not riding with Andy. Pathetically, I'm thankful he's here, if only to ensure my anger cools before my mouth opens. I can do little else but seethe in the absurdity of this all. Within the last conversation shared between us, I discovered that Peyton is the daughter of the late Queen Iris and my father's mind reader, whose blood is currently being scrubbed from the castle's front steps. She's an ordinary, born from the rawest of power, and Kit is her half-brother. For the first time since I was a boy, I fight to keep my mask of indifference from slipping off. As nauseating as this news is, it may be Peyton's way out. My hope is selfish, tainted by the desire to be hers alone, but Kit is not the only one committed to protecting this kingdom. Ilia is our home, and if the only way to save it means Peyton plays wife and name alone, then let's hope it doesn't come to that. The coach rumbles to a stop in the center of this crowded street. Emerald banners hang between crumbling buildings, secured there by crawlers offered a shilling for their labor. They display both Ilia's swirling crest and the azure shield high above hundreds of starving mundanes beneath. We step into a makeshift circle, decorated by multiple pedestals connected with thick ribbon. A pretty barrier the people know better than to cross. My Imperials, now far more attentive with their resumed training, place themselves around the perimeter as an extra precaution. It all seems rather pointless when looking at it from this angle. All I see before me are hungry, hopeless elites who behave themselves for the promise of stale bread, coin, or shelter. How did such a mighty kingdom fall? It is not like this at the beginning of father's reign. I have read from histories date before purging, even those immediately after. No, this deterioration of Ilya began when King Edric's hatred for ordinaries became an obsession. Right before his eyes, the kingdom began to crumble, and still, he cared only for the ratification of weakness. That desire is what brought Ilya to its knees. Kit reaches for Peyton's hand. She hesitates. I turn away. I melt into the circle of Imperials and begin a slow pace beside them. By the time I look back at the royal couple, they stand on a large platform before the people, arms interlocked at the elbows. The wooden riser beneath their feet is draped in emerald carpet and adorned with a scholar. This makeshift ceremony so starkly contrasts the one held before the court. Dripping with roses and gilded finery, the castle perfectly put into perspective the slum's poverty, and also its priorities. People of Ilia, we gather here today to join Kit Azure, King and Savior of Ilia, and the Lady Peyton Grey in holy matrimony. Bear witness to their union and abide by the power granted unto them. The rickety man drones on, reminding me of a simpler time when I despised my studies with the scholars. But this is no long-winded lecture. These are the words that bind their souls together. Peyton's hands now rest within my brother's, lifted between them to display the shining rings they wear. Before both the king and queen look distantly detached from the ceremony they are standing within. I pull my arms behind a stiff back, widening my stance and planting my feet so they don't carry me away from this unbearable display. No, I am the enforcer. I am now an enforcer to the both of them. It is duty that roots me to the spot, forcing my gaze to grow vacant as vows are exchanged and fates are bound. Kit stands at Peyton's side, holding the hand of his bride. I roll my neck. It is harder to hate the situation when my brother is half of it. I've loved him more than anyone, and until a clumsy thief ran into me all those months ago, I never believed I could love anyone as much. There's little more than I want to see Kit happy, and that little more happens to now be his wife. People of Ilia, I present unto you Peyton Azure, the undoubted queen consort. The crown Peyton retrieved from the sanctuary of souls is placed onto her gleaming hair. She is the very portrait of a queen, somehow more formidable now than the day we met. The silver savior has morphed into a fearsome creature, dressed in finery and armed with the future of her making. A sudden shift in the crowd has me stepping forward, poised to strike if a threat presents itself. I squint, watching this ripple of movement flow through the hundreds of cramped bodies. My gaze flicks between each side of the packed street as I assess every wrinkle in the sea of people. Even the scholar has stopped his babbling, leaving Peyton and Kit to swivel their heads in confusion. Silver Savior! The shout has my Imperials beginning to close in around the platform, but I raise a steadying hand. That title was said with reverence. And then the tremble of bodies grows close enough. I watch knees bend before their queen. Hundreds of Ilians kneel atop the cobblestone they once shared with Peyton Grey. I stare at the people of these slums show their devotion as these people of the slums show their devotion for the girl who escaped and who has now returned to save them. I glance up at Peyton and the shock she fights to suppress. Her chest heaves as she takes in the respect they so readily give her. It's as though the people can smell that royal blood within her veins, are unable to help but bow before those destined to rule. But they know not of her heritage, only that she was, and forever will be, one of them. This is Peyton's home, and they welcome her back a queen. Kit stands stoically beside Peyton as she lifts her chin, crown piercing the air. Echoed murmurs of the silver savior lap around the edge of the ceremony's circle. A queen now stands where a thief once had, brave, benevolent, and brutal. She stands victorious. The scholar's final decree is a startled afterthought. Andrew King, Kit Azure, savior of Ilia, may their union bring prosperity to our kingdom and greatness to our histories. Peyton Grey. No. Azure. And just like that, I'm jolted from this remarkable moment and tossed right back into a bleak reality. The king and queen step from the platform. Their enforcer follows. Chapter 63, Peyton. My first evening as queen is spent watching the sun sink toward the garden below my balcony. I blow gently on my steaming cup of tea, legs curled snugly beneath me in a plush chair. I've hardly been past those stunning glass doors since gawking at my chamber for the first time. Now, with nothing to do but sit within my thoughts, I decided it best to weather the storm inside my mind with a calming view. Rows of color fan out beneath me, framing each cobblestone path and stretching toward that fading sun. Birds chirp softly at the approaching dusk as shadows begin their slow crawl across the earth. I take a sip of tea and shut my eyes as the warmth of it spills into my stomach. This has the potential to be the most peaceful moment I've had since being sent to the purging trials, until the flash of my wedding ring reminds me of the wreckage that is my life. I'm still reeling, hours later, from every revelation ripping past my past apart. Royal blood flows through my veins, and yet has coated imperial whips and drenched the late king's sword. Edric Asher's blatant hatred for me was a fire that sparked the day I was born an ordinary, and I've been fighting to survive since. I stare down into my rippling teacup. A forgotten princess stares back, abandoned for power and hated for surviving despite it. I blow out a breath while my mind struggles to connect all the pieces of my fragmented life. Iris Moira lived within this very castle, smothering her love for a man she could not have. They hid their affections like a thorny wall of roses, both beautiful but dangerous. Today, I watched the man my mother loved in secret bleed out before me. I hadn't felt grief at his death. No, I felt a shiver of ghostly similarities between my mother and father's doomed love, their notes, their stolen love. It is Kai's and my life mirrored. And if the enforcer will someday meet the fate Callum has, I cut the thought off before it has time to fester. Perhaps Iris loved them both, the king and his mind reader, perhaps in very different ways. I think of Kit and the blood we share. I think desperately of a way to undo this binding of our souls, one that does not rip the growth we've made for this kingdom out the root. My chest tightens, the teacup rattling in my hand atop its saucer. How am I going to find a way out of this? A shifting shadow below catches my eye. I set my cup aside and squint into the growing darkness. The figure walks smoothly to a stop beneath my balcony and calls, "Guess who, little psychic?" My heart stutters, yet I somehow manage to keep my voice steady. "Someone who's already forgotten my new title?" Kai's dry chuckle drifts into the breeze as I stand to lean over the railing. "Majesty, I have many titles for you. Not all are appropriate to shout." I roll my eyes. I can't help but leap at the distraction he offers from my spiraling thoughts. "What do you want, conky bastard?" You forgot the "my" in front of that endearing nickname. "You shouldn't be here," I challenge, "as my enforcer." His tone echoes my own. "Then command me to go." "Don't tempt me." That would only be fair. I stare down at his shadowed form. "You're deflecting." "Maybe I'm stalling." My eyes narrow. "And why is that?" "Call it a desperate attempt to steal more time with you." I hide my smile with a duck of my head. "Do you intend to stand beneath my balcony all night, then?" "No." His gray gaze has faded away in the darkness, but I can feel it on me all the same. "We're going to visit your mother's chamber." Chapter 64. Kai. Gail places the plate of sticky buns between us, warm as a smile on her face. "Look at you boys, back in the kitchen and begging for food." Gail says this with so much endearment that she nearly chokes. She presses a hand to her heart. "Oh, how I missed this." Kit nudges my shoulder with his own, looking happier than I thought possible after a day like this one. "Just like old times." My teeth sink into the honeyed dough. I nod, swallow. "It would be more like old times if I threw you over this table." "Absolutely not," Gail warns. "The both of you are much too big for that now. My kitchen can't take it." We smile at her scolding before she adds, "Where's Peyton?" Kit takes a breath. Then he clutches his chest and coughs. "Is our company not good enough for you anymore, Gail?" "Don't be smart with me, Kit." She plops her hands on full hips. "Forgive me for asking where your wife is on your wedding night." I stiffen. "I just didn't expect you to be spending the evening in my kitchen, although—" The cook smiles sweetly at Kit, having already forgotten he is now her king. "Kitty, sweetie, if you wanted to use that nifty dual ability of yours to wash my floors like you used to, I'd not be opposed." I'm grateful of the swift change of subject. It seems Kit is as well, because he chuckles, sounding relieved. "Don't forget that Kai Pai here can do that for you too." I drop the sticky bun onto my plate. "You hate when I borrow your power." The words fall from my honeyed lips, though they still manage to taste bitter. I'd like to blame the accusation in my voice on a very upsetting day I've had, but in truth, I would simply like to know where the brother went who so desperately wished to fight his own battles. The one who ached to enter the purging trials if only to prove that strength father never let him use. He was tutored, I was trained. and Kit had always dreamed of being a victor. His earnest gaze slides to mine. That was before I truly realized what a great team we make. He smiles softly. You are my strength. I am your control. We are matchless. I braced my arms against the rickety table. And when did you finally figure that? When I discovered my need for you is greater than my wish to be you. This shouldn't startle me, but somehow it does. Why would you ever want that, Kit? Father ensured that the worst parts of himself live within me. So we'll be much so we will be much better than him. He holds my stare fiercely. You and I will create our own legacy, a greatness that Father could never have dreamed of. I smile for him, because I feel as though I should. He looks happy, relieved even, as though uttering the words has lifted a weight from his chest, though this tender moment only reminds me of the drastically different one I had witnessed hours ago. I managed to bite my tongue until now, seeing through Kit's eager attempts to avoid the topic. But unfortunately, I love my brother too much to let his evasion of the subject and its accompanying awkwardness still my tongue. Kit, I start slow. We should talk about what happened in the courtyard with Callum and Gale. Kit's eyes flash a warning. These sticky buns are delicious. Did you do something different? I stare back at my brother, not caring that Gale is in the room for the conversation long overdue, but I understand his secrecy on the matter, having watched him inform the Imperials that word of Callum's death was to be contained. Few of the staff know of the brutality their king committed mere hours ago, and Gale is certainly not one of them. She doesn't even know what we've learned. Well, I added an extra spice in this batch. She wipes her hands on the stained apron around her waist. This is how your mother always liked her sticky buns, Kai. She ate her fill that first year of marriage to the king. I was planning to bring one up the tower to her. A pregnancy craving? Kit asks, in hope of remaining on this topic. Gale's face falters. Perhaps. I stare at the woman who raised me when the queen could not. The paling of her face is odd. She would have taken care of my mother when she was pregnant with me. My heart sinks, heavy with a sudden realization. Peyton was born 18 years ago, the daughter of Queen Iris and my father's mind reader. And yet, I'm a year older than she. My throat goes dry. That is the first quiet moment I've stolen all day. Until now, I have hardly spared a thought to fit the pieces of Peyton's birth together, and there are still several missing. I am missing. Gale's talking idly with Kit. I can't seem to make out what she's saying through the ringing in my ears. When were you going to tell us the truth of Queen Iris's death? The cook gapes at my words. Kai. My sudden laugh sounds crazed. Kit just married a lost princess, and he didn't even know until Father's mind reader filled us in on the details. What? Gale. What? You know? Gale chokes. Kit stands from the table at the same moment I do. Kai, what the hell are you? I'm going to find answers, I breathe. We're drowning in secrets, Kit. Your wife isn't the only one who's lied to. Gale's hand is pressed to her heart, the look of regret on her face the last thing I see before striding out the doors. Kit follows in a flurry of confusion. His steps echo behind me. Brother, just tell me what's going on, please. I turn only slightly. I will, but only after I've ensured I'm right. Then I'm off to steal away my queen. Chapter 65. Kai. The sun is long set before I'm finally rapping my knuckles against Kit's study door. This night is never ending, Peyton huffs. She spins the ring on her thumb incessantly, gaze far from the grooved door before us. Her mind is likely where mine has drifted off to after everything was discovered. But I forced myself to wander back to my brother, as promised, just as I always have over the years. I swallow. I'm taking a page out of your book, little psychic. Peyton's mouth opens, but before she can answer, come in? Kit's voice is muffled behind the slab of wood I now push open. He sits at his desk, lamplight flooding the room in a flickering glow. Parchment sprawls the span of chipped wood in front of him, and I'm consistently astonished how every sheet is marred with hasty handwriting. But what captures my attention is a ceremonial sword leaning against the fireplace. Gone is the blood of Peyton's father, replaced with a silver shine. The king ushers me in with a wave of his inky hand. His skin is pale, stark against the indigo veins that scrawl from his temple. His eyes narrow at the striking sickness. My eyes narrow at the striking sickness crowding his features. Bloodshot eyes and gaunt cheeks meet the scrutiny.
I've never seen him like this, never noticed how unwell he truly looked. The maids. They have been concealing his illness as best they could.
Chapter 65. Kai. The sun is long set before I'm finally rapping my knuckles against Kit's study door. This night is never ending, Peyton huffs. She spins the ring on her thumb incessantly, gaze far from the grooved door before us. Her mind is likely where mine has drifted off to after everything we discovered, but I've forced myself to wander back to my brother, as promised, just as I always have over the years. I swallow. I'm taking a page out of your book, little psychic. Peyton's mouth opens, but before she can answer, come in. Kit's voice is muffled beyond the slab of the wood as I now push open. He sits at his desk, lamplight flooding the room in a flickering glow. Parchment sprawls a span of chipped wood in front of him, and I'm constantly astonished how every sheet is marred with hasty handwriting. But what captures my attention is a ceremonial sword leaning against the fireplace. Gone is the blood of Peyton's father, replaced with a silver shine. The king ushers me in with a wave of his inky hand. His skin is pale, stark against the indigo veins that crawl from his temple. My eyes narrow at the striking sickness crowding his features. Bloodshot eyes and gaunt cheeks meet my scrutiny. I've never seen him like this, never noticed him how unwell he truly looked. The maids. They've been concealing his illness as best they could. I stride into the glowing room, and comfortingly, Kit smiles at my company, but the shadow stepping behind me makes Kit falter slightly. Peyton, I didn't expect to see you tonight. I force a deep breath in my lungs. It's their wedding night. If it weren't for the recent discoveries, together is precisely where they would have been. The thought has something sinister awakening within me, but I stamp it down right alongside the jealousy that festers there. I didn't either, Peyton states truthfully. But Kai wanted your wife here when we finally discussed what happened today. The words surprise even me, mostly because they weren't meant to be biting. I can feel Peyton's gaze crash into mine as Kit does the same. Slowly, the king gathers a stack of scribbled parchment and shoves it into the drawer beside him. I'd rather not speak of it. You, of all people, should understand that, brother. The words are honed masterfully. They cut deep enough to make me momentarily rethink this approaching conversation. I stare at my brother, seeing once again that sliver of cunningness he held so close. There was once a time when I would have considered myself to be calculated brother, and he be the caring one, but it feels as though a lifetime is wedged between those characteristics, and I'm no longer sure who is deserving of them. Kit, I say slowly, you killed someone today. He leans back in his chair. I did what I needed to. That was your first kill. It was? Peyton steps forward, shaking her head. Of course it was. I'm fine, Kai, the king murmurs. It's a necessity. Now can we please stop? I brace my palms on his desk. The brother I know would have been in shambles after driving a sword through a man's chest. Well, he grew up. Kit fires back. He shoves the bite in his voice aside. I am a king now, and everything I do is for the greatness of this kingdom. I study the tight paleness of his features. Tell me what's going on, Kit. There's something you're not telling me. Peyton clears her throat. I should let you two work this out. No, I order. My eyes don't stray from the king. You're in Azure now. This is exactly where you should be. Kit rubs a hand behind his neck, just as he has always done since we were boys. It tells of his anxiety. Brother, you know what happened. Peyton discovered the truth of Callum's role and how he's been manipulating me to do his bidding. He was a threat that I put an end to. I shake my head, a twinge of disappointment trickling through me. I think back to that panicked moment I walked into, Callum dead on the steps, and Peyton spewing her theories. Don't you think I would have known if he was a duel? Kit is quick to nod towards Peyton. You've been wrong about one's abilities. Besides, how do we not know he wasn't controlling you to ignore the true extent of his power? It's a well-rehearsed rebuttal, and if I didn't know my brother better, I might have believed him. So Callum's death had nothing to do with those letters in Iris's jewelry box? Kit says nothing. Peyton pounces on the familiar speculation. You'd already read those notes, hadn't you? You recognized Callum's handwriting and were worried that you might be a bastard. She takes a breath, realization crashing over her like a wave. Is that why you asked if he said anything about you? My brother tenses. I meant to dispose of those before giving you the jewelry box, but I got distracted. A sad sort of understanding seeps into my features. If he was a loose end that needed to be taken care of, I would have done that for you. That's why I'm here, to save you from brutality. And what if I don't want to be saved? Kit counters. There's a certain intensity in his eyes that startles me. What if I want to save you for once? Save us. My head titles. My head tilts. Kit, if you were there, he says slowly, and Callum stepped between me and your beloved Peyton with that dagger, who would you have protected? Something shifts between us at those words. The tension grows taut. I glance over at Peyton. She scrutinizes the situation. I fight against the understanding that begins to dawn. You would choose her, Kit whispers. You've already chosen her. Over and over again. This is ridiculous, Kit. The king stands, nearly toppling the chair in his haste. It should only ever be us, you and me, always. His gaze grows wild. You remember that, don't you? Before she came into our lives and left it in shambles? Peyton's voice is small. What are you talking about, Kit? But he doesn't speak to her. No, his words are directed only at me. She ruined us, Kai. Everything went wrong in our lives the second she stepped into it. Hell, his laugh is ragged. Even the second she was born, Peyton has managed to begin destroying this family. My chest tightens painfully. The crazed look Kit wears is one I recognize. Father, the king, would wear the same one when speaking of ordinaries. It was what he wished to destroy more than anything. I know now that his hatred stemmed from the death of his wife and the birth of an ordinary girl, but Kit's aversion for Peyton does not resemble our father's. Edric sought out power. Kit aches for companionship, brotherhood. Me alone. Don't you see, brother? His exasperation hangs in the air between us. She killed our father, my mother. She is the wedge that will drive us apart. I can see the shadow of jealousy on his face, the same darkness that falls over him when Peyton is near. But I realize now that it's not envy for the Silver Savior on display, but envy of her. She has me, and Kit hates it. I step away from his desk, my head shaking. She killed your father, not mine. Kit's face falls before I even land the final blow. Peyton is more your family than I am. Chapter 66. Peyton. Kai escorts me through the hallways, ignoring every wondering eye. After he walked from the gardens to meet me outside my chamber door, we set a quick pace between the imperial-lined walls. The urgency in his steps has me biting back every question pelting my weary mind. But the enforcer is on another one of his missions, and I am simply relieved to not be on the other side of it again. So I let him lead me past each tall window and the fading sun beyond. We turn down a corridor I don't recognize before stopping at the threshold of a seemingly unsuspecting door. I glance skeptically at my side. This is it? He turns the handle, stepping almost cautiously into the space. Odd how it's just a regular room after all those years of wondering what was inside. My feet falter. It feels as though I've disturbed the peace of the past, intruded on a stranger I now call mother in title alone. I scan Queen Iris's chamber slowly, taking in the four-poster bed hiding beneath a layer of neglect. Dust blankets every piece of furniture, the desk, the vanity, and bookshelves, all warmed with white grime. Father never let anyone in here. Kai's words only emphasize the clearer sign of all isolation. Always claimed that he wanted to preserve it for her. My gaze drifts to the shelves once again, noting the toppled books and wedged papers between them. On her nightstand, dust collects around the shape of a rectangle at its center. This is where Kit got her jewelry box from, I murmur. Kai nods. During your first trial, I found him in here, holding it. He must have been looking through some of her old things. I halt my pace, sewing at the end of the untouched bed. If he looked through the jewelry box, he would have seen those notes from Callum. Thoroughly distracted, Kai only manages an absent-minded, With a sigh, I drop the subject. His mind is far from my speculations. So what are we doing here exactly? You don't want to see your mother's chamber? I shrug. Maybe if she actually felt like my mother, but I run a hand across the dusty quilt hugging the bed. This woman feels like a stranger. Kai nods slowly, sympathetically, before he spews the real reason he dragged me here. You mentioned Callum saying something about the true records being sealed away. I glance around the abandoned room. And you figured they might be in here where no one was permitted to enter? Nothing gets past you, little psychic. His following huff is laced with humor. Actually, if I'm right, then something did get past you. This offends me greatly. Just spit it out, Azure. Kai pokes around the desk, pulling the stubborn drawers. I'm a year older than you, Pei. If my father married Mila after you were born, you would have been a year old already. I breathe. His smirk is infuriating. Don't be an ass, I join him at the desk with a lethal look. My mind has just been a little occupied lately. And mine hasn't. I almost laughed. I got married, and I have been mourning you since the day we left that poppy field. My lips part slightly. I stare at him, watching every ripple of emotion cross his unmasked face. He sighs out a steadying breath. The slow death of us started the day my brother slid that ring onto your finger, Kai murmurs. And I've had nothing but you on my mind for weeks. He reaches for me, before thinking better of it. We've always been inevitable pay, but in this lifetime, we're doomed. Today was evidence of that. He swallows. It's best we move on. A long moment before passes between us before he turns back toward the desk, as though he hasn't just crushed my heart in his calloused palm. The ache in my chest is only amplified by the truth in his words. We are ruined. Kai clears his throat. I blink away the emotion stinging my eyes. Attempting to let the tension fall from between us, I ask, "You think the records are in this desk?" I peek over his shoulder at the fingerprints he scattered across the dusty wood. Kai tugs at the rattling handle and to no avail. "It's locked," he mutters. That hardly deters him from yanking it open with ease and stating, "Brawny." He tosses he tosses his head toward the door, down the hall. Within a matter of moments, he is pulling 3 weathered scrolls from the depths of that locked drawer and laying them on the desk. One speaks of birth, the other of death, and final of marriage, which is a decree with secrets. We lean in, skimming the swirling dark ink. My eyes flick between 3 pages, head spinning. Frustrated, I try to fit Callum's admittance between the scrawled words. 18 years ago, a daughter was born to the king. 18 years ago, Queen Iris died in childbirth. I was the daughter, an ordinary the king disposed of. Embarrassed and angry, he hid the truth of his wife's death, claiming to the kingdoms that she passed with the birth of his heir. Queens were isolated for safety, so it was a believable lie. I drag a finger across the marriage license. This says nothing of a child. Only that Edric Azure and Mila Rowe were wed. Kai runs a hand through his tousled hair. There's no record of my birth. We must be missing something, I offer distantly. Maybe there's another scroll? Maybe, Kai cuts in. I blink as he's pushing away from the desk to stride across the room. Or maybe we should go to the right source. The Dowager Queen stares blankly at the scrolls. I want answers, Mother, Kai urges. Mila's long black hair is streaked with silver. Her once beautiful gray eyes are sunken in red. The cot she lies on is stiff, the room around us stuffy. She looks frail in the west wing's sickly hue, as though the rickety tower itself seeps life from her veins. I fidgeted in my seat. The queen hardly knows me, and now I've come to sit beside her deathbed, disrupting the little peace she had. I know the truth about Iris's death, Kai says slowly, pointing to one of the scrolls. How the king married you to help cover it up. But what I don't understand is where I fit into it. His gaze is piercing. If Iris truly died 2 years after Kit's birth, then how was I born only a year younger than him? The queen's gaze shifts to her son, nearly as hollow as the words she finally coughs out. The king didn't tell me the whole story until he decided he loved me. At the beginning, it was my duty to marry Edric. At least, that is what my father told me. As an advisor to the king, he handed me over a solution to a problem I didn't know. She lifts a hand to her son's cheek. Despite my father's persuasion, I didn't think the king would want to marry me so suddenly, because I already had a son with another. Her voice grows hushed. But I was wrong. It was you he wanted. I watched the words hit Kai hard enough to nearly crack his stony facade. He had a silencer sense your powers, she whispered. The queen grips Kai's hand, a cough rattling her chest before continuing. The king wanted a strong spire, and my baby boy was extraordinary. Edric wanted him as his own. Nothing. Kai says nothing. I dropped my gaze to the fidgeting fingers in my lap. After believing an ordinary child was his, it was no wonder the king wanted only the strongest of elites for himself. I was an embarrassment, a mistake, and Kai, the most powerful elite, would replace me. Edric told the kingdom he had mourned his late wife for 3 months and married me in the next. The queen chokes on her words. He was very convincing, your father. He told the people that he didn't have the heart to announce Iris's death until he knew his new queen and son were safe. So he wanted a solution to this problem, Kai says evenly, his voice is dangerously calm. The king was embarrassed by an ordinary that wasn't even his, so he claimed the strongest elite he could find on his own. Forgive me, Kai, his mother whispers. The castle is sworn to secrecy, and I was never to tell a soul the truth. So you were raised believing what everyone else in the kingdom did. Kai scoffs. But I was never his. My power was not Edric's doing. His eyes lift to the woman who resembles him so closely. So whose doing is it? Her throat bobs. A man I loved dearly, many years ago. Kai looks away, letting her words hang in the air. I can see the hurt he so desperately tries to hide beneath that mask of anger. The king rewrote history, he sees, and made me his puppet. Mila lets out a ragged cough that might have been the start of an apology. When she catches her breath, her face splotchy and red, she rasps, He was always too harsh on you, and I am so sorry for that. I was his in name, and still he hated that I wasn't his in blood, Kai mutters. That is why he never loved me, isn't it? Why he pushed me until I broke, all because my power was never truly his. Rage simmers down, deep in my gut for the boy who was forced into this fate by chance alone. Everything he has suffered, every mask forced upon his face and weapon pushed into his hand, was never intended for him. Kai Asher is not an Asher at all. He was a powerful solution. I'm sorry you were thrown into this mess, the queen attempts. At first, we were only meant to cover up how an ordinary killed the late queen. Her gray eyes slide to mine. Kai scoffs before biting out. All this time you knew? I had my suspicions, the queen coughs. Edric was not himself after seeing her for the first time. My cheeks heat. I was not the king's ordinary. At her skeptical look, I let the truth tumble out. I was his mind reader's daughter. A heavy silence bears down on us, one that Kai graciously lifts from our shoulders. The king always kept his fatals hidden. We never saw the silencer was the one I ever met while trying to glean information about the resistance, which I now know was a sham. His laugh is humorless, though it sounds like Damien met me long before then, when he told the king of my power. The queen's eyes widen on me. If that is true, then the king died thinking that I was his greatest failure, his ordinary, his weakness, his death. Even powerless, I killed him. A slight smile tugs at my lips. I hope he saw his daughter's face, the ordinary he despised, as I drove that sword into his chest. I'll live with it. Edric. A seamstress will soon find her way into the final trial. This signals the beginning of the end, or so the king thinks. Adina is little more than a pawn in his game, plucked from the castle and thrown into the pit for something as fragile as his ego. Edric hates that the daughter he believes to be his, and the punishment for killing the woman he loves. The king will take Payton's one and only piece of comfort in this world. From high above in his glass box, Edric enjoys watching the weakness emanate from Peyton Gray. She screams and cries and begs for a god who is wholly uninterested in such a plight. It is, oddly enough, a gift that the trials did not end the ordinary's life, for the king himself wants such a privilege. But, in the end, it is that rose atop Iris's jewelry box that foretells his doom. Hatred begins to fester in Edric's heart the moment he believes an ordinary to be born of him, yet they share no strength, no morals, no ounce of blood. Peyton Gray belongs to the queen and her love for a fatal. But that does not make her any less of a princess, nor does it lend her any more strength as an ordinary. King Edric's last moments are spent spilling blood and spitting enmity at a girl who has spent 18 years loathing. Even so, he mentions nothing of her lineage because she is not worthy of knowing the truth. The king wishes her to die, having never known of the royal blood in her veins. He will not allow Peyton Gray the satisfaction of understanding how much she has haunted him. He carves a circle upon her heart, just as his wife has done countless times atop his own, though this is no gesture of love like Iris intended, but the marking of what was lost, all the ordinary squirming beneath his boot. The king ensures Peyton Gray will wear that mark until her final breath, because it hurts to bear the weight of Iris's touch alone. It is in the ordinary skin that Edric writes the truth of her birth, of the great love that died and the spark of hatred that was born. Atop that muddy ground, mangled flesh spells out his love for Iris Mora, as the king lays her to rest with this final act of justice. Though, in the end, it is he who is buried beneath the weight of secrets and betrayal, for he never learns the truth of those he loved and how they loved one another. Chapter 67, Peyton. What are you talking about? Kit's words are a hiss, making me flinch. His red-rimmed eyes grow unfocused. My heart pounds beside Kai in the study that seems to be closing in on me. I almost try to convince myself that I've misheard the malice in my husband's voice, but it's of no use. The crazed look he wears only confirms the words he spit so readily. It's as though they haven't been smothered beneath his tongue for weeks before finally unleashing them. This is not the Kai I knew, the Kit I knew, nor is it the one I'm beginning to befriend. This is the embodiment of a fraying mind. Edric wasn't my father, Kai answers, his shoulders stiff. Mila already had a child when we were secretly wed, a powerful one that your father only wanted as a spare and weapon. So really, the enforcer takes a step forward, so stoic and sure. Peyton is your blood, not me. After all that time of calling Kai Azure a cocky bastard, that was precisely what he was. I had uttered the truth on a dozen occasions. I watched the steely words hit Kit, and yet he hardly flinches. That may be so, but you are my brother. You are more family than I've ever had, more, he searches Kai's gaze desperately, more love than I have ever had. Father was obsession, mother a ghost, but you showed me what love was. The reminder of my naivety nips at the corner of my consciousness. I've spent weeks trying to repair a bond I thought was only severed by the killing of a king, but I realize now that Edric Azure was merely a variable in Kit's contempt for me. It is Kai he wants at his side, his brother and friend, and I alone stand between them. Why did you marry me? I prod. If I'm a wedge between you two, then why not kill me? Kit finally deigns to meet my stare. My plans for Ilya require you. I gape at his curt response before he's turning once again towards Kai, features suddenly beseeching. Together we'll build the greatest nation, stretching far beyond the scorches and shallows. We'll create a legacy that father never dreamed of. Kai stares at the boy he once called brother his whole life. I thought you wanted to be exactly like father. Your father. Whatever happened to following in his footsteps, doing anything that made him proud? Again, Kit says with a cough, I grew up. Father told me of his plan for the resistance, how his entire life was wasted trying to rid the kingdom of ordinaries. He shakes his head. I spent so many years believing he was a god among men, that his plans for Ilya were beyond anything I could hope to achieve. But it was also mediocre, obsessive. Kit wags a finger in the air. Yet he had the gall to make me feel inferior my whole life. All I wanted was his pride, his approval, his love. So now, his gaze widens with that wild look, I will be so much greater than him. His name will be overlooked in the histories beside my own, beside ours. Kai's expression grows worried. And how will you do that? Kit rounds the desk slowly, his features morph into something so terrifyingly calm I nearly flinch. We've already begun, brother. The look in his eyes worries me more than his words. I swallow thickly. My voice is quiet. What did you do, Kit? No, he clicks his tongue. What did you do, Peyton? You became queen and made the surrounding kingdoms open their borders to us. You, a relatable ordinary, had them lowering their guards against us. And why, Kit breathes, would that be a problem, brother? You know I'm used to being overlooked, the king mutters distantly before beginning to pace. Kind, caring Kit, after all. But I really thought that you, his piercing gaze cuts through me, would suspect more from me. You thought saving Ilya was the best I could do? He grinned sharply. No, I'm liberating every kingdom. Kit, I begin slowly. See, I don't care whether the ordinaries live or die. Obsessing over their existence is what ruined Father. Kit explains eagerly, and for the first time I see a trail of dark veins creeping from his hairline. But elites should not be confined to the city. They should populate every kingdom. And when I rule over every kingdom on our maps, Kit smiles, and it's chilling. I'll have earned father's favor. Kai steps hesitantly towards his brother. What are you saying, Kit? Was uniting Ilya just some ploy? Not at all, Kit says, sounding almost offended. He coughs into that handkerchief again, splattering it with something ominously dark. It was needed for the kingdoms to open their borders and begin trade with us. My heart pounds. Each rapid beat of it brings me closer to discovering yet another truth to tear at the fraying seams of my life. You're not opening trade to exchange resources, are you? The question is hushed, and I fear the answer. Of course I am. Kit's voice is even. So I can exchange resources laced with the plague. Air flees my lungs. I'm still struggling to breathe when Kai shakes his head. You're not thinking straight, Kit. What are you? I was waiting to tell you, brother, the king admits. I wanted all the distractions out of the way. But now we'll have to do. Ilya needs food and land, yes, but that is not what's more important here. He hurries on before Kai can object. What I've found in father's letter was so much more than his pathetic plan for an elite kingdom. I found the truth. I stand there paralyzed by his words. The plague didn't just happen to Ilya, Kit grins. It was made for Ilya. The sun ringing in my ears nearly blots out the king's hurried explanation. A century ago, when Ilya was weak and on the verge of being conquered, scholars thought they concocted a substance meant to strengthen our troops against attack. Fabian Azure, funny how I could never remember his name during my tutoring, was at the end of his rule when the plague began. Perhaps the spread of this virus was accidental, or more likely, Fabian unleashed it on the kingdom. Kit rasped out another cough. You know us Azures and our hunger for power. Either way, what started as something meant to offer our armies a defense turned into a kingdom-wide plague. The king's gaze sweeps to mine, but it failed to strengthen us all. That can't be right, I sputter, skin prickling beneath his stare. How could you not know the plague was man-made? You're the psychic, Peyton, Kit muses. Take a look around and observe. Why do you think we can even have a fever season? Why elites, the strongest among us, exhaust ourselves when using too much power? Why there's a dying queen in the West Tower, unable to be saved from the grief slowly stealing away her life? Why the healers couldn't prevent my mother from dying because of your birth? His words stung, but he doesn't stop. The signs were always right in front of us because the plague wasn't right, wasn't ready. There was never meant to be ordinaries left on another side of it. And my father spent his life trying to right that wrong. They should have died with the plague, but instead they plague us. I've planned for this day as a long time, waiting until I could rid myself of this resistance. My head spins as Edric Azure's voice rings through it. His spewed admissions beside the bowl come flooding back, now suddenly clear. Don't worry, Peyton. I didn't just kill your father simply due to some gossip. I'm panting beneath the crushing weight of realization. I killed him to ensure my elite society remained. This was my father's doom, the truth of our plague. Callum was right. It wasn't Adam Gray's involvement with the resistance that cost him his life. It was a secret he was smart enough to figure out. Images flashed before my mind, evidence in plain sight. My father, frustrated with his own power and its inability to save a sick child, scribbled notes in his journal documenting a fever patient he couldn't cure. Elites slowly weakening over time, the death he could not spare Alice from. I'm a damn healer, and I couldn't even save her. I feel faint, my mind unable to handle any more illuminating discoveries. I'd watched my father trek to the castle every year during fever season, watched him struggle to heal a sick child despite his ability, and never once did I wonder why those named elites bore such weakness. Perhaps part of me reveled in the fact that the mighty weren't gods, that sickness still stalked them, and exhaustion accompanied the use of too much power. Perhaps I should have listened more closely when my father muttered about the ordinary disease being bullshit. Perhaps he knew that the king was only attempting to right the wrongs of a defective plague. Adam Gray died because the king couldn't risk his people knowing the truth of their flaws. When the plague began, Fabian swore all his scholars to secrecy. Kit is telling his enforcer when I blink back to the present. No one was meant to die. But then again, the plague was never meant to spread across the kingdom in the first place. So, not wanting to be blamed for the multitude of deaths, Fabian instead spun a story for those strong enough to survive, saying they had been chosen by God to become elites. Now, the truth of this plague is passed down to kings alone. I press a hand to my tight chest. All this meeting with the scholars, I mutter under my shallow breath. You wanted them to create another dose of the plague. And they were stubborn, Kit admits. The kings before me wished to hoard our power, just as the scholars do. But do you not see how many mundanes crowd the kingdom? His voice crescendos into something crazed. Our abilities are dwindling, Kai. The plague has been so diluted in our blood over the decades that offensive and defensive elites are becoming scarce. Soon we will become nothing more than an ordinary, and now the scholars have perfected their dose. I bite back my scoff when the king adds, Father was too simple-minded to see that every kingdom could be elite. His lips curve. But I will save us from becoming extinct. And when every city is brimming with powerful elites, I will be so much greater than Father. Have you lost your mind? I hiss. Think about what you're saying. Kai utters slowly. Kai utters slowly. You might save your power, but tens of thousands would die, Kit. Half the population from each kingdom dead. Not to mention how many people you would need to break before they bowed to you. You said so yourself, brother. That is why you're here, to save me from brutality. Kit takes a step closer. We make a great team. A dark shadow crosses the enforcer's face. So, just like our father, you'll use me as weapon? I'm not using you, Kai, he says earnestly. We're working together, using our strengths. The enforcer's response is biting. And mine is death. It is a gift, brother. Kit lifts his arms as though waiting an embrace. Together, we will rule the greatest nation this world has ever seen. The kingdoms will be loyal to me, to us, for strengthening them. He smiles, and it's unnervingly genuine. Father has trained me my whole life to rule over elites. I will make them fall into place, and your troops will help. The surrounding cities will want to follow me. Silence stifles the room. I step into it, facing the man I've married. This is madness. The kid I once knew the kid I knew once would know that this is. His biting laugh makes me wince. The kid you knew? A fit of cough steals his breath, but still he attempts to laugh. The kid you knew was naive enough to tell his father that you wouldn't dare betray me. My voice is choked. You knew about Edric's plan for the resistance? Callum sent you to find the tunnels beneath this castle. And father used me to ensure you did. He shakes his head. I was stupid enough to think you wouldn't use me like that. Callum wasn't controlling you, Kai states. You were working together. No, he wasn't controlling me. King nearly laughs. But I was happy to go along with that theory. I already knew of Callum and his role to the king when father died. So when the mind reader found me, hoping to continue father's plan for exterminating Ilya's remaining ordinaries, I was hardly surprised. Kit takes a step closer, and Kai shifts toward me slightly. At first, I mourned my father deeply, as you know. So when Callum advised I marry Payton to draw out the remaining ordinaries, I agreed. But that was before I found father's letter. I was reminded that how inferior his goals were, how little he cared for me. So with the knowledge of a man-made plague that could be replicated, I suddenly knew how to bury father's legacy with my own. My body begins to tremble. Callum agreed to this? He recognized that my plan was far superior. Kit waves an inky hand. But he did become a liability once I discovered those letters in the jewelry box. If I was a bastard, I couldn't have him telling the kingdom that. Slowly, his eyes find mine. But he was not the only loose end. Blood rushes to my cheeks when reminded of its royal qualities. I'm not a threat to your throne, Kit. I saw the way all of Loot kneeled before you, Kit hisses. If the slums discover the truth of your lineage, they might rise against me to see you on the throne. This is absurdity, Kit. A look of concern crosses Kai's face. You're not thinking straight. The king's laugh is hysterical. What? This isn't your caring, Kit? Because I'm clever enough to devise a plan you both played into? Another step forward. He looks like the shell of the boy I once knew, his mind frayed and body frail. I must not be thinking straight because no one is used to me thinking at all. What about the trials? I blurt. Kai training your troops? Kit sighs, exasperated. For Kai, a distraction and safeguard against stubborn elite kingdoms. For you, a death sentence. My face pales. But you just wouldn't die, he says softly. The bandits, the crew, the wielder, and the pit, none of them could rid you from our lives. And that was fine, because I was going to let this next dose of plague take you on its own terms. His gaze softens. I'm not a monster. I didn't want to kill you, Payton. But now you have to claim a claim to my throne. My stomach churns, threatening to spill its contents on the worn carpet below. This cannot be happening. I must be dreaming, desperately trying to claw myself awake from this nightmare, because I refuse to believe my life is yet again crumbling all around me. all within the span of a single day. But this is real, and I'm standing shaking before my husband who used trials as a way to kill me. These trials that are typically meant to showcase the elite's powers that were not gifted but created. Elite powers that do not make you a god, they make you a successful experiment. I don't know whether to laugh or cry or rage. Just calm down, Kit. The enforcer's arm brushes mine when he takes another step to shield me. This is insanity. I won't let you go through with any of it. You cannot ruin yourself for the promise of a legacy. But the king is hardly listening. His gaze has fallen to the stretch of skin Kai has pressed to mine. Even now, he whispers. Even now. This proclamation is louder. Look at you, protecting her. She has taken everything from us, including each other. We are so much better off without her, brother. Kit reaches out an arm, his finger curling around the hilt of that ceremonial sword, just like old times. There is a wildness to his features, his movements. I watch it unfurl down the length of his body, spreading from that crazed gaze. Something sinister seems to have snapped within the king. I see now that those stoic moments with me were simply a repression of everything he felt, a biding of time. Kit, Kai utters slowly, put the sword down. It's never going to stop. He waves the blade's tip in the air as though completely oblivious to the picture of severity he paints. You're gonna keep choosing her over me. Again and again. But I need you, Kai. He laughs out the words humorously. I need you with me. Your focus, your loyalty, your heart, all of it. Kit, think about what you're saying, Kai warns. She is only ever a means to an end. The king's sword swings dangerously at his side, those dark veins bulging against pale skin. I needed her as a queen to draw out the kingdoms, open their borders, but her usefulness is short-lived for us, Kai. My stomach lurches beneath a clenching heart. I can't help the pang of hurt that vibrates through me. I once considered this boy a friend, a confidant I accepted spending the rest of my life beside. But the hysteria in his voice, the sword in his hand, makes me flinch. A means to an end. Kit is not the only Azure I've been used by before inevitably meeting the end of their sword. This king is a reflection of the last, whether he sees it or not. Enough, Kit! Kai's chest lifts with quick breaths. This is mad. I won't help you spread another plague through the kingdoms. You told me I wouldn't have to kill ordinaries while you're king, he swallows. And that is exactly what you're doing. Kai, the king's gaze grows eerily sympathetic. It's already begun. My blood chills. What are you talking about? The Kit swings his sword softly at his side. Fine. The trials were more than a death sentence. They were useful to me. My mind reels as I drift back to each of the trials. Marina's crown, Mac's death in the pit, and the roses, I sputter. What did you do to those roses? They were laced, and you delivered them for me. The damning words slide easily off Kit's tongue. Then a rattling cough spews from his mouth. Isrum will be the first infected kingdom. Kai's chest heaves. His words are drowned into disbelief. What have you done? And you will come to understand, brother, the king urges. Blood trickles from the corner of his lips. Just as you will understand why I must rid our lives of her. I take a slow step back. Kit. Kai's stretches his arm out in front of me like a shield. You're sick, Kit. You know this isn't right. His stern tone slips into something more pleading. And you know I won't stand here and let you hurt your wife. The king's eyes flash. Still you hate that she is mine. Even married to me, she holds so much power over you. Look at yourself, Kai. You are wound so tightly on her finger that you can no longer think straight. He tugs at his hair in frustration, tangling the blonde strands. Things will go back to the way they were without her. You and me, always. I glance nervously at his swinging sword. Why would you want to do this? I thought we cared for one another. Oh, don't take this too personally, Peyton. Another step. I even began to enjoy your company over the past few weeks, despite how desperately I wanted to take you out of our lives. But you have to understand, I just want my brother back. Kit, calm down, Kaya orders. You're not yourself right now. The blade flashes in this flickering light. I didn't want to be seen like this, really. His eyes are on me, but I'm not entirely sure that he sees me. Delirium curls his lips into something that makes me shiver. But you forced my hand. I can't have a lost princess stealing my throne from under me. Kit, stop! I'm not after your throne, I hurl the words at him, cutting off Kai's and hoping to break through this haze of hysteria Kit wears. I never wanted it. This is all in your head. He looks down at his sword. The king seems to be elsewhere entirely. Of course you want the throne. All you've ever wished for was power. Kai steps forward, and I'm unsurprised to see him pause at an equal distance from myself and the king. That is where he's always stood, torn in two different directions: duty, desire, loyalty, love. Like always, he strains to hold on to both, but his grip is slipping, and a cruel reality is setting in. One cannot have both. Kit lifts the sword, angered that his brother stands in this lethal path. I'm doing this for us, Kai. For Ilya. She is all that stands in the way. Let's just talk about this. Kai lifts his hand slowly, just as one does when attempting to calm a spooked animal. You and me, brother. We'll work through this. You're not yourself. This is what I was made to be. Kit's voice cracks. If not, if this is not myself, then I don't know what is. I was created to be king, and that is what I am. That includes making the hard decisions, the brave and benevolent, and the brutal. The sword flashes at Kit as Kit surges toward me. Kai would never hurt his brother. I know this much as he does. So when the king lunges toward me, I expect this breath in my lungs to be last. Death follows me, a single moment to accept my fate. He reaches for my hand like an old friend, a reunion at long last, and I'm content. The father who would never dare hurt me is waiting beyond, Adina at his side and Mac next to her. The sound of singing steel rings through the room as Kai blocks his brother's blade from with a fire stoker. He'd only just snatched it from the hook when Kit swung, forcing him to step back beneath the arching blow and halt it with trembling arms. Kit drags his sword across the length of the stoker before stepping back. Get out of my way, Kai. That's an order. Not until you calm down. The enforcer flips the striker in his palm. I'll fight you all night if I have to. Hurt flashes across Kit's face. You'll never stop choosing her until she's gone. The king attempts to shove past his enforcer again, but Kai steps into the blade's path. That iron rod counters the swinging sword once again, though its pointed tip expertly avoids Kit's chest. I watch Kai, noting how deliberately he remains on defense. This is not a fight he intends to win, only one he wishes to put to an end. I can do little more than shake my head at them. Stop this, both of you! The stoker Kai holds clashes against his brother's sword. I'm not choosing between either of you. You already have, Kit pants. He shoves a shaky finger toward the empty space beside Kai. She told me! Staring grimly at the indicated nothingness, Kai murmurs, You're sick, Kit. Let me help you. Sick? The king's tone is terrifyingly calm. Then he's laughing, the sound somehow more frightening. Greatness is not a sickness, brother, and once she is gone, you'll see that. A clashing of metal ensues. Jagged shadows are painted across the walls, scrawling an ever-changing story of this battle between brothers. It's hypnotic, the way they flow in and out of each other's ferocity. This is a dance well practiced, one they've been partners within for years. I blink at their forms, the fluidity they find within each other. This is hardly a fight. This is reminiscence. It's as though they are back in the training yard, sparring with a routine that is second nature. Kai steps in, arcing his weapon. Kit falls back to catch the attack with the blade of his sword. A cross of metal hangs between them as both brothers strain against the other's strength. They push away, resume the routine they created as boys. This is the enforcer's distraction. I watch them anticipate each movement. Calm Kit down without hurting him in the process. There's something so intoxicating about the way they move. I stand there, stunned at the sight of two people knowing each other so deeply. It's entrancing, like a prophecy foretold finally unfurling before my eyes. Kit's hostility toward me means nothing in this moment, because there's nothing but peace here. Steel flashes, metal sings. Kit advances, Kai evades, the enforcer feigns, the king anticipates. It's a beautiful sequence of controlled chaos. When their weapons meet again and they stand face to face, a slight smile is shared between them. This is how they know each other. This is how they remember themselves. Before me are the brothers who taught each other to love with a sword in hand in a muddy ring beneath their feet. They found companionship in what they could control, and in this moment, that is each other. Panted breaths filled the study. Shadows stalled on the wall before the brothers broke apart. Still sharing that small smile, they fall back into that flurry of familiar movements. Kit lunges. Kai parries. The enforcer thrusts the stoker towards the king, his broad back blocking my view. I wait for the answering sound of steel. I wait longer. Time grows sluggish. Something shifts in the air, like a staggering of the song they were sparring to.
Their feet halt awkwardly between beats of this rehearsed dance. The peace that once filled this room flees from it. A solid back collides with my chest, making me stagger. That is when a haunting sound fills the room. A strangled shout cuts through the silence. My own shuddering breath fills the tight air as I step around Kai. There is that slight smile on Kit's face, the one he used to give so freely, charming and warm. Now it's found his lips again, as if to make up for all the times he'd forgotten how to wear happiness. My eyes drift downward. The iron stoker protrudes from his chest. That golden hair lies tousled on his head, glinting like a halo around his pale face. The king's blood stains the same as his father's had. Kai rushes to his brother, voice choked. No! You were supposed to dodge, Kit! Dazed, the king looks down at the stoker buried in his chest, touches shaking fingers to the gashing wound. His palm leans heavy on the desk beside him, leaving a bloody print atop his pile of parchment. My whole body trembles as I watch blood seep from Kit's touch, bathing scribbling words in scarlet beneath his fingertips. His wide green eyes lift. I forgot. Kai catches his brother when he tumbles. Stained sheets of paper tumble from the desk. The king watches them flutter delicately towards the ground, and then he follows. Chapter 68. Kai. Kit's knees hit the floor right beside my own. I can't think. I can't feel. I can't hear anything but the sickening sound of my brother's flesh tearing over and over again in my mind. Rage consumes me, swallowing all my sanity. I feel myself wavering on the edge of an irreversible darkness. Like a gaping hole my soul is slowly slipping into. But I cling to that flickering light within me, the piece of Kit he's planted there, and beg it not to burn out. He sways on trembling knees before beginning an agonizing topple towards the floor. I catch him, my arm curling around his back as I lay him down gently. This cannot be happening. None of this is right, not this crazed break in my brother's character or the ashy stoker skewering him. A puddle of blood crawls slowly across the rug beneath his shuddering body, and I can hardly feel its sticky warmth lapping around my knees. You were supposed to dodge, I say again, my words heavy with guilt. I thought you were going to dodge. The delirium that was clutching Kit so tightly begins to slip away. I forgot. I can't even remember myself. I try to ignore the tears welling in my eyes as I press trembling hands to his wound. Blood oozes between my fingers. I'm gonna fix this, okay? Now it is I who sounds hysterical. You're gonna be just fine. Peyton sits stiffly at my side, her eyes wide and glassy. Kit's eyes drift distantly to his queen. I did care for you. I didn't want to be a monster. My hands cut Kit's face, turning it towards my stern one. Hey, I'm the monster, not you, all right? His voice is thick with pain, with something cold I don't dare identify as death's arrival. You're a pawn, and I'm the king who plays you, though I don't remember most of my moves. I force a shaky laugh because the alternative is far too damning. Always the dramatics with you, Kitty. My throat tightens as I grab his bloody hand. I'm going to make this right. A tear rolls down my cheek as I shut my eyes in search of a healer's power, Duel bleeding out beneath me. Hydro down the hall. I dig further, reaching out into the corridors beyond. Gust, shield, veil, every Imperial outside the door is utterly useless to me. I fight using my ability, urging it toward the other end of the sprawling castle where I know the healers reside, where every one of them is uselessly out of my reach. A wall slams into my power and terror grips my heart. No. No! I rail against it, my hand pounding with the force Father used to push my ability to the point of failure, and this is what it felt like. A wave of exhaustion crashes over me, evidence of my weakness, evidence of a fabricated plague and its flaws. Kit's salvation lays just beyond my reach. There's no healers, I gasp. I need a healer! The shout bounces around the study, replaying the helplessness over and over. Desperation tears from my throat again. Peyton, go find me a healer! She nods, face pale. Keep him awake until I get back. And then she's tearing out of the room. I look down at Kit, and he's loosening his grip on my fingers. You're going to be just fine. You hear me? It's all the comfort I can muster for him, as I will the words to be true. Green eyes grow blurry. His head shakes. A violent rock of his skull against the bloody floor. A whisper leaves me in ruins. I haven't felt right for a while. I don't remember. But I'm scared, Kai. A sob spills out of me. I duck my head, shoulders shaking in time to the beat of my shattering heart. I'm right here. My voice breaks. You're gonna be fine. It's all for us. Remember that, he murmurs weakly. I just wanted my brother back. You never lost me. My words are a plea I desperately need him to understand. I have always been right at your side. Your brother, no matter our blood. No. Kit's soft smile displays the blood seeping into his lips. That crazed haze seems to have cracked, leaving only the shell of my brother behind. You are somewhere between us, never able to decide who you loved more. I shake my head. Tears spatter his bloody chest. I can love more than one person, Kit. But I cannot, he whispers. You were the only person that loved me, Kai. And I was losing you to her. I hang my head and hands, slicked with my brother's blood. This is all my fault. It should have been me. I choke on the emotion clogging my throat. This is my fate. I'm supposed to protect you. Kit sucks in a rattling breath. I think his eyes flutter shut. My fate was to save you from me. Don't say that, I choke. You're the king. You're my brother. A sob weaves between each word that follows. And we promised to always stay together, grow old enough that the only thing we remember is each other. And that would be okay because you were worth every one of my memories. You promised me that, Kit. I pull at my hair with a bloody hand. Damn it, you promised! Kit lifts his head from the ground, golden hair matted with blood. My knees soak in the pool of it as I reach to cradle his neck. He looks up at me, eyes warm when they land on mine, just as they always have been. I don't want to be a monster, he whispers. I just wanted to be great. Tears stream down my face. You don't need to be great, Kit. You were good. You've always been good. He shakes his head, and the movement had a rasping cough falling from bloodied lips. I don't want to be alone. You won't be, I say roughly, because you're going to be fine. Me and you, Kit, always, you. You promised me that. I lift my head to let another futile cry rip from my throat. Help! I need a healer! Kai, it's weak. My name from his lips, but the quiet contentment in which he says it has enough to make me weep. He has accepted his fate, broken a promise, doomed me to a life without him. Bury me. Kit takes several shallow breaths, then he smiles. Under the willow tree. I I won't be lonely there. My very soul feels as though it's splitting in two. I can't do this without you, Kit. Please. Please! He says nothing. His eyes drift shut. Stay with me, Kit! I pat his cheek, though I can hardly see him through my steady stream of tears. I need you to stay awake. His bleary gaze finds mine again. Then he's lifting shaking hands to fumble with the wedding ring on his finger. My voice quivers. What are you? Kit slips that steel band free, and with the last of his dwindling strength whispers, Love each other for me. Then the ring is pressed into my palm. No, the word is defiant. No! This one drips with anguish. I need you with me, Kit. His gaze trails upward, rests on the silver shadows that cling to the ceiling, staring down at us. I wrote you letters. The words are nearly lost on death's chill. So you can see why I'm a monster. There is a sudden widening of the green eyes that so easily crinkled with laughter. They grow distant, pinned on the phantom beside me. Breath rattles in his chest. I'm scared, Kai. I squeeze his hand, pressing it on to my forehead with a whimper. I'm right here. I think I might be dying right beside him. You're okay. A ripple of relief washes over him. His mind seems clear for the first time in weeks, but his words fade away. I just want to be great. You are, I breathe. The tears are falling faster now. You'll be remembered as Ilia's greatest king. I promise you that, brother. Blood blossoms from beneath his body, like a peaceful pool surrounding a gruesome scene. It stains his hair, turning the tips of each blonde strand into a delicate crown, as though death himself has placed it upon his brow. Forgive me, Kit, I beg. The quiet words he aims over my shoulder aren't meant for me. I'll go gently. For you. Then his gaze is fixed on the world beyond. Mine goes quiet without him in it. You and me, I whisper against his bloody chest. Peace is forever pressed into his features. Anguish rips me raw from the inside out. Please, don't leave me. I'm numb. I'm dead and beside him, but cursed to keep living. Grief is my equal, misery my mirror. I call sorrow by its name and speak my own. My head falls back with a roar of agony. My brother, my brother, my brother! And when Peyton throws open the door, a healer at her side, I'm lifeless on the floor beside my brother. Edric. Before meeting his fate at the hands of Peyton Gray, the king warns his son of the threat she poses. Scrutinizing him thoroughly, as he often does, Edric Azure sees the man who fell in love with Iris Moira all those years ago. The similarities between the king and his heir are eerie, like looking into a warped mirror to see pieces of oneself fossilized in another's face. Kit stares wearily at his father from his assigned seat before the fireplace, while Edric reclines casually in his worn leather one, as if he hasn't just metaphorically ripped the floor out from beneath his son's feet. So really, Kit ventures slowly, you're the leader of the resistance? Edric drums his fingers against the faded armrest. Technically. Though it is Callum who has faced it, who is the face of it. And he is the one the fatals you've hidden he's one of the fatals you've hidden away? Kit confirms. Yes. Over the years. I've tried to keep their identities as hidden as possible. My fatals are the most powerful weapons and spies. They are of no use to me if everyone else knows who and what they are. The king meets his son's eyes, and again that eerie feeling washes over him. It's as though he's looking into his own gaze. Kai still does not know the truth, but you, Kit, are my heir. It is time you know these things, know my plans, so you may continue to fulfill them when I no longer can. Kit straightens in his seat, a foreign sense of importance washing over him. He has, for better or worse, waited his entire life to prove himself to his king, his father. The boy has wanted for little more than to be needed by the man who has always withheld his affection. Though Edric's relationship with Kai was strained, Kit finds himself envious of even the begrudging approval his father feels for the enforcer. It is pride, praise even, that the heir finds himself craving, but his role is not one that displays tangible achievements, and this forces him to work even harder to prove himself. Failure is the word Kit most fears, and it will plague him still, even after the death of his father. He is not quite sure where the overwhelming need to please stems from, only that it seems to fester with each day the king shoves a book beneath his nose. Disappointment Kit can bear, but indifference from the man meant to love him drives the boy mad. Nothing is even ever good enough. Not his studies, or etiquette, or practiced charisma. At least with Kai's field of practicality, there's some measure of accomplishment. Some death to be doled out or command to fill. A dark thought has always dwindled in the back of Kit's mind. Perhaps the death of his mother has tainted his relationship with the king. Even the prince hates himself for his death. When, in truth, one Kit will never come to know, Edric cannot love something that is potent. And unlike Kai, the heir is nearly useless until the king's demise, and that does not sit particularly well with him. Though, if Edric were being honest with himself, he rarely is, he would admit how similar Kit's temperance is to Iris's. This only makes things harder for the king, and it is perhaps what pushed him to mold the prince into something harsher. But here, in this moment, the king needs something from his son, and even after all this time, Kit will do anything to make him proud. You want me to show Peyton the tunnels? Kit says this with a skeptical kind of thrill. Stern, though equally bland, the king elaborates. She will try to convince you to take her through them, like I said. You will do so, but not obviously. It should not be difficult for you to reminisce on how you have never strayed far from the castle walls. This is a sad truth, one that the heir will have no quandary speaking of. There will be no need to put on facade for this intriguing girl, but rather lower his walls and let the feeling spew from between them, though that may prove to be more difficult. She wouldn't, Kit urges. You don't know her like I do, father. She wouldn't betray me to. She is nothing, the king's hiss as his son has his son wincing. And those that are nothing will take everything from you. Remember that, son. He lifts a stiff finger between them. Do not make the mistake of feeling for her. In this moment, Kit does not believe his father to be right. He holds hope close to his heart, believing in the goodness he knows his mother would have wished him to. Later still will he discover the naivety of hope. Slowly, Kit nods, ever obedient to his father's wishes. And why exactly am I doing this? The king smiles, and it's joyous enough to tell the heir it wasn't meant for him. Because I'm finally able to put an end to the resistance. The prince thinks on this, His face slackens with surprise. For the first time since he was a boy, the man before him suddenly becomes just that. Behind the facade of a grand king, a god of elites, there lies a single-minded man. Kit has always thought his father strived for more than just the eradication of ordinaries, more than a single kingdom of elites. That perfect, powerful image of Edric Azure begins to melt away, leaving a child who is oddly disappointed by the mediocre sins of his father. He has always expected more from the man who has so flippantly raised him. If Kit and Kai had endured their loveless lives for something truly great, it might have been worth it all. Because that is the truth of it. Kit has never learned how to love, and yet he somehow stumbled into it with his brother. But everything else, every hopeless attempt for his father's favor, is born of obsession. That alone is what the king has taught him. That is all you want, father? The air clears his throat, intensity building behind that green gaze. A truly elite society within Ilia alone? What more could I ask for? The king snaps. And if I meet my end before it is finished, you shall continue my legacy. Wipe out the ordinaries for good, as it is always meant to be. Kit blinks sluggishly. That is all his father wants of him? All that is expected of him after everything he has endured? Did you hear me, boy? The king's booming voice does not make Kit wince. I have plans for you. The heir nods. He has plans as well. Kit will become so much greater than his father. Then he will have earned his approval, become worthy of a love he never understood. Later, Edric will speak with his daughter again, spinning each word to seem as though she is influencing his sons. Each jab is intended to spur her towards spending more time with Kit, the heir discreetly doing his father's bidding. Soon that boy would become a king, and with the crown comes the discovery of the truth. A letter Edric leaves his son is a reflection of the one Landon left him, and so the secret of the Great Plague is passed on. As for Kai, well, the king does not care for the budding relationship between his enforcer and forgotten daughter. Nor does he care for the spare who is not truly his. The king revels in Kai's power as much as he despises it, because in truth, it is not born of him, making Edric hate how something so strong is not his to claim. This is why he pushes the boy so hard, spills his blood in training, and hardens a heart that pumps it. He equally loves and loathes his enforcer's power, as it drives an immense darkness between them. Kai doesn't understand the extent of his father's indifference toward him or why he suffers so heavily at the hand of his king. Peyton doesn't understand the extent of her birth and how it's connected to the king's loathing of her. Kit doesn't understand the extent of his father's hatred toward ordinaries, but he does not need to. No matter the reasonings, it is inferior to everything the king has put him through. The heir will no longer tolerate being unremarkable in his father's eyes. He will overwhelm every hope and dream Edric has for Ilia. Kit Azure determines to be the greatest his father never was. In time, they will come to see what was hidden from them, every lie brought to light, every secret unraveled. But the king, dear Edric, will never know the truth behind that rose on Iris's jewelry box. Chapter 69 Peyton. It is 6 days after Kit's death when we gain the courage to gather the stack of bloody letters. Most are unmaimed by the king's death, having shied into a dark corner of his desk drawer. Ink smears across the pages of some while blood stains the others, leaving words to gasp beneath the large splotches. Each letter plucks apart a different piece of Kit. Some anger and grief, others calculating or lonely. Not all are addressed to someone. Most are just a scribble of consciousness or spilling of emotion, but there's no shortage of tears. Kai weeps for his brother. I weep briefly for the boy I used to know. Kit Azure was at war with himself, the pen his weapon and the parchment his foe. The battle that raged between his eyes was one he fought alone until the very end. The brothers are lost without each other. Kit, because his enforcer is no longer his, and Kai, because his king died in his arms. So he weeps. Kit is gone, and a piece of Kai with him. Father is dead. She killed him. I'm not sure what else to say, or write, or do. I can still see his severed neck when I shut my eyes, so I don't sleep. Peyton is gone. The girl I trusted is now a traitor to the crown, a killer. Am I angry? Why am I so angry? He never loved me, but he died before I got the chance to make him. I'm sending my enforcer after her. I don't think he likes when I call him that. We haven't spoken much since the moment I kneeled in the mud at father's side. I feel something fraying inside me. Maybe it's my sanity. Peyton, did you watch the light leave his eyes? Those were my eyes, but you knew that. And I'm angry, but you knew that. And yet, part of me is still trying to hate you, but you knew that. My enforcer is coming for you. Run. They buried the king, made me the next one. I haven't left the study in days. I'm not sure I've spoken to anything but paper in days. Servants gossip beneath my window. I dump my food there to give them something else to talk about. Everyone thinks I've gone mad, and maybe I have. Maybe I always was. Kai does not mourn. I see the concern on his face whenever our eyes meet, but it's like he's trying to understand why it is I grieve. He'll never know what it means to be a failure. Father loved power, but that is what I saw in my brother. But that is what he saw in my brother. But me? I was meek, kind, nothing like the heir he'd hoped for. A disappointment. I'm tired of grieving. What did he ever do to earn my love? Was it commanded of me? I only know what to do when he's asked it of me. And he did not tell me to feel. No, I did too much of that. Too kind. Too weak. Too soft. Too unlike Kai. I'm sick of mourning. I'm been mourning the lack of his love all my life. Everything was for him. All that I am and all that I am becoming. Father, King, you. All of this is for nothing. All of this is for you. Can you see that from beneath the 6 feet of dirt that separates us? Is this need for your love too weak for you? If you're shouting up at me, you'll have to speak up, Father. Power is what you always wanted from me, so I'll become it. Callum found me, just as I figured he would. Brave, benevolent, brutal. He told me of his plan to continue my father's work. I was reminded once again of when the king told me of his hope for a truly elite Ilya. It has all seemed so simple minded, so lowly for a man who expected perfection from his sons. For so many years, I had hoped that something great was to come of his lack of love. But father's obsession with ordinaries has brought him to his knees. Callum tells me to marry Peyton Gray, my father's killer. She will draw the remaining ordinaries out of hiding. Her reign will be a ploy to discreetly rid Ilya of the weak. But I want to do so much more. I found father's letter to me. He wishes for me to fulfill his plans, carry on ridding the kingdom of ordinaries. But I might have just done that. Might have followed in his footsteps, hoping to please him in death. But then I learned the truth. Elites could be made, and I could rule over all of them. With an ordinary as queen, the kingdoms will open their borders to us. It won't be difficult to smuggle the plague into each city with laced resources. And when a new wave of elites is born, I will be their king. I will be great. I will prove myself to father. I will be so much greater than him. Brother, when was the last time I called you that? It's strange, not sparring with you in the mornings or visiting Gail to see who can get away with snatching the most food from her back. I miss us. No titles, no duties. You left for your mission 2 days ago, and I can't help but wonder if you'll return. Do you love this version of me enough? Is that even fair to ask? You're supposed to be loyal to me. I'm going to be better for you. For us. No one has ever loved me like you. I need you to make me whole again. You, Kai. I was harsh when you left, I know. But just come home and punish me for it in training ring. Come home and give me another chance at being your brother. Or perhaps she is where your loyalties lie. We're going to change Ilya, brother. You and me. Always. Callum has agreed to my plan. The surrounding kingdoms must open their borders at the welcoming of ordinaries, and the engagement to Peyton Gray. As much as I wish to rip her from our lives, Callum pointed out the sway she holds within the slums. I only need her on the throne as a symbol to the cities, so they will lower their guards against us. That is, until the plague rids us of her. Everything will fall apart when she stumbles in. Everything fell apart when she stumbled into our lives. She killed my father, stole my brother. Even now, the traitor is likely tugging Kai back into her arms. But I need her for a little while longer, and then I will have my brother back. I took a dose of the plague. Maybe it was a mistake. I read in father's letter how he gave a dose to Ava when she was born. He was so terrified of having a weak child that he did everything he could to prevent it. But Ava was only a child, and she couldn't survive the sickness. When I told the scholars of my plans for Ilya, they adamantly informed me that there was not enough research done on what had happened would happen to an elite who took another portion of the plague. So I became their test subject before they could object. Now they're forced to do everything they can to keep me alive. I haven't told Kai about the truth of Ava's death, about anything really, but I will survive this plague. I have to. I have to be great. Father's always taught me I was too soft, too weak. Now I will be far more powerful than he ever was. I only need to live. Kai, you should be back by now. Did you run away with her? Did you abandon our forever for a chance at one with our father's murderer? You still love her, don't you? Don't you see how she drives us apart? She ruined us. Come home, please. All will be as it once was. The scholars are fighting me. They won't. They want to be. They want to herd our abilities like the kings before us. The healers monitor me closely, waiting for the first signs of sickness and whether or not I'll survive it. I force them to fall into line with my plan. I am not the kings before. My enforcer is back with my betrothed. He fought her home. He brought her home to me. Perhaps his loyalty still resides with me. Perhaps I've misjudged his feelings for Peyton. Ridding her from our lives seems easier than I thought. The court was shocked by my decree. The people must welcome ordinaries into Ilya, so the surrounding cities will welcome us. They have yet to discover how great I will make this kingdom, how far I will stretch our borders. Peyton let me slip that ring onto her finger because she hopes for a united Ilya, but I will unite far more than Ilya. Peyton, in truth, you're not an easy individual to hate. I wouldn't even say my feelings towards you are so strong. They are rather indifferent. They were once there was once a time when Peyton Gray had both the princes wrapped around her finger, but that was before she betrayed me and killed my father. I don't take it personally, really. Not anymore. In fact, you freed me from the man who was only ever holding me back. I found something else to chase, obsess over, as I often do, and you're helping me. For that, I'm thankful. But please do not take offense to the inevitable demise I will let you meet. This legacy, this life, was only meant for my brother and me to share, and I will not share him with you. When the time comes, I will ensure the kingdom mourns you. You have my word. I don't wish to be your monster, Peyton. Part of me still cares for you, but I only know how to love my brother. I steal moments with Kai whenever I'm able to. He keeps me stable. I feel like myself when I'm with him, even as the plague begins eating away at my sanity. I only wish to return things to the way they were before her. His feelings for my betrothed are not ideal, but he'll come to see her as the threat she is to us. I just want my brother back. I want greatness. Is that too much to ask for? This plague has made me weak, dulled my mind. Anger is an emotion that now belongs to the plague. I feel it wash over me like a wave I cannot control. Kai sees that fraying part of myself, but Peyton unleashes it. It feels good, getting drunk with my brother again. Peyton is there. Peyton is always there. But it is bearable when Kai is around. I can be myself, be with him. The plague allows me that. I enjoy the time with my brother, and deep down, I enjoy the little time I have left with Peyton. They set sail for Istrum today. I may never see my brother again. Doesn't he realize this is all for him? For us? He's never meant to sail across the treacherous waters, but he's in love with her. He will do anything for her because he loves her more than he loves me. I just need him to come home. Sending Peyton to Istrum was partially with the hope that she wouldn't return. I discreetly informed the captain that dumping her from the ship was an option, if his men so desired. But with Kai on board, he will ensure that Peyton makes it home in one piece, if or neither of them will. Though the true purpose of her journey is to gift Istrum a crate of laced roses. They will be the first to endure the plague, but in time they'll thank me for it. If the sea allows Peyton to meet Queen Zayla, her trial still stands. I need her to convince the stubborn woman to accept our peace offering, and I need Kai to come home. I don't know what I'll be when he returns. The royal physicians are worried. My mind is drifting. My body is weak. But I'm going to live. I cannot die before I'm better than him. I'm going to live. Unlike my father, I do not need Callum to help carry out my plans. Fear festers when I'm around him, all rooted in my unknown legitimacy. I should simply dispose of him. It is as though paranoia has planted a seed in my mind that grows by the day. I don't feel right. My mind is slipping, and it is not just a plague at fault. I've piled so much pressure on my shoulders. That no, father has done this to me. It is because of him that I am this way, obsessive, controlling, in constant need of approval. My mind is no longer my own. Maybe it never was. I don't want to be a monster. I don't want Kai to see me as one. My ship arrived at the dock in shambles. It's a miracle they survived the sea and its creatures, but my gift was accepted. My brother is back, and what is left of me here is here to greet him. I'm coughing up blood now. Another fun side effect of the plague. I've lost weight rapidly, and I can't remember the last time I slept through the night. Kai's worried about me. He knows I'm not myself. I watched my brother die yesterday. Beneath the illusion, his name was Makoto Kitan. Callum told me he found a wielder outside the bowl after that third purging trial, how his mind screamed of grief and rage for the seamstress that was killed. But it was Peyton he blamed for her being there in the trial in the first place. So I offered him a chance at revenge. Ironically, I used the tunnels to sneak out into the bowl, then down the path toward Loot. I needed one final push for Ilya to fall into line, accept my changes to the kingdom, but I would not risk throwing Kai into the bowl, because I knew he would let Peyton kill him. Because my brother would die to save her, not kill her to live with me. Makoto agreed to fight Peyton, but the hefty sum I paid him to put on a good show was futile. He didn't leave the arena alive. Peyton Gray has a way of making people care about her. There are holes in my memory. I ignored it at first, but now I think the healers are right. The plague is eating away at my mind. Peyton Gray is the daughter of Iris Moira. She is an illegitimate child, and I could not risk being found out as the same. So when she told me what she learned of Callum, when she believed him to be a duel, I went along with her theory. Callum could read the apology in my mind before I shoved my sword through his chest. It was nothing personal, truly, but I refused to be reduced to a bastard. Not after everything I've endured, everything I've planned for Ilya. They bowed before her. All of the slums. She has a claim to the throne, and I won't let her overthrow me. I need this. Doesn't she know I need this? She's already achieved greatness in my trials. This is mine. I need this legacy. I need her gone. I need to be great. Chapter 70. Peyton. Kai didn't move from Kit's side until his body grew cold. Even then, it took 3 Imperials to pull him from the pool of blood. He let them, of course, unlike the dozens prior who dared drag the enforcer from his grief before the sun rose timidly through the study's window. Rays of light stroked over Kit's still body, memorializing the sickening scene as though it were a painting. Kit, a canvas of scarlet streaks. For as long as Kai kept Kit company, so did I. By the time our aching knees rose from this worn rug, blood was already crusted atop our skin and caked into our hair. I followed Kai numbly to his rooms and filled the tub with steaming water. He didn't fight me when I peeled off his soiled clothes or urged him into a bath. His eyes were distant, hollow, but they were on me, and that was something. I lathered a bar of soap across the skin, smelling so distantly of pine, and the man I fell in love with. With a soft sponge, I scrubbed at every patch of hardened blood. His eyes never strayed from mine, shutting only when I softly asked it of him while wiping the stained face of sorrow itself. He didn't stand from the tub when I finally lowered the sponge. Instead, he moved with an intent I hadn't seen in half a day. Water dripped from his arms as he unbuttoned the back of my dress. As soon as it had slipped from my body and into a puddle of fabric on the floor, he pulled me into the tub. He wouldn't let me touch the sponge. The fearsome enforcer of Ilya swiped every speck of his brother's blood from my skin. It was the gentleness with which he loved, even when he grieved, that made me break. We held each other, weeping for a brother, a broken boy, a loss to the world. Our bodies shook, tears rolling down the shoulders we clung to. Though Kit was not mine to grieve. In the end, he was the shell of the boy I once knew, one who saw me as an obstacle to overcome. But I didn't resent him. Rather, I ached for the brother who Kai lost, not the king with a broken mind. I ached for Kai, as though his grief were my own. So when the water had gone cold and each breath began to slow, Kai spoke his first words since Kit uttered his last. Thank you. The second day after the king's death was arguably the hardest. All of Ilya had learned of the king rulers Kind ruler's cruel death. It was advertised as a tragic accident, though the people searched for a more exciting tale to tell. Rumors rippled through the kingdom, every mouth speculating how Kit had met his end in order to fill a void of withheld truth. They would likely wonder for years to come, and still, we would not tell them. Kit, even in death, was to remain the kind king he always meant to be. Kai pulled his grief back like a tide, hauling it in enough to panic over the gift we had left in Isram. The crate of roses was likely opened weeks ago to loose a plague on the entire city, but before we were given the chance to spiral further, a letter was found wedged beneath the castle's towering front doors. In neat, elegant writing, it read, I do hope it was not you, Peyton Gray, who attempted to infect my kingdom. This is said in jest, as I knew you truthfully believed the roses to be a gift. No matter. I sensed what was waiting in that box before you ever set foot off the docks. Alas, I have little use for your plague, but I suppose your king thinks differently. Perhaps he should have tried polluting another kingdom. Then again, I hear he is no longer with us. My condolences. Any further attempts to infect my people will result in an unpleasant retaliation. Do not take my overlooking this crime as a sign of weakness. I have the laced roses. I know the laced roses were not your doing, but I do wish for us to have a fruitful relationship. Your fellow queen, Z. I promptly looked over at Kai. How the hell did she know? We spent the rest of that day receiving condolences from the grieving castle. Without a plagued kingdom to worry about, Kai strode stiffly through the hall, his gaze vacant and words scarce. The entire palace had been draped in a sheet of darkness, black curtains covering windows, while black clothing draped every body. Scholars nipped at our heels like shadows, calling after Kai to discuss his coronation. I'm not king until Kit is laid to rest, he would say, more toneless than the time before. I knew that he meant it, just like I knew that he was stalling. He did not wish to be king. We spent that night in the arms of those closest to Kai. My boy, Gail had wailed when he walked into her kitchen. My sweet boy! She held him long enough to burn what food simmered on the stove and cried hard enough that she didn't care. Jax sobbed against his brother's chest, mourning the loss of their other half. It was when he started hiccuping that Andy joined, her body shaking with sobs. A few traitorous tears had escaped my burning eyes before Gail pulled me in and wrapped her arms around us all. The third and fourth day were more of the same. Berating scholars, a castle in mourning, gossiping Ilians, grief, tears, sobs. When we could stomach the conversation, solemn healers circled us in the dim room to swap hushed details of the king's slow demise. They spoke of his insistence on taking the plague despite knowing the ramifications, then more hesitantly of his unraveling mind soon after. He was easily agitated, often caught speaking to empty air and wandering around at all hours of the night. Kit was dying long before he forgot to dodge his brother's advance, we discover. The healers could not save him, and suddenly this makes sense after learning the truth of Elite's limitations. His body was rejecting another dose of plague. It was only a matter of time until the sickness unraveled all that he was. Within the long stretches of sorrow, we spent much of our time in the study, simply staring at everything he left it. All but the bloodied rag remained. Jax and Andy would sit with us, partly in silence, but occasionally more boldly in reminiscence. They would swap memories, each one bleeding into the last and lending a smile for fleeting moments. And that was something. By the fifth day, that emptiness occupying Kai's gaze, has lessened slightly. Still, we held each other, just as we had for the past several days. And when he pulled away, he spoke soft gratitude against my skin. Thank you, Pei, for everything. I would smile. It was always sad. It no longer surprises me when you say that. Good. His nose brushed mine. I want you to grow so used to my gratitude that you're sick of it. That night, I slipped the wedding ring from my finger, and on the 6th day after Kit's death, we read his letters. Chapter 71. Kai. Dirt smears my sweaty face. The shovel is slick in my hands, peppering each palm with splinters. Dusk settles behind the willow's swaying arms as I carve out a patch of earth among its roots. Fresh soil piles beside me, memories surface with each scoop of the shovel. Kit was with me the last time I dug a grave beneath this tree. He was at my side, shovel in hand and muddy face mirroring mine.
We reminisced about Ava until our laughter turned to tears. Ava. Her death was the doing of the man I called father. All because of Edric Azur's greed for power. He killed my sister with a dose of the plague. He killed my brother with the need to be great. My vision blurs. I blink past the anger and grief and urge to crawl into this grave myself. My brother, my brother, my brother is dead. The shovel slips from between my fingers to land in a cushion of dirt. My knees sink into the damp grass, shoulders shaking with the weight of grief atop them. His letters are fresh in my mind, each of them a stab in the gut before breakfast this morning. I wasn't there to protect him from his own thoughts, from the need for greatness that swallowed him whole. He was breaking before my very eyes, tearing at the seams from something more sinister than the stresses of being king. I'm reminded of that odd shift in his power and curse myself for dismissing the feeling. Kit's ability was the first I have ever felt, one so familiar I could taste it on my tongue, but still I failed him. He'd become a pawn to power, and I should have recognized myself in his gaze. He took the plague to be more, and I wasn't there to tell him he was enough. I hear the footsteps behind me. She wanted me to hear them. The familiar warmth of her embrace wraps around me from behind, holding together the broken pieces I've become. I stare at the shallow grave, allowing a tear to escape my empty gaze. He's gone. He's gone. I'm right here, she whispers in my ear. I've got you. I turn slowly in his arms, watching that beautiful face come into view. Peyton's eyes swim with tears, just as they have for days. For me, there's only so much grief she can have for a man who wished to kill her. No, this heart is for me. Hurt is for me. My eyes fall to the shovel at her side. Managing a sad smile, I lift the dirt-stained fingers to her face. Have you come to help me dig, darling? You've dug enough graves for me, she breathes. I figured I could repay the favor. My sob is a parting laugh. I don't know why, or how I would have survived this without you. Well, never again will you have to survive another thing alone. Her gaze grows determined. Cockroach, remember? I shake my head, forever astounded by her. No. You are strength. Life itself, that is why death fears you. All I do is fear death, she corrects. Fear losing you. It hurts to smile. Death knows better than to try to drag me from you. We hold each other in our gazes, gentle but sure. Sniffling, she stares down at the shovel she brought and clears a tightening throat. Once he's buried, they will make you king. So let's sit here a little longer, I mutter. Please. We do. Leaves rustle all around us as I breathe in the smell of freshly turned soil. Peyton leans back on her palms, eyes shutting when a soft breeze whispers through her hair. Chattering birds muffle the stream of screaming thoughts in my head for a few blissful minutes. You'll make a great king. The reminder of my looming future shatters the short-lived peace. That was supposed to be Kit, not me. My head falls into shaking hands. But he was so focused on his father, on greatness. His father, not mine. Perhaps not even before I discovered the truth of my birth, that King was never my family. Distantly, beneath the growing ache of grief weighing on my chest, I wonder if the man meant to be my father. Perhaps he wasn't worth knowing. Perhaps I'll find out for myself one day. Kit was obsessive. Peyton gnaws on her lower lip. Sick with the plague. He tried to kill you, I say numbly. He wasn't himself. I don't blame him for it. I killed him. I barely hear her words. It wasn't your fault. He was already dying, Kai. The healers told us so. I still killed him, Payne. My voice breaks. I killed my brother. She hooks her arm around my neck, pulling my shaking body against her own. Shh. It's not your fault, Kai. I bury my face into her scar. I couldn't save him. I told him I would save him. My voice is choked. That formidable power running through my veins had failed. He was supposed to dodge. We were supposed to keep our promise. You will, she whispers. You'll see him again, just like I'll see my father, Adina, Mac. There are tears in her eyes when she pulls away to clutch my face. Your promises are not broken. They're just awaiting you. I can hardly breathe. I need him, Pay. I need my brother. Shh. I can't do this without him. Shh. I'm right here. I did this to him. Each sob is a painful shake in my body. I couldn't save him. I couldn't save my brother. Peyton holds on.
onto me until grief tide pulls away long enough for me to catch my breath. This is not the first time she saved me from drowning. A shovel is quickly pushed into my hand, followed by a string of stern words. It's time for Kit to rest. A weight seems to lift from my chest. Rest, not death. He's at peace, and that is all I have ever wanted for my brother. Stiffly, I stand to my feet, pulling Peyton up with me. My shovel meets the torn earth beside us. I push through the pain, still lingering in my voice. Think you can keep up, Gray? Are you seriously making this a competition? I plunge steel into the ground, freeing dirt from the base of Ava's willow. Kid always had a knack for making anything enjoyable. My lips twitched into a smile I forced myself to keep just for him. I figured he'd want his death to be no different. Her grin has my heart stuttering back to life. Then you better start digging, Azure. Chapter 72, Peyton. My arm strains against the taut bow. We stand in the very same spot we had during the purging trials, facing a fated target and competing for bragging rights. It's been nearly 2 days since Kai buried his brother beneath a willow tree, and this is one of the many distractions I forced upon him. There was a quiet walk through the garden, interrupted only by the occasional reminiscence of the boys buried so near. Our trip to the kitchen was filled with soft laughter and warm, sticky buns. Jax sought comfort in his brother's arms, while Gale kissed the top of Kai's head. I've urged him to write like Kit had, relieved his mind of the many swirling thoughts within. His hands are still stained with ink. Every night has been spent in a pool of moonlight. Blankets litter the floor of my room, layered in a makeshift cot beneath the row of windows. Kai prefers it this way, and I happily oblige. It's as though we've created our own little fort to feel closer to those we have lost. We hold each other before drifting into the nightmares that plague us. But with each sleepy sun that peers down on us, Kai wakes more like himself. I let the arrow fly, allow myself a small smile when it sinks just beside the bullseye. This is my latest distraction for the future king. I would understand if you wish to forfeit now, I offer. Kai's fingers brush mine as he pulls the bow from my grip. Don't play nice, darling. I can handle losing to you. I raise a brow. Did you already admit defeat? His lips twitch. He looses an arrow quickly, unfazed by the several inches separating it from the center of the target. This is meant to be a distraction, is it not? So I don't need to win. I swallow when he steps into me. I just want to enjoy it. Normally, I would scoff at his arrogance, but I've missed it enough to settle on a slight tilt in my head. And what is there to enjoy losing, Malachi? That. His dimple steals my breath away. Your company, your taunting, your lips forming my name. I knock an arrow. I don't need to be winning to insult you. With a deep breath, I fire. No, Kai says slowly, but you need to be winning to smile like that. I realize then that I'm beaming at the bullseye I've struck. Taming the triumph on my features, I turn toward the seemingly casual Kai. His hands are tucked loosely in his pockets, hair tousled and eyes bright in the fading sunlight. He is beautiful. The thought isn't a surprise, and yet I'm unable to tear my gaze from him. Such stoic strength seeps from him like the shadow clinging to his heels. This is the boy who has known little more than hardship his whole life, wounded by the man who raised him, and left by the brother who loved him. The brother who hated me. What is it? Kai's voice is laced with concern. Frustrated, I wiped the emotion welling in my eyes. It's nothing. I'm sorry. This is supposed to be a distraction for you, and talk to me, Kai urges. He pries the bow from my sweaty hand before tossing it aside. I shake my head. It's just, I hate that he hated me. He didn't. He wasn't himself, and you were just. His gray gaze falls from my face. In his way. That gnawing numbness I've suppressed over the past days comes rushing to the surface. I cared for him, and this is all my fault. No, we read his letters. Kai grasped my hands. You know what he said in that study. None of this was your fault. Kit was sick, both physically and mentally. He only wanted to prove himself. His voice grows rougher with every word. Did I make him feel that way? Why did he take the plague? Did he think I needed him to be anything more? No, Kai. I cut off the dangerous thought before it confessed her. He wanted you at his side because you never made him feel inferior. You were the good in his life, the anchor he clung to. Kit was a good brother, Kai murmurs. Not me. Good? Bad? I shrug a shoulder. We're all just shadows of what we believe to be true. Kai's scoff is pained. Kit certainly believed in something. And you? I prod. What does the future king of Ilia believe in? He ponders this for a moment. The inevitable. You? His fingers tickle my cheek on their way to tuck a strand of hair behind mine ear. I think we got it wrong, Endor. You are the flame, and I am the shadow falling at your feet. Eventually, we fire the rest of the arrows at the target. Unsurprisingly, I gloat thoroughly at my predestined victory. Delicately, we visit the willow tree of those buried peacefully beneath. Admittedly, I fail to be a diversion from Kit's death. Foolishly, a poet tells me I'm never not his distraction. Chapter 73, Kai. There's still dirt under my nails when a crown is placed on my head. It is a silver tangle of steel, sharp and swirling among my black hair. Kit's golden crown remains with him, still gently resting on his brow beneath the willow tree's base. I stare out at the court from the very dais my brother once stood upon, but startlingly, I don't feel that gaping absence of him anymore. No, he stands at my side, a warm hand on my shoulder and smile in my very soul. From enforcer to king, monster to redeemed. I will continue what my brother started, I inform the court, though they haven't known the truth of his plans, and they never will. I have a promise to keep. My first decree is steady and sure. Our borders will remain open. Ordinaries will be welcomed into our city once again. Together, we will rebuild Ilia like Kit wished. I swallow the lump in my throat, and he will be remembered as the greatest king in our history. The throne room echoes with applause, but my eyes are on her. I step from the stage, pushing through my people, until I meet the only one I truly wish to call mine. Hand in hand, I pull Peyton out of the castle doors and into the courtyard beyond. That bed of forget-me-not flowers still blooms beside the staircase, family to the one I tucked behind her ear so long ago, and I gladly repeat history now. Pei laughs as I present her with the bouquet, the petals matching her piercing blue gaze. Forget-me-nots. I slide a stem into her hair, because you always seem to be forgetting who I am. She smiles, and I wonder at how some things can be so perfect. You're the king of Ilia, and what am I to you? I tip her chin up so I can watch the words form on her lips. My fool. My fingers flick the tip of her nose lightly. Don't forget, cocky bastard. You wouldn't let me even if I tried, she says sweetly. I grin, wider when her eyes flick grayly between my dimples. And you are forever my undoing, Peyton Gray. My knee meets the cobblestone, and her mouth opens in a gasp. Marry me, Pay. I'm already on one knee, but I'll get down on both and beg for you if you like. I lift that ring toward her, the one Kit pressed into my palm with a dying wish. Love each other for me. Tears well in those blue eyes above. She knows of Kit's final moments, every word uttered, every hope laid bare. Now the sight of that familiar ring is freeing. I can see the flood of relief washing over her features because Kit Azure, the boy she cared so deeply for, did not hate her in the end. The hurt she felt when he aimed a sword at her chest has begun to melt away beneath the truth of his motives. Pay, I breathe. I'll kneel here all day, so long as your answer is yes. A hand falls from her mouth to reveal a wide grin. Good. I quite like the sight of you beneath me. Vicious little thing, I murmur, with all the adoration she deserves. Her voice grows choked, and she spits my own words back at me. You forgot the my in front of that endearing nickname. And then she's falling to her knees before me. Her hands shake against my face before a pair of smiling lips have found mine. She kisses me like forever is a fleeting in the face of this moment. My hand finds her hair, tangling the uneven strands I'd cut in the cave. Her lips taste of love and longing, and I beg for more. Is this? I kiss her deeply. Is this a yes? She laughs against my lips. This is inevitable. I slip Kit's gold band onto her thumb, opposite that steel ring of her father's. I'll get you something better. No, she insists. Her eyes shine as they take in the rings hugging each thumb. It's perfect. This is perfect. Good. My rough palms graze the side of her neck. Because I love you, Peyton Gray, and I will happily spend the rest of my life trying to deserve you. I love you, she says suddenly stern, and I will spend the rest of my life shouting it until even Astrom hears, because it is death who should fear me if he ever tries to take you away. We hold each other atop that uneven cobblestone, forget-me-nots blowing in the warm breeze, encircling us in a hug that feels like our past meeting or forever. Tears sting my eyes for the bittersweetness of this moment. Peyton Gray is finally mine, but only because my brother is no longer here. We will love for him, she whispers in my ear. A tear slips down my cheek. You and me. Chapter 74. Peyton. I dream of Adina on the eve of my wedding. Kai has slept at my side every night since slipping that ring onto my thumb, warding off a month's worth of nightmares. But tradition chases him from my chambers on the eve of our union, and I'm left to my hauntings alone. When Adina takes my hand, I feel the faintest tug of fear in my drifting body. I had hidden from this nightmare, shielded myself behind Kai's comfort, because I couldn't bear to watch Adina die all over again. But that is not this dream. What lurks within my resting mind is something sweet, soft, so like the Adina who once lived and breathed that I awake with tears staining my cheeks. It is all a hazy memory when the sun pries my heavy eyelids open, but I remember the feeling Adina left me with. Peace. I had said goodbye, or rather, a good way to say bye until I see my A next. Ellie alone helps me prepare for my final, inevitable wedding. Dark clouds crowd the sky beyond my windows, threatening rain with an angry rumble. This only makes me smile. It's good to see you happy on your wedding day, Ellie says softly. Her fingers thread through my hair to weave thin braids within it. They hang down among my wavy hair, elegant in its simplicity. I gnaw on my lip to busy my smile. This is what I've wanted for longer than I've realized, and I'm letting myself enjoy it. You should enjoy it, Ellie reassures. You both deserve that. My smile is tainted with the sadness that typically accompanies thoughts of Kit, but my grief resides with the boy he was, and the brother he left behind. Despite Kai's resilience over the past few weeks, I know that he wishes to celebrate today with Kit, just as I wish to with Adina. Stepping behind the dressing curtain, I slip into a simple stretch of fabric. The gown is made up of a thin, billowing material that lands just above my ankles. Its strapless bodice hugs me closely before white fabric cascades from my waist. This is little about, there's little about the dress that makes it particularly interesting, and that is exactly why I chose it. Adina's vest captures the attention, its faded olive fabric snug around my bare shoulders. After days of a seamstress painstakingly mending it, I'm eager to be reunited with my piece of Adina. I stand before the mirror and admire precisely what I had always envisioned for my wedding day. This moment couldn't have been more different from the one I'd stolen before marrying a man I didn't love. Then panic prickled my heart and crowded my mind. Now I'm glowing with happiness, flooded with peace. I've already done the grand wedding day and want nothing of the sort. I want our day. A confident knock at the door has my gaze flicking to Ellie. She reciprocates my confusion before peeking into the hallway with a soft gasp falling from her lips. Your Majesty, it's bad luck to see. Bad luck is far less concerning than pay is with an empty stomach and a dagger in hand. Annoyingly, my lips twitch into a smile. If you're afraid of me, Azure, just say so. Kai's voice is touched with awe on the other side of the door. You know I'd be a fool to not be, my darling. I have to plant my feet to keep from running to him. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. Ellie sympathizes through the cracked door. You really shouldn't see her until the wedding. There's a grin burrowed beneath his words. So I won't look. The door swings open. Ellie's protest dies in her throat as Kai strides into the room, his head bowed slightly, with a hand shielding his eyes. I press a palm to my mouth and smother the laugh tickling my tongue as the king walks towards me. His gaze is on the shifting feet beneath him, while mine is on the bowl of porridge clutched between his fingers. When Kai stops before me, I look down into the soup of oats speckled with fruit. He can't see my smile. You added blueberries. It pained me greatly. Your bravery is inspiring, I croon. His hand drops from that beautiful face beneath to display dark lashes aimed at the floor. And selfish. Dimples frame his curved lips. I want something in return. I cross my arms. And what would that be? A yes at the end of the aisle today. The words are quick, a rush of uncertainty I'm so unused to hearing in Kai's voice. My heart aches at the veiled worry he wears. After finally letting himself feel for someone he fears, I'll walk away. King stands before me, stripped bare, and back to the boy who was forced to believe love was a weakness. Gently, I slip the warm bowl from his fingers and set it on the floor beside me. Then his face is in my hands, his brow creasing at the feel of my touch. At the end of a blade, I would love you. Until it pierced my throat, I would say yes to you. The tear that slips down his cheek coaxes one from my own eye. Kai's voice is rough with emotion as he murmurs, "You're quite the poet, darling." I laugh, my vision blurring with the scrunching of my brimming gaze. Some fool inspired me. We spend the next several moments basking in this limbo between our present and future awaiting us at the base of the willow tree. We laugh. We pretend not to cry. We say our goodbyes, one due to the temporary distance Ellie puts between us, and the other in memory of our final moments before forever. Long after Kai strides from my chamber, and Ellie has fussed with my appearance for the final time, a second knock sounds at my door. Lenny asks if I'm ready. I don't hesitate before taking his arm. All this time I've been calling you princess. Red hair ripples with the slow shake of his head. Who the hell would have guessed you were one? I throw him a playful glare. Yes, how very shocking. It felt good to share the truth with them and those closest to me, but I keep the secrets of my royal blood tucked close to my heart, hidden from the kingdom who has already begun to accept me. I say nothing of the forgotten princess I am, so as not to draw Kai's legitimacy into question. My whole life I've been ordinary, and I no longer feel the need to change that. Look, Lenny continues, undeterred. I'm more interested in the fact that I might actually be a psychic. I mean, how did I know to call you that? I snort. What next? Are you going to discover I'm truly a cockroach? Very funny, Majesty. He shakes his head at me, even while wearing a smile. We step out into the blooming garden and begin our stroll through the winding paths. Passing the fountain, I now Look at fondly, Lenny asks, "This is the wedding you want, P, right?" I glance over at my friend. He returns a smile, lighting my face and flushing my cheeks. My admission is bold and freeing and daring death to make me regret it. Desperately. Chapter 75. Kai. She walks toward me, looking like a dream I wish to never wake from. Her fingers clutch a collection of twining stems. Above, poppies, red petals bleed into pink roses, while the deep blue of dainty forget-me-nots weave between. I stand beside the willow's mighty trunk, beside my brother and sister. I'm swallowed in the swaying branches, lost in a tangle of slender leaves. It is only me and the ghost of those I love awaiting Peyton beneath the willow. She too steps into our future alone, but not entirely. Her slippers pad slowly across a stretch of soft grass. Adina hugs her tightly atop the plain dress she wears. The memory of a father encircles the thumb wrapped around her bouquet. Time slows long enough to let me bask in a moment I've never only ever dreamed of. She is my dream. She is my piece of paradise. She is my inevitable. My composure begins to crumble with every step she takes towards me. Tears well in my eyes, but I smile for her. Always for her. Thunder rumbles beyond the willow's embrace, but Peyton's gaze never leaves mine. Happily, I drown in it. A bead of water splatters Peyton's nose. She laughs. Rain drips from the canopy of leaves to sprinkle us in a brewing storm. Damp hair curls atop my forehead. Jax lifts his palms towards the crying sky. Ellie stares lovingly at her queen. Gail's tears mingle with the rain, while Andy rests her head on the cook's shoulder. Lenny winks at the drenched bride who passes. This is no grand wedding. We wear no crowns or jewels. This is the gathering of loved ones and the spirits of those left behind. This is a union of souls that ache to be stretched together. Lightning cracks through the sky behind Peyton. Her steps do not falter. When she stops before me, I nearly fall to my knees. I am forever awed by the mere presence of her. She passes her bouquet to Ellie. I grab her hands, willing to let her lead me wherever she pleases. There's no rambling scholar, no lengthy vows exchanged. It is simply us, standing before fate and defying the odds. Pay's commitment to me lacks any hesitancy. I do. My heart stutters. It's broken and healing and missing Kit beside me. But it is full. She is what my scarred heart beats for. I tilt her face toward mine before clutching it in my trembling hands. I do. My voice is heavy with emotion. In every lifetime. I do. Her lips find mine, sealing the promise between us. Thunder claps alongside our family. I breathe in my bride. She tastes like my forever. We walk from beneath the willow's canopy, hand in hand, king and queen, shadow and flame, poet and muse. Tears fill the eyes of those around us, accompanied by clapping and followed with laughter. The small group parades behind, wet branches grasping at our clothing as we push through the leaves. Lightning is quick to greet us. We step into the clearing beyond, damp grass beneath our feet and a raging storm above. I have something for you, I murmur against Pay's ear. She smiles up at me. Oh? Jax hands me the dripping crown with a beaming grin. I hold the twining circlet of roses between us, watching Peyton's gaze widen. Then I'm placing that delicate crown onto her damp hair. She gapes at me in shock. You finally did it. You made a flower crown. I just needed more practice. Water drips from her lashes with every astonished blink. All this hard work for me? For my queen. I correct with a soft kiss to her lips. And then we dance. Peyton is spinning in my arms, laughing in the spitting rain. The hem of her dress is muddy, but she can't seem to take her eyes off me long enough to notice. I push wet hair from her face, straighten her crown of roses, hold the hand that now wears my brother's ring. We cling to each other while shadowed figures dance around us. Laughter envelops our swaying forms, warming us despite the chilled rain. I hold Peyton against me. My wife. My eye in the storm. She slips a hand into one of the many pockets of her vest before shouting through the rumbling thunder, You're not the only one who brought a gift. I track the movement, blinking in the rain as she pulls a stem of forget-me-nots from the soaked fabric. Peyton Azure's smile is dangerous as she reaches up to tuck the flowers behind my ear. So you don't forget who I am, she whispers against my lips. And what am I? I trace my thumb along her bottom lip. A fool. A cocky bastard? Her voice is steady. You're mine, Malachi. Water drips from my lashes, some from her nose. I always have been, I murmur, until whatever the hell. The laugh that spills from her soft lips has my breath catching. She tips her head back to smile at the storming sky, unburdened by the memory or mention of Adina. Until whatever the hell, she echoes, letting that piercing gaze fall back to me. Beads of water trail down her bared neck as I greedily take in the curve of her mouth. Like a reflex, reverence softens my gaze, coats my voice. There's that smile I've been waiting to memorize. Peyton blinks up at me in the rain, grin widening. She twines slick arms behind my neck before her cold nose is brushing against mine. And you have all the time in the world to admire it. Chapter 76. Peyton. 5 years later. I breathe in the fresh air, sun soaking my skin. A blue sky hangs above the yawning stretch of crops. I shield my gaze with a hand, determined to find the end of this daunting cornfield. Somewhere more interesting. Kai's voice is a drawl beside me. My eyes flick to him, combing over the stubble clinging to his strong jaw. What? I ask, fearing the answer. Somewhere more interesting, he repeats with a sigh and crossing of his arms. That is likely where this field ends. I scoff before I scold. Tondo has been good to us. That being said, I glance around the nearly deserted brick road we stand on. Let's settle this year's trade agreements and get the hell out of here. Kai takes a step towards me, blotting out the sun with his broad shoulders. Admit it, darling. You hate it out here more than I do. I'm spinning the rings that hug each of my thumbs. What makes you say that? The quiet. He brushes a long strand of hair from my face. The open space, the lack of handsome strangers to rob. I give him a flat look. You're right. Not a single handsome face for miles. Easy, Azure. Don't hurt your foot with such a blatant lie. He flicks the tip of my nose gently. I said strangers, and we both know I'm nothing of the sort. No, you're not. I grab his hands and pull him close. Then I'm murmuring, but that doesn't mean I can't still rob you. I lift his wedding band between our closed faces. It's simple, really, snatching the silver ring from his thumb. He wears his symbol of our union on the same finger I do, a reminder of our love and the love of a lost brother. Kai shakes his head at me before grasping my hand, still as vicious as ever. You love it. I love you, he murmurs, foolishly. He kisses me, and still my heart flutters at the brush of his lips. Pulling away, I glance over at the field of corn waving beside us. You still feel her, right? Kai's lips twitch into a smile. She's on her way back. Then he raises his voice toward the sea of corn. Did you find it? A small body tumbles from the maze of crop to scurry toward us. That shock of gray hair blows around her face, obscuring the excitement displayed there. With a large ear of corn gripped between tiny fingers, she runs into her father's awaiting arms. That's the one you were looking for? Kai asks, examining her loot. You sure this is the best corn in all of Tondo? I'm sure, Daddy. She shoves the vegetable into his hand and promptly reaches for me. I pull her into my arms, trying to ignore how big she's gotten in the last 3 years. Resting on my hip, she runs her small fingers through the hair falling down my back. Her own is the ashy blend of Kai's ebony waves and my silver strands. With gray hair and muted blue eyes, our little girl is a messy mixture of two strangers who fell in love. What else did you find on your adventure? I ask while straightening her rumpled clothes. Bugs, she states indifferently. Big fat ones. Kai nods. I'm sure. Now, did you bring anything else back? He inches closer, making her giggle. Maybe some new freckles? She knows this game, and Kit loves it. Kai presses his lips on Kai presses his lips to the bridge of her nose over and over until she's squealing. Once he's finished peppering our daughter with kisses, he turns to me. Is it time for that recount? I roll my eyes. Is that not what you did last week? His grin has my cheeks flushing. One can never be too sure. The first soft kiss is to my cheek. 1, he murmurs. The second is to the bridge of my nose. 2. The third is when I lift my chin and press my lips to his. I smile against his mouth. Your recount will have to wait. Let's get the hell out of here, remember? We head down the quiet road, Kit's hands in each of our own. The cottages here look lonely between the fields that accompany them. It is quiet in Tondo, eerily so, and I'm grateful when we finally step into the city's market. Though it is certainly not the bustling loot I'm so accustomed to, the relief I feel at the sight of milling bodies is shocking. Kit slips between us as we point out the muted colors all around. Tondo's banners are a soft yellow that seeks no attention. The market is docile and brimming with kind individuals. I quietly envy those so content in its quaintness. But Loot is my home, and Ilia is thriving around it. The kingdom is open, our borders welcoming of trade and travelers. Ordinaries live alongside their elite neighbors, growing bolder despite their lack of abilities. I was all I ever wanted to see as a power. It was all I wanted to see as a powerless girl. The slums are my current project. Crumbling buildings are being restored, allowing more shops and homes to border the alleys. Feasts are held regularly at the castle to welcome the people of Ilia into our home. The once crushing divide between elites and ordinaries is slowly smoothing into something promising. I take in the quiet street, the uniformity between each sturdy brick shop. This is certainly not my kingdom. My Ilia is lively and drenched in color. It is worn and healing and home. Kit, honey, stay close, I call after watching her tear down the street, brandishing an ear of corn. Kai stares after her with a shake of his head. She looks just like you, only someday soon that corn will be replaced with a blade. I smile sweetly at him, and she can practice using it on you. You've prepared me well, he reminds. His arm tugs me close. I rest my head on his shoulder. We watch our daughter skip into the pooling sunlight, until a flash of lilac has my gaze flicking to the shadowed corner on the street. I stare into the face of a ghost. She stares back. Scarred flesh climbs up the side of her neck. Mutilated skin stretches across her features before disappearing into that lilac hair. Only one half of her sharp face bears the remnants of my hatred. I can still feel her soft skin beneath my palm, feel the heat of that raging fire I forced her into. I expect that rage to resurface now. I expect to crave that revenge on Adina's behalf and ache to finish what I apparently did not do the first time. Blair seems to anticipate the same because I watch her shoulders tense beneath the cloak slung over them. But I feel nothing. I do nothing. We stare at each other for several beats of my clamoring heart. In another lifetime, she was my enemy. Here, she is a stranger. I do not wish to avenge Adina any longer. I wish for her to rest. So, with a slight nod of my head, I let Blair go. She returns the silent peace offering with a dip of her chin. Mommy, Daddy, look what I found! Kit steals my attention with a flurry of limbs and the waving of what must be the best rock in all of Tando. Kai scoops her into his arms, feigning astonishment for the gift she sets into his palm. I, too, look impressed by Kit's findings as I smooth her wild hair, and when I finally glance over at that shadowed corner, the ghost is gone. Kai catches my flitting gaze, holds it gently, tilts his head. Not so vicious little thing, he murmurs endearingly. Of course the wielder knew he was there. I blow out a breath before stealing our daughter from his arms. Don't get used to it. I wouldn't want to. We continue down the sun-drenched street. Onward always. A king, a queen, a princess, a rock and an ear of corn. Those we have lost walk alongside us, their memory warming our scarred hearts. We are those we loved. I tilt my face to the sky and let the sun brush warm fingers over it. The soft rays are a comfort I embrace like an old friend. My husband stands at my side just as he always has and always will. He smiles, and it's only meant solely for me. Kit copies her father, though only one stolen dimple peeks out from her right cheek. I flick them both lightly on the nose. This draws a giggle from Kit and that ceaseless look of reverence from Kai. I smile back just as Adina taught me to. Life is sweet, like honey. Epilogue. Kit. There's no flash of light, no bang or slow fade. Kit feels cheated. That is what he has always been promised, after all. Some great entrance into the world beyond the one he has drifted from. But this is none of that. This is nothing at all. The first time he opens his eyes after death has closed them, Kit tries desperately to make something of the void before him. He squints at it, walks within it, tries to grip it between his fingers. But nothing is nothing, and the lack of something is frustrating. It is like the void that occurs beyond one blinked eye. No color, no shape, no anything. Nothing. And that was not the death he had anticipated. The former king wanders in the empty afterlife, not quite conscious, but never entirely aware. He often wonders there's little else to do here, if he is meant to wait for someone. Perhaps his brother, perhaps Peyton if she ever wishes to see him again. So even when death arrives, Kit only feels comfort, not fear or confusion like a saner mind might. No, Kit recognizes the face of death, knows her by name, Mara. The dead king reaches for the woman who dragged him into this abyss of nothingness because he only feels relief at her presence. Death stands before him, her form so unlike the ominous tales humans so like to spin. For starters, she is just that, a she. Despite an eternity of stealing souls, not one of them anticipates death to be a woman. There was once a time when this vexed Mara, but she has since grown accustomed to a dying face drenched in disbelief. Is it so shocking to feel anything but warmth from a woman's touch? Can a pretty face not drag you into the afterlife all the time, all the same? Hello, Kit, Death says curtly. I warned you of this fate. I know, he answers earnestly, but this isn't the moors. Where am I? Mara Mara sweeps a strand of chestnut hair from her dark eyes. No, she doesn't look like death. This is your piece. Her voice is chilled. This shouldn't surprise Kit. It seems you accepted your fate long before dying. The king frowns. I guess I did. Then he attempts a weak, but I'm happy you're here. I didn't think you would want to see me. I can't stay long. Mara takes a breath before feigning politeness. How are you enjoying peace? Kit sweeps his green eyes over the expanse of darkness. I'm still lonely. You didn't have to be. Mara spits. This is your own doing. Before drifting back into the darkness, Death leaves the king with a veiled goodbye. The broken words are nearly swallowed up in the nothingness, but I'll let you go gently. Alone once again, Kit thinks on a life left behind. He does not blame Kai for the unfortunate end he met. After all, it was he who meant to dodge the enforcer's strike, or death for her help in it. Neither does he let anger fester toward the girl who stole his brother from him. Resentment tends to be cumbersome in the afterlife. Since relieving himself of it little by little, Death has felt far more freeing. In fact, without the plague muddling his mind and stealing his sanity, he now finds his last few weeks among the living seemed wasted. He wishes futilely to try it all again. Perhaps he wouldn't let power consume him this time around. Perhaps he would have lived like Death suggested. But this is wishful thinking, and regret is what keeps the dead rolling over in their graves. He does ponder, frequently remember, how this is meant to be a peace. Is he a monster worth such gaping loneliness? Kit often shouts into the void, pleads his case to this shunning afterlife, but it gives no answer. Death does not return, and this gives him none of the peace he was promised. Kit never sits in the same spot of eternity. In fact, he never knows where he is or where he is going. Still, he stares up, assumably, into the nothingness. There's no ground beneath his feet, but he reclines all the same, and just as he has for however long he's been dead, Kit wishes for company. A soft light above startles the dead beneath. Kit squints up at it, finding two shimmering dots among the sky sheet of nothingness. They wink down at him like stars plucked from the sky above Ilya. "Hello, Kit," a light says softly. It's a female voice, a warm and bright as the glow she emits. It's the startling sound of his name. Kit stands to blink up at the oddities. "Who are you?" It seems a silly question to ask, as he has little use for the information, but that gentle voice graces him with something that is not quite an answer. "We thought you might like some company." Kit nods. "I would. Thank you." Death has not been kind to him. Has been kind to him. There's a long pause. "Do you think I'm a monster?" I'm. He's sure. He isn't sure why he feels the need to ask a pair of stars. The female's voice is sad. "No, you are your father's sins." "You're not alone in that." This reassurance comes from the second star in a deep voice. "But I'm alone here," Kit says solemnly. "You too have one another," the softer star informs. "Life ripped us apart. Death brought us together," the rougher one finishes. There is something so vaguely familiar about the pair of glowing orbs. Kit doesn't ponder this absurdity farther. Instead, he sits once again, folding his legs beneath him. "Would you—" He feels oddly shy. "Would you stay with me for a while?" Kit could have sworn it looked as though the stars were smiling at him. That warm, bubbly voice fills the void between them in response. "Until you see your brother again, if you like." The deep voice rumbles above him. "We are all waiting for someone."